good morning. How is everybody today? We're feeling fresh as a daisy. We're always feeling very fresh when Wendy Orlando is in the building. She's got a spring in her step. Yeah, we have no other choice, I'm saying we have no choice but to just get on Wendy's happy level. Oh my gosh, she's got an amazing show today. She's with us for 3 hours, which is lovely. Can you actually hear her already? You probably can. Literally, like behind this wall is our green room, and she's in there letting out a frustration. She's going to show us how to do eyelets on air with a hammer. So she's having a go right now. I can hear her doing some DIY or doing some. Or she's either putting up a shelf or she's doing eyelets at 8 o'clock in the morning. I don't know which one. Keep the noise down. We should really let her out, shouldn't we? Out of the box, she's just banging on the door. She was only telling us this morning about the hotel that she stayed in. Upstairs, there was somebody marching all night from upstairs. So yeah, it was her. It's her putting eyelets in properly. Someone upstairs. Anyway, good morning. We've got a brilliant show for you today. We've got a brand new, it's perfect for this time of year, Wildflower Moda collection in this first hour, which I'll show you in a little bit. But so we've got a great early bird today. The last time I was here, was for Hannah's birthday show, which was brilliant. We had a lovely, lovely day, and there were so many lovely messages. Hannah's back in the hot seat today, and she says, thank you so much for all the birthday love. One of her top picks for the whole show that she came out and spoke about was this. This is today's early bird. It's your batting seam tape. Yours will be all nice and new. I've already got my mitts into this and opened it up because it's brilliant. I want to show it to you. So it looks almost like something you'd have in your first aid box, doesn't it? But it's actually really, really, really useful for your stash. Now, we talk about stash a lot in the craft world, don't we? We talk about having fabric stash probably most frequently. But one thing that we don't mention is wadding. Do you have lots of small bits of wadding that you've used, or do you just throw them away? Do you think, oh, well, there's no use for that anymore? Thank you, Charlie. There's no use. I've just got the Facebook Live going. Come say hello to me this morning. So if you do have lots of wadding, don't throw it away because you can reuse it. Now, I thought if you were to piece wadding together, you're going to have to sort of, put them slightly on top of each other. That's going to be a bit lumpy. Maybe you're going to have to stitch them all together. Oh, there's actually a really simpler solution. So it's this batting tape. Basically, it's got a fusible back. Like all of your fusibles, it's got this sort of glue tape on the back, and all that you need to do is use your steam iron, and of course you can just then run it across your wadding like it has done here, like that. Piece your next piece of wadding alongside it, and then of course just press it down again. So you can piece together your wadding so easily, so efficiently, so smoothly, without having any lumps and bumps, without wasting any of your wadding. And that's brilliant, isn't it? How often do you throw away something that is cut a bit curvy, or something that's cut at an angle, or something that's really small? Like, that's only a little small piece. If you've used a little bit for a bag or for a cushion or for a wall hanging, you've got a tiny bit left over and you think, oh, well, I'll just throw that away. Don't. Keep this other bit of a wadding stash, and then you can build up huge pieces of wadding using your wadding tape. Once it's sandwiched inside, you're not going to feel that. You're not going to know any difference. It's not stiff. You don't need to then stitch it. It holds in place because obviously you're quilting over it. It's going to hold it in place even more so. Now, you can use this with virtually any of your waddings. I'm reading this off the back. It says here, all battings are different. So some heat binders, some heat set binders to hold them together. In general, wool settings on your iron will work best with most cottons, with wool, with bamboo, and with 80-20 polyesters. So it's just about checking your iron settings, basically. Use silk or synthetic setting with 100% polyester battings, increasing the heat as necessary to ensure a successful bond. I think that's really interesting, actually, that you can use it with polyester. Be aware, obviously, with your iron setting, but just put it onto a silk or synthetic setting on your iron, so you can still use it for that. And then it's got a few step-by-step instructions, which basically says join pieces of batting or fabric. So you can use it to join your fabrics as well, or fabrics together, lining up the edges closely together, then apply your batting seam tape over the seam with the fusible rough side down, press firmly for 10 seconds, and then lift the iron and press the next section for 10 seconds. So don't do a sort of ironing, it's more of a pressing. Right, anyway, the price. So you've tuned in especially to get a discount. We're going to do a brilliant price for you. So a couple of days ago, we were talking about this at £9.99. You're getting on here, how many metres is that? It's 9.1 metres, 10 yards, 9.1 metres. It's a lovely, nice, wide batting tape as well. I've seen the narrower ones before. It's a bit easier to deal with the wider ones, isn't it? But it's really lovely and fluid. Right, today it is Hannah's birthday pick, and it's $7.99. You're getting nearly 10 metres in total. Hello, Margaret. Good morning. How are you? Amanda said, morning, everybody. Enjoying the relative coolness whilst I can. Stay safe, everybody. Do you know what? You must have heard me this morning, Amanda. I was saying it's really cold in the studio. We've got the aircon blasting, and I thought, do you know what? I'm just going to absorb all of this coolness because this is the only time this weekend I'm going to be saying I'm cold. Let's face it, it's going to be ridiculously hot this weekend. Why is the heating on in there? Heating on in the gallery from last night. Oh my word, no way. So I was set at 22 degrees. I'll get that the cool blasting for you in the gallery today. $7.99 for your early bird Bosal batting seam tape. Bosal quality as well, of course. When you know the brand Bosal, you know it's going to be good. It's really lovely and stable as well. So if you are, you know, if you don't, it's not stretchy, but you're going to be able to put this onto all of your different waddings. Even H640s as well. If you use H640s together, your 80/20, your bamboo, your wool, all of your waddings. So it's one of those that, look, you think, oh, how much am I going to need this? Have I used it before? No. If you haven't used it before, try it out. It's going to save you so much money in the long run on waddings, isn't it? If you can use waddings that you've got in your stash. Keep your scrap waddings together like we have here, and that could be in front of a bag panel, couldn't it then, instead of these smaller pieces, these smaller strips. Crib size quilts, lap quilts, ideal. Just £7.99, and it's 4 centimetres in width as well. Come on in and say hello to us. We've got loads going on the website today. Everything is already loaded onto pre-order. We've got some of Wendy's most popular instructions back in stock today. 2 brand new projects with her, but then we've also got a roundup show. Now, roundup shows are always very busy, but when you're talking about Wendy Orlando projects that we have not been able to get back into stock until today, you know it's going to be brilliant. So open your orders nice and early. It means that you've got 1 post and packaging to pay for the whole day long, and that's whether you're shopping on the show, whether you're buying anything off our website. It's all covered at just $3.95, which is brilliant. Okay, so that's today's early bird. Keep going through. There are loads of you who have got these in your baskets. We started with hundreds. We're now down to 70. We always try to put together as many as we can into our early bird just to make sure everybody can start their orders nice and early and make the most of the savings. Remember, this is normally $9.99. As Hannah's birthday show, it was $9.99. Today, it is a really good discount, so make the most of that whilst you can. It'll go back up at midnight tonight. Okay. Ordered the batting tape, got mine to repair some church vestments as well. Brilliant, Jude. See, there's so many different ways of using your batting tape. So yeah, let us know how you've used yours. Brilliant, June. We'll let you know once that's limited. I'll let you know as it's going. I'll keep you updated on stock because it's very, very busy. I heard about yesterday. I was only talking to Delphine in the week and I said, your show on Friday is going to be mega. Those cushions are beautiful, aren't they? But also with Janet Clare, of course, with Susie Duncan as well. I knew it was going to be a really manic show. Anyone who missed the Janet Clare show, we've had a few people asking about the quilt that she had on yesterday's show. We're going to bring it back in the later 10 o'clock show, so stay tuned. Now, today's show, as I said, this morning we're going to be launching the Wildflowers Moda Fabric, which is absolutely beautiful. One of the faves from our Hannah, actually. She loves this collection. We also have the Let's Go Round Again. See, Wendy was shocked that we knew that song straight away, started singing it. She says, I thought you were too young. And I said, no, we've discussed. We're way into our 30s now, way into our 30s. Hannah just turned 31. So we remember that song. Oh, and what a great way to learn curves. Anybody who is scared of sewing curves, we're going to demystify it with Wendy. Oh, gorgeous. What a lovely picky. The dog does not come included in the kit, unfortunately. That's Wendy's lovely doggy. 9 a.m, Wendy's going to be here. At 10 o'clock, we've got some brand new sewing room tools. Brand new scissors that I've not seen before. I know Delphine absolutely loved them yesterday. We've got a new colourway in the four-way multi-mat. We've got some great products coming up in that 10 o'clock show, but we'll also revisit the Janet Clare quilt. Oh, and the big Bonder web roll that launched, I think, only yesterday. 11 o'clock, we have got the Patchwork Denim bag. It's reversible. It's got a pocket on the front. It's going to be another showstopper for Wendy Orlando. I know it is. It's absolutely gorgeous. I love it in the denim, but also it's going to look great with your stash. Another great stash buster. So that's going to be coming up in the 11 o'clock show. Then Wendy's staying. She's going to be here for the last 2 hours of the show. We've got back in stock. The Quilt As You Go pattern. Now, don't race all at once, but go, 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 go. You can go to the website now and you can buy those instructions. Oh my word, we get messages most days about those Quilt As You Go instructions. And I said to Wendy, have you bought them back since we did that Manic show? And she says, no, I haven't. So I'm really, really excited that we've got those back in stock. It's an amazing technique, and with Wendy's instructions, yeah, you're gonna be able to do so many more patterns, including, in fact, the curved pattern, which we'll talk about with Wendy in the next hour. We've got some really exciting news. Oh, I love that they've used this picture. This is so cute. The whole Sewing Street on-screen team and Maisie. So we have been nominated for the most loved TV shopping channel. We would love to win. I'm not going to do a whole sort of plea to you to vote for us right now, but please vote for us because, yeah, I think we're the best. I'm not just being biased. I mean, I sit at home. I've worked in shopping telly for over 12 years now, and of course been here for the last 2 years, and I must say it is the most amazing team to work with. I watch it all the time at home, even when I'm not at work. I mean, how many people do that? How many people would say, right, I sit and watch everybody at work on my days off? I do that. It would be creepy in a lot of workplaces, maybe, wouldn't it? But Becky said the same thing. She says, I watch at home as well. So yes, please vote for us. And also, are we ready for the heat? Are we ready? I'm already eyeing up the Lifestyle. Our sister show's got gazebos in our gallery, and I'm going to be ringing the call centre later and getting one of those. But what you do need to do is get involved on the Beldray Cube. Those of you that have seen me presenting this know how much I love it. You can put ice cubes in it. It will blow freezing cold air in your personal space over the next... Well, that sounded weird, but... I mean, you can have your own. If you work in an office that's really hot, you can cool your personal space down. Still sounds strange. $39.99. Now, the competition means that somebody is going to get the money back credited to their account. So if you buy it, we're going to need it anyway, aren't we, over the next week or so? Get one of those because it also has a setting of being warm for the winter. So if you're thinking, well, I'm only going to be using it this week, Vic, you can then get it warm for later. I was walking around Homebase yesterday. Obviously, as soon as you walk in the door, what have they put at the front? Fans, aircon units, £400. There was this lady like, I'm just going to do it. I think I'm just going to do it just for this week. I'm getting this aircon unit, £400. That's £40. Get it today. You know, And you've also got your heater for the winter there as well, and you might even get your money back. Somebody's going to get credited back £40 to their account if you shop today. Amazing. Morning, Patricia in Blackpool. How are you? Do you want to come on over and have a look at the brand new Moda Wildflowers collection? I haven't shown you how you can shop yet. I need to show you pre-order. Look at this. Oh, it looks gorgeous, doesn't it? It does look absolutely gorgeous. Right, so if you jump to the website, sewingstreet.co.uk, click on Watch Live on the top there and scroll down. Everything is already loaded onto pre-order. There's the early bird. Come say hello. There's the message, the studio box. Hannah's saying hello. Send message and that will come directly through to the gallery. There's less than 40 of the early birds now remaining. We started with hundreds of those. That's a brilliant one for your stash. Everything's now loaded to pre-order. You're getting a bit of a sneak peek. What a gorgeous collection. And we've got a 10-inch charm pack as well. So all of these fabrics by the half metre are already selling on the website, just to be aware. Oh, I love that one on the right, the cream with the pinks. Oh, that's beautiful. Keep scrolling down and you'll be able to see, oh, I really like that. See, I went last week to Lavender Fields in the Cotswolds and they had this beautiful wildflower garden. Oh my gosh, it was stunning. I did loads of photos. I have to send them in actually. I should have sent them to you. There's the Let's Go Round Again quilt instructions. We've got 2 beautiful kits, but they are all available on their own as well. So there's the one that's behind me. It's $59.99. $59.99? There's loads of fabric, isn't there? That's really good value, really, really good value. Keep scrolling down. Any other bits and bobs you might need? Oh, thank you, Wendy. That is a lovely cup of coffee. No offence, Hannah. Hannah made me a lovely one earlier as well. There's the patchwork bag. There's the eyelets. You probably heard them in action earlier. There they are. It's a reversible patchwork denim bag. I love it. There's all the fabrics and the instructions as well. And then, right, I'm giving you the item code. YEWL90. Get them now because I know by 12 o'clock I'm going to be saying they're sold out. That's my only concern. We've got hundreds of them back, but we literally saw high hundreds of them go, ha! Not only have you got the quilt as you go, you've also got the foldable tote bag back in stock. That sold out last time I was on air. Every time I've been on air. Oh, I love the travel bag as well. Wendy's has some great instructions, hasn't she? Designed some beautiful products for us. There's bugs in a bag. That's a good one. Oh, look, the giraffe quilts there, the beautiful puff cushion. There's some great designs. Oh, we only just launched these beautiful floral cushions as well, so they're back in stock. Everything is there. Oh, Dawn Taylor says she voted last night. She says I watch when I'm at home still too. She says as I am today. Thank you so much. Oh, there's all your tools. There's the new scissors we were talking about, the Karen K. Buckley. The Crafty Gentleman Guide to Paper Piecing. Oh, that's the one maybe you need to get Charlie. Charlie was telling me how he wants to do some FPP. Janet Clare. There's the beautiful limited edition quilt kit, and once it's gone, Janet Clare can't get those fabrics back. We can't get those fabrics back, so it is literally limited edition if you want it. Oh, and we've added in the Sew Glue pen, which Wendy will talk about later. Okay, shall we dive into this gorgeous? Oh, see, I love Moda. And I know that, of course, I'm not the only person that loves Moda. Janet Clare works a lot with Moda, so we were talking about Moda, in fact, only yesterday. But there are a lot of our viewers who come back and come back and come back and come back and solely buy Moda from us. Why? Because it's the most beautiful quality quilting weight cotton. So whenever we get a new collection from Moda, we get very, very excited as quilters, but also bag makers can use this, dressmakers, of course, as well. Now, wildflowers, I'm instantly drawn to. I think they look beautiful. Have a look at this. This is a bit about the collection from the Moda website. So, what comes to mind when you think of wildflowers? Flowers growing freely in unexpected places, or perhaps a profusion of native blooms growing in woodlands or on the prairie or in the mountains. For many, wildflowers represent joy, independence and resilience. How do I pronounce that word? resilience. The prints in Moda's Wildflower collective evoke seeds scattered by the wind, fields of flowers in shades of deep blue, rich red, and a bit of pink. And I love the pink that comes out of these fabrics as well. Live life in full bloom with Moda's Wildflowers. I absolutely love. I mean, have you got a part in your garden that you don't mow and you let the bees come on in and pollinate? And they were all starting to appreciate it a bit more. I was actually watching one of the gardening programs, and they were talking about how important that is and how beautiful some of the flowers are. I think through lockdown, I've appreciated nature even more so. We're going on all of the lovely walks and just looking at all of the beautiful flowers that occur just naturally. Oh, it's gorgeous. Donna's just messaged in saying, morning Vixen team, loving the fabrics. Oh, it's gorgeous, isn't it? Derek, you're watching. I haven't seen you for ages. She just put good morning. Hannah, Wendy, Charlie, Becky and Vicky. Looking forward to an amazing show today. How are you, Derek? I miss you lots. Everyone's waving to you. Everyone's saying hello. Okay, now we have a massive mega bundle. This is the whole collection, the whole shebang, the blues, the navies, the creams, the pinks, the reds. You are getting 20 wildflower fabrics for 149.80 pence. In fact, it's already on split pay. Watch that split payment drop because we're going to take a little bit off. We're going to give you half a metre for free. You pick which half a metre you want for free. I want that one, I think. That one. I've got a feeling that we're not going to be able to make the mega bundle again. Just looking at what is already selling on pre-order by the half metre, I think we'd really struggle to be able to put together another mega bundle. Just saying, if you want that whole collection, grab it whilst you can. I must say the pinks as well that are coming through, those beautiful blues are absolutely gorgeous. We'll look at them separately, don't forget. We've also made a couple of smaller bundles, but if you do want that whole collection that Moda have talked about, the different scales of prints, so you've got some of the more ditzy prints, you've got some of the larger scale prints, you've got that beautiful colour palette that all work together. It's all thought out for you. That's the great thing. Moda, oh my word, they do that very, very well as well. They've thought about the different scales of print. £47.43. That's 142.31. Amazing. Remember, that is a lot of fabric, isn't it? It's weighty and it's still covered under your £3.95 postage. If you do love this collection, I think this is going to be the only chance to get that whole mega bundle. I don't want to rush or pressure you, but we won't be able to make any more of these mega bundles once they're gone. Look, you've got the lovely daisy prints. Oh, these are really, really popular on pre-order, just so you know. It comes in the sort of azure blue, it comes in the navy, and it comes in the red as well. There are some lovely prints in here. Really lovely. So, right, we have some smaller bundles for you. We've got some different colourways, so I'm just going to shimmy this to the side. Single figures on the mega bundle, just so you know already. Let's do the navy. Oh, I know. Maybe everybody's waking up nice and early. I woke up before my alarm. I mean, that is just unheard of. I normally I'm one of these people that just sleep until, obviously, the alarm goes off. But I got up so early. I think it was the heat. I did say to Kieran, why didn't we put the fan on? Why haven't we got the fan on? It's so hot. I know I need my own personal cooling cube, don't I? Hello, Sue. Good morning. Right, this is the navy bundle. So this is the deeper tones in the background. Let me compare it just so you can see the different colours. So these are the slightly sort of lighter background in the blue, and then these are your deeper navy. So that's azure, and this is your navy bundle. So pretty. Right, now these are all half metre cuts. So these are already pre-cut for you into half metres. These would be beautiful for some of Wendy's projects. I'm thinking, well, you quilt as you go, just get some navy or white even. Or in fact, you could pull out so many different colours in here. You've got your blues, you've got yellows, you've got greens, pinks. Aren't they lovely? £44.94. You've got a great mixture of ditzy prints, large scale prints. You've got some of the pinks and the reds in this one. I love that. Gorgeous. It's nice to be able to have dark fabrics. On contemporary fabrics as well, it really works, but it's nice to be able to see some floral prints, to have options. It's great, because I know that John Scott loves a dark background on a quilting weight fabric, because look how well the flowers pop. I mean, this one is already selling on by the half metre on pre-order, but look at that. I want to do Wendy's foldable tote bag with these. Half the stock of the mega bundle has gone. We've got less than 10 remaining. If you do want the whole shebang, then go for it. But if you love the smaller bundles, they're less than £50 a day. So you've got the navy blue with the lovely daisies. Can you name all these flowers, Hannah? Morning, lovelies. Off to the hairdressers soon. Nephew getting married today, so I'll back up north. Oh, it's going to be a lovely day. Oh yes, have a look on pre-order if you can then, and enjoy your nephew's wedding, Christine. What a day for it. What a day for it. My friend's son's getting married today as well. I know, I'm so excited for her. She was hopefully all sorted. I mean, it's so stressful, isn't it, trying to sort an outfit? I think after lockdown, we've all got so used to being in our comfies and being really comfy. And the thought of going to a wedding where you're wearing heels potentially all day long actually scares me now. Like, I live in my flip-flops that Hannah recommended during lockdown. And I don't think I've taken them off, literally, for the last 2 years. Oh, really? To the point that Hannah's boyfriend has actually told her to start wearing a different shoe. Well, my mum's partner Mick, he thought they were Kieran's shoes. He was like, oh, Kieran's shoes here. And I'm like, no, they're mine. They're mine. And he was like, oh, gosh, you got big feet, Vic. I was like, no, I haven't. No, I haven't. Single figures on this bundle. Oh, it is busy. I've got a feeling like yesterday it's going to be another repeat of yesterday. Very, very busy already. And it's such a beautiful collection, isn't it? It's one of those that I knew would be really, really popular. Right, we've got mega bundle update. Mega bundle update. Go on. Three. If you do want the whole collection. Oh, you're definitely not going to see this again. This will sell out today. Look at all of these. Remember, we've taken half a metre off. We can get away with it today because we weren't supposed to drop this in price. We won't be able to do it again. I've got a feeling a lot of naughty prices are going to happen today because Hayley, who is our sales manager, is actually at Jewellery Maker today. She's distracted. She's not going to be watching the show because she's actually producing Jewellery Maker today. So, yeah, it means that we can go wild. We can do everything. Down to 2. But she did, you know, it's so funny. She's obviously working for our sister show today, and she still came through during our prep saying, oh, have you seen you've got this today? Do you know you've got this today? Can you ask Wendy to do this today? I mean, there is so much going on in today's show that even Hayley, of course, she's our sales manager, but she came running through at 6 a.m. this morning saying, you've got an amazing day. Very exciting. Right, 3 of those. And just so you know, we have got people who've got them in their baskets who might be umming and ahhing about it, so be careful. Right, the Azure. This is the other blue colour bundle. Again, you've got your scales of print, slightly lighter in saturation. So Moda actually did it. They did navy and azure. So even though Hannah's put these bundles together, she's followed what Moda have recommended, the bundles. So look, you've got the azure background. They know best, don't they? $44.94. Just so you know, navy bundles now in single figures. We are going to struggle to put these bundles together as well because there is a lot of people checking out on Fabrics by the Half Metre. If there's one that you spot, let me know. Pre-order's going wild this morning. In fact, like the wildflowers, it's going wild. Please let me know if there are any that you want to see together, if there's any that you want to see separately, message in. This is why we're here, interactive show. Let me know if there's any that you want to see. They're absolutely beautiful, aren't they? So I really like the ditzy prints. It looks very sort of Liberty-esque, doesn't it, the ditzy floral prints? It's gorgeous. Really gorgeous. So that's azure, half a metre of each, 3 metres in total. Yes, Hannah? We've got 2 more slightly smaller bundles. Yeah, we can, absolutely. Were you going to say something else to me, Hannah, by any chance? The way you just said my name was like you were going to ask me something. Oh. So why did you go, Vix? She says, I was just thinking about how blocked my nose is. We talk about awkward things that me and Hannah always say. Vix, just thinking about when I can blow my nose. You can do it now if you want, Hannah. But do it quickly and quietly. Are you struggling with hay fever? My hay fever's all right now. You know when I was really struggling before, really bad, it's gone. How gorgeous is this? Are these called delphiniums? Or no, they're not. They're not. No, they're not. I think they're bluebells. Bluebells grow wild, don't they? You know, when you go to a bluebell wood, you're going to have to help us at home. You're going to have to help us. Hannah, since she's been distracted with her boyfriend, before you met Steph, you were well into your gardening, Hannah. What's happened? Now she's doing an MA, I think. She says, I'm spending a lot of time in the library, which are lacking plants. What are you enjoying at the moment at the library? What are you doing at the library? The what? Oh, the man at the library. The librarian. Oh. Okay. Oh, you're being sarcastic. She says there was a man in the library with a drill, and that's not, you're supposed to be quite quiet in a library, aren't you? But he decided to go there to do his DIY. That's like Wendy. Wendy's decided to just be quite efficient and do some DIY this morning. Sorry, you don't just get that one. You also get this one. Oh, look at these lovely vines. So pretty. The blues and the reds almost like create secondary patterns, don't they? Look, you got almost like these diagonal stripes, and then the greens all intertwining through. See, there's a lot of thought that goes into Moda. You then also get this one. They're gorgeous again, aren't they? You could do some little fussy cutting. They'd be nice for cover buttons, wouldn't they? And then this is your larger scale print, all half-metre cuts, ready to go, ready for your bag making project, ready for any quilting. £29.96. And that's a lot of fabric. That's still, 2 metres of fabric. It'll go a long way. Okay, we've got one other bundle to show you, and it is in the reds. Oh, are they? We've already had sellouts. Okay, we are going to have to fly through as much as we can. We've already had sellouts on the pre-order, so we'll have a good look and see what's available for you. If you do want any by the half metre, grab them on the website now if I were you. Now look at this. What do you think to the red? It's a scarlet background. Very, very unusual. It's quite vintage actually, isn't it? It almost reminds us of the, the vintage seeds, the feed sacks that we were talking about, the playtime sort of, that collection, the Chloe's Closet collection. It's lovely, isn't it? That is really, really nice. And then you've also got the small ditzy print. Right, I'm just going to say it. I know that we're in the height of the summer. Yeah, I'd keep that in my stash for Christmas. Christmas starts here next week, I went to watch Michael Bublé on Wednesday, and it was a summer's evening, but I really wanted him to do his Christmas hits. Let's face it, they generally defrost him just for Christmas, don't they? I didn't know that he's around all year, but then I realised, oh no, he's got some great hits. Cry Me a River, oh, it was brilliant. Feeling Good, It's a Beautiful Day, and Just Haven't Met You Yet. He did Home. Oh gosh, he's got a huge collection of his, but his Christmas ones, he didn't do them. When they go off and they then come back on? Surely we all know that they're going to come back on, but we still sort of cheer and go, come back, come back. Well, I sort of started a chant saying, I want Christmas. But this would be really lovely for Christmas makes, wouldn't it? Listening to Michael Bublé making some Christmas stockings. Oh, nice. $29.99. And then you also have the beautiful blues as well in there with the scarlet background. It's so nice to have a bit of a think about how you're going to use this collection at different times as well. It's timeless, it's classic. You could put this in your stash and use it next year. It's not going to go out of date, don't worry. It's one of those, it's not going to go out of fashion. It's quilting weight Moda cotton. It's really, really beautiful. It'll press beautifully, it'll wash beautifully. And it's just $29.99. And I don't think we're going to be able to bring this collection back. The thing is, we love to bring you lots of different collections from different designers. Obviously, we always have our eye on Moda. We'll always bring you different collections from Moda, but we generally don't tend to repeat collections because we're always looking at getting you others. So if you love what you see on the screen, don't think, oh, well, I'll wait, you know, for that to come back in later in the year. It won't. We learned yesterday with Janet Clare, Moda as well, they have a very strict reprinting, so they hardly ever reprint. So it isn't just us bringing back collections, it's the fact that Moda don't reprint them very often. So Janet Clare, she says she really struggles with, you know, putting together different, you know, quilt kits and things like that because she can't get hold of the fabrics again. So it does make them very sort of limited though, doesn't it? Limited edition, which is nice. Always on to the next one, which is nice to have fresh new things, but if you particularly love something, you have to act quite impulsively and know that, right, if you're going to make a quilt, don't necessarily just buy the small bundles and think, oh, well, I'll come back and get another bundle a couple of months' time when I'm ready to do the next blocks. So, yeah, go for it. Speaking of which, if you do want to do the big shebang, how many of these are left? One not yet checked out. If you want the mega bundle, once it's gone, I'll let you know. But at the moment, you can still check out. You can also use split pay. Today, you can pay just £47.43. It's 0% interest payments. You pay one payment now. And the next payment on the, are we 16th or 17th today? 16th today. £47.43 on the next month to August and then September, and it's paid off. But you'll get this in the next few days. You don't need to wait until you've paid all 3 payments, which is brilliant. So if you do want that, I'll keep you updated. Right, shall we plough through these by the half metre? Let's start with the daisies. Daisies in 3 different colourways. Daisies on azure, please. Yeah. 1 unit left. Who wants the last half metre? Oh my word, well done everybody who grabbed this on pre-order. You're right though, this would be beautiful for dressmaking. This is Daisies on Azure. It's got that beautiful bright blue. Right, it is about, there's way too many of you who have got that in your basket. Half a metre. You're right, we're not going to be able to make the mega bundle or the Azure bundle again, are we? Daisies on navy next to it. Let me show you, just in case you've missed out on that one, you can see the difference. So that's the azure, this is on navy. So it's got that really lovely deep blue background. It looks like it's almost black. It's not, it's a midnight blue. It's really, really lovely. It's definitely navy. Does it say a quote on the side? Oh, I'll have a look on some of the others because where this is cut, it doesn't have a quote, but Hannah's saying a lot of the times Modas do little quotes on the selvage. Just £7.49. Hey, Vicky, voted today. Oh, thank you, Ian. Good luck, everybody. Can't wait to see you all at Festival of Quilts. Love Dee and Ian. Oh, thank you, Dee and Ian. Thank you for your message. And also, anybody who else wants to vote for us, you can go onto our website and vote. It's really, really easy to find it. It's in fact on the banner as soon as you go onto the website, I think. So we are nominated for the most loved TV shopping channel. So yes, please do vote for us. Imagine if we won. Oh, gosh, it'd be amazing, wouldn't it? Oh, it would be very, very exciting. Yeah, I think John would probably be the one that goes up at the award ceremony and does the, you know, the speech. Hannah, you could, but... Hannah, you would probably be really good at it, to be fair, actually. My friend Tom was really pleasantly surprised how amazing you were on air the other day. She said, I thought Hannah would just come on, you know, and do a wave and go. And he was like, no, she was brilliant. Said, she's going to nick your job, Vic. She's brilliant on air. We need to see her on. She says, the only issue is I can't look at the camera. She says, I don't like looking at the camera. She looks everywhere, but not the camera. £7.49. This is with your deep blue. £7.49 a half metre. And that one. £7.49 for your deep navy blue, and then we've only got scarlet to show you with the daisies now. Okay, we're down to 5 metres already on scarlet. Oh, look at this. Isn't that gorgeous? Daisies on red. And there are a lot of people checking out on pre-order on all of the different fabrics. Remember, this is brand new in today, and we're already talking about last of stock. I would have thought that this would have been perfect for, you know, different collections with our guest designers. It's not even going to make it to projects. Didn't we do that for a little bit, where we had the QR code that you could scan? Did we ever do that here? I feel like we did. I'm sure I've seen John doing it. Oh, we've changed system. Oh, okay. Technical update issues. Oh, I see. Hannah wants a graphic. No pressure, Charlie, but you need to come up with something now to put on the screen that says, this is a pre-order hit. Just so everybody can tell and knows when it's been so popular on pre-order. She said this would be that one that I go pre-order hit. That's Hannah's idea. She says I'm working on it. It's a good concept. This is why we always take Hannah's creative input on board. £7.49 a half metre on scarlet. Hannah on air, who remembers the day when Hannah had to present the whole show? Maybe that was on Sewing Quarter. Was it on Sewing Quarter or Sewing Street that you presented a whole day? It was on Sewing Street. When was that? In the little studio. Yes, Derek. Hannah says, I remember. She says it was smaller in the little studio. One, you didn't have any monitors, did you? And two, it was literally like a little... We felt like we were in just... Hannah says, I felt like I was in my bedroom just pretending I was on the telly. But Derek remembers. Derek remembers, Hannah. So this one's another sort of larger scale print. It comes in 3 different colourways. We've got it in azure, scarlet and navy. Let's do the red first. Let's switch it up a bit. This is really lovely. I think summer dress. I can imagine our Kerry living in loveliness, loving this collection, having a beautiful dress made out of this, because you can, even though I'm saying, look, it's quilting weight cotton, nothing's stopping you doing a beautiful dress with this, summer dress or a circular skirt or something. A lot of people use the quilting weight fabric, especially when you're starting out. It's a nice stable fabric to practice doing dressmaking with. But just check your pattern. As long as your pattern allows for it, it'll be beautiful. Now, half metre looks like this. So this is 1 unit. It's 112 centimetres wide. If you are looking for, you know, looking on your dressmaking pattern, it's 112 wide. If you are multi-buying on this, it will be cut for you off the bolt. So we cut to order. We'll cut however much you want. So if you want, for example, 3 metres of it, add 6 units to your order. Be careful though, if you are using this for dressmaking and you want multiple units, because a lot of these prints are now becoming quite limited, as we've just seen. In fact, now this is 7.5 metres. So my maths is rubbish, but if, you know, a couple of people want this for dressmaking, then that's it, it's sold out, isn't it? £7.49, depending on how much you want. If you do want multiple units, check out early. Right, we'll move on, but it's still there. It's still there, don't panic. Even though we take out the graphics, you can still go through to the customer service team. Let's do the azure. Oh, my tummy's rumbling today. Azure. Oh, that will sort it right out. Hannah's offered me a blueberry. Just one blueberry. Did you say they're from farm foods? Is that a thing? No, it's not. I've not seen a farm food since the 90s. Farm foods? No, there are not. Farm foods, do you remember Quick Save or Safeway? Was it Safeway before Quick Save? Safeway. Quick Save, I remember Quick Save. £7.49 a half metre. Half of this has gone already on pre-order. 12 of you who've got it in your basket, so I'm presuming you're only having one unit. But, you know, lots of you are probably multi-buying, let's face it. Sue says, I remember her doing it too. She did well considering it isn't what she's used to doing. Thank you, Sue. We're getting her on air more often. Oh, she's a true pro now. She's a true pro. Today you're a little bit bunged up, so maybe we won't bring her on today. She got bad hay fever today. Okay. We've also got the navy. What other shops do we remember? Well, obviously Woolworths was my fave. I'm gutted that's gone. We've also got this print. Oh, look! On porcelain as well. That's so pretty. It's got yellow daisies. Oh, I love it. So the deep dark blue. But that really makes your colours pop. It really brings the pinks out. It brings the greens and the yellows. This again is a dress. Oh, I love that. Do you know what? I'm going to call it, I think I prefer this to the azure. I don't know. What do you reckon? That was the azure. The azure is gorgeous, but there's something about having that really lovely midnight blue that makes the colours pop even more so. £7.49 a half metre. Okay, phone lines again have gone wild. If you have got this in your basket, be aware, as there are 6 of you who've got it in your basket. Check out, check out, check out. We are going to leave it with you. So should we do the porcelain? Oh, well done on everyone shopping ahead. It is very busy this morning. I knew it would be. Yesterday was manic, wasn't it? Hannah was saying what a brilliant show yesterday was. Today's going to be just as good, I promise. Have you been searching for pre-order here? Across all of the channels, across all, how many channels have we got? Gem Collector, Gem, obviously Gem TV, we've got Jewellery Maker, Lifestyle, Hobby Maker, Sewing Street. I feel like I've missed one. That's 6, and they've never used pre-order hit as a graphic. Charlie's been spending like 8 this whole time going through all the graphics that have ever been used in the history of Gemporia. No, never been used. Message from Elizabeth. We have farm foods in Scotland. I have mine as regular shop. They also do home deliveries. There you go. They haven't been Redditch apparently. We had one in Tamworth. When it closed, I've never seen one since. Literally years ago. Near the bus station in Redditch if you want to go. How are your blueberries from there? Nice. She's going to treat me to one. And she says they're the best nectarines she's had in a long time. That didn't sound creepy the way you said it at all. Oh, they're the best nectarines I've had in ages. $7.49, and this has got the porcelain background, which is just slightly off-white. Right, single figures on that one. Okay, let's do the little ditzy prints because these are beautiful. We've got, again, 3 colourways, your azure, your navy, and your scarlet. Scarlet first. This is the one that I said about Christmas. 5 metres. Sorry to talk about Christmas. It is very early. We're going to be talking a lot about Christmas next week. These are the ones. Thank you. £7.49. I know it's never too early to get prepped for Christmas, especially if you're making to sell. You're probably going to start thinking about putting things out on your craft festival. What, from like September, October maybe? £7.49 a half metre. Your mini floral scarlet. That is gorgeous, isn't it? It is one of those that's going to be perfect for all year round. Why? Are you having an artificial tree this year, Hannah? Because of the allergies that Hannah has. She says, very bunged out. Gosh, it's such a shame. Not only do you have allergies this time of year with your hay fever, she also gets really itchy when she has a real... She says decorating the tree last year was a problem because they both come out in a rash. Oh dear. You and Steph, it's a good job you're both the same. It's Good job, you're both so alike, isn't it? Should we do the navy or azure? Navy. We've got 10 minutes till Wendy's here. We're going to whiz through as many as we can. Don't worry if we run over, because we will make sure Wendy has her whole hour. Oh, we've got loads of Wendy today. She's with us for 3 hours. Oh, hi Vicky. Forgot farm foods and Iceland. Yes, I get farm foods mixed up. I thought you meant Iceland when you said you got them from farm. I really like Iceland. I went in there with my father-in-law a few weeks ago, and I'm not going to lie to you, I hadn't been in Iceland again for a long, long time. They do big brands. I think a lot of the restaurants must have, in lockdown, made contracts with them, and they've got all the big brands at discount prices. They're very good. And yeah, my father-in-law doesn't drive, and he says if you spend over £25, they'll deliver it for you for free. How good's that? £7.49. So this is with your navy blue. Sorry. Promoting those brands. Maybe I need to mention 3 others. You can also shop at Waitrose, Sainsbury's or Tesco's. Oh, Hannah's adding more now. Asda. I didn't know we're just playing how many supermarkets can we name. Morrison's, Quick Save. Oh my gosh, they're now listing places you can buy frozen foods. How did we miss Aldi and Aldi and Lidl? Right, these are Moda quality. As you're brand new in today, doesn't it remind you of like the Ditsy Scale Liberty prints? I am thinking, you know, like men's, you could do a really lovely dicky bow or bow tie or twilly, as Mark Francis wears, with pocket squares and things like that. I love this. I think that's really beautiful. Nice small scale print. Sorry that I'm rushing you now. We've just got a lot that we want to squeeze in. I've got the large scale prints. I think I've worked with you long enough to know your brain, Hannah. Is it these ones? It is. Yes, we're in sync today. So this one doesn't come in scarlet. It comes in porcelain. So this is lovely. Oh, I tell you what, garden cushions, conservatory blinds. Gosh, that is beautiful, isn't it? Oh, definitely get this by the ½ metre. Grab yourself some H640. Make yourself some beautiful plush, big garden cushions. That's stunning, isn't it? I wouldn't want to subcut this. I don't think I'd want to cut this down for patchwork. I'd want to keep that in large scale prints. Even framing it, doing some embroidery over the top of it. £7.49 ½ metre. We have, yeah, more about supermarkets, sorry. Any management watching? All the messages today just about supermarkets. We have a farm foods in Nottingham. Safeway became Morrison's. Yeah, my whole wardrobe when I was a kid came from C&A. I do remember it well. From Debbie. Thank you, Debbie. We're talking about nostalgic supermarkets. And we're talking about Moda Wildflowers. It's obviously linked to Moda. Oh, that's funny. Right, we've got the navy blue, and as you are, you be careful with that sewing machine. That is very heavy, very, very heavy. We've got the navy. We've got Wendy Orlando with a big dookie coming on at 9 o'clock today. Right, so this looks spectacular, doesn't it? So that's a completely different look. It looks like wildflowers at night, doesn't it? Tom's Midnight Garden. Is that a film? A kid's book was made into a film. It was one of Hannah's favourites. £7.49 ½ metre. Lovely bright pinks, blues. Oh no, we're going to get in trouble. Everyone's loving the supermarket chat. We've got a lot of messages coming in about different supermarkets. Let's do the azure. Go on. Tom's Midnight Garden. I don't know it, no. Maybe I do if I see a picture. Is that what you've had to do, Charlie? Let's look at a picture of it. That's what it reminds Hannah of. Go on, what's another supermarket then? I don't remember Presto, Carol, in County Durham. No, don't remember it. Fine Fair, supermarkets. Everyone's going to be shouting at the telly at us because we don't remember these ones. What's the one that you have up north that's equivalent to Waitrose that we don't get down south? Booths. No, we don't have booths down here. Oh, I've not been to a Booths before. A Boots or Booths? Booths. On holiday, that's where Hannah wanted to go, to Booths. £7.49 a half metre. Lovely lime greens. Do you remember when Woolworths then changed to Big W? Did you ever go to a Big W? They had a Big W shop. It was a bit like the Range. Okay. I've got red and blue flowers. I think it also comes on all of them, yeah. So you've got these. This would be a nice little bundle, actually, if you get half a metre of each of those. Porcelain background first, ending in 67. Oh, okay, this is the most limited in the colourways. I'm now thinking of like bunting or tea party bits and bobs. I think it's the colours. They're lovely, aren't they? We've got is anybody attending any of the Commonwealth Games whilst they're visiting Birmingham this year? I know lots of people visiting Birmingham after Hannah's recommendations of where to holiday in the UK. This is the Azure. It's true. It's true. We've had loads of messages of people saying, I've booked to come to Birmingham now, Hannah. I think you should do a little like open top tour bus. You on the microphone. £7.49. So just to warn everybody that is coming, the roads are going to be closed in King's Heath at the end of the month, of course, because they're going to be doing. In fact, I say that there's a lot of road closures because we've got the triathlon going past our house in Warwick. Yeah. You've got the relay race. Oh, there you go. All over Wolverhampton, there's the cycling going on as well. It's gonna be really fun getting to work, isn't it? Some of these days we might be a bit late. £7.49. I've just worked that out, that we've all got events going on outside of our house. Navy blue and scarlet. Yeah, sorry that we're running over slightly, but don't worry, Wendy, we'll get our whole hour to show you the lovely Let's Go Round Again quilt. Hi, Chris. Chris says, I danced in the closing ceremony of the Commonwealth Games when they were in Manchester in 2002. That's cool. Oh my gosh. Like, you actually officially were dancing, or you were just having a dance, just in the stands, like, I danced there. Because Hannah can say that she's danced at lots of events, if that's the case, Chris. Oh, that's brilliant. £7.49 a half metre for your Wildflowers berries. Why is this one called berries? I think someone thought that they were berries, and they've named them here, but they're not. They're little flowers. Right, we've got the scarlet. We're nearly making our whole way through the mega bundle. Don't forget, there might be one mega bundle available. It's worth having a look on the website to see if there's any of those left over. £7.49 for your scarlet, and it is a beautiful red. Moda have got a stunning colour palette. Obviously, they're very, very good at what they do. Final print. Final print. It comes in 3 colourways: porcelain, azure and navy. Should we do the porcelain first? I love this. This is the one that we said makes almost like secondary patterns from a distance, with the blues and the reds. It's very, 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 very pretty. Oh, this would make such a little pretty, a little Maisie dress, wouldn't it? A little baby dress. I say baby, she's not even a baby anymore. She's 10 years old now. No, she stands on the front garden. We've got a primary school opposite us. In the morning, she loves to stand in the garden and wave to all the school kids going to school. And I'm like, oh my gosh, one day you're going to go to school. This would be so pretty as a little girl dress though, wouldn't it? 749.5 metre. Your Wildflowers multi-floral in porcelain colourway. Let's do azure or navy, whichever one you want to do, Hannah. You're in charge, you're the boss. Azure. Deep blue, but it's like a more of a, so you've got the midnight blue. Let me show you again the difference. Very slight on air, but that's azure and this is navy. Remember, Wendy's going to be here with the quilt that's behind me. Anybody who's ever been scared of doing colours, we're going to demystify them for you. This collection as well, this is a beautiful collection. Is it a Moda one as well? They look like Moda florals, don't they? It's really lovely. We then also have the deep navy. That's all of them, by the way, then. We've shown literally the whole collection. We have got a pre-cut to show you. Wendy's literally dancing in the wings, making a lot of noise as well. What did Chris say? Part of the main event, so not like Wendy dancing in the wings of Sewing Street. Chris was part of the main event of the Commonwealth dancing in 2002. We could do it, couldn't we? We could, you know, I was just practicing my, we could do a little floss. Can you floss, Charlie? Morning from South Africa, says Lynette. I think you are is anybody watching anywhere further than South Africa today? Hello, yeah, they're in the gallery. That doesn't count, no. You're literally in the next room along. It isn't very often that we get to do this in the same show. Generally, we'll have a collection in, and then a few weeks later, we may or may not get pre-cuts. A lot of people have spotted this on pre-order. The 10-inch charm pack. Oh, can I just tell you something, actually? We had a look on the website. If you go onto Moda's website, I don't even know whether I should show you this, but we're going to. Let's do it. If you get the charm pack today, go onto Moda's website, go onto Inspiration and Resources. Look, click free patterns. They actually have a pattern that goes with this collection. There it is, Wildflowers, and it is a PDF. It is for a 10-inch charm pack. Now, you'll need a solid for a background, but it is all about using your 10-inch charm pack with your Wildflower 10-inch solids. So they've used navy background for it and a binding, but it's absolutely beautiful, isn't it? Really, really beautiful. So you're getting all of these, all the prints that we've just shown you in 10-inch squares. So you're not losing any of the beauty of the larger scale prints. You've got your ditzes in there. If you couldn't make up your mind between your azure and your navy or your porcelain, your scarlet colorways, they're all in there. You get the whole shebang, all 42 pieces, $47.99. Check out of your baskets if you do want your only pre-cuts of this collection that we have. It is very, very versatile, though. I know that I always say that Stuart Hillard did tell me the most versatile pre-cut he recommends is the 10-inch charm square. Very, very versatile indeed. And it's got all of the prints. If you don't know it as a charm pack, you might have heard them being called stackers, you might have heard them being called layer cakes. There's different names depending on different brands. These are 10-inch pre-cut squares. They've got pinked edges as well, so it doesn't matter if you're not using them straight away, they're not going to fray. Okay. We'll keep that around and show you later on opened if that's okay. What we'll do, though, is we'll get Wendy on as she is eagerly awaiting in the wings. We've got the quilt that's behind me coming up next. Have a look on the website because there's loads selling on pre-order today. It's a very, very busy day, including your Quilt As You Go pattern. Already selling. Well done if you've got it. It's coming up at 12 o'clock today. We might talk about it in a minute with Wendy, though, so stay where you are. We're back with Wendy Orlando after this.
Hi everyone, my name's Jules Mayouf and I'm really excited to be a guest designer on Sewing Street. It's combining two of my favourite things, which are sewing and designing. I live in London at the moment, but I'm originally from Staffordshire So I think I've got a combination of two really great things. So London's really diverse and lots of different cultural impacts, and then Staffordshire is very rural, so there's a lot of country influence in what I do. My grandma first taught me to sew when I was in my early teens. She was a dressmaker and she was always sewing and taking in orders from different people. And I think I got my initial love of sewing from her. I started making my clothes because I couldn't find anything that was fashionable, so I created my own fashion. Bit dubious at times probably. I remember once I bought some really lovely, as I thought, heavy brocade material. I created a pencil skirt, thought that was fabulous. It turned out to be curtaining. And I got quite a lot of stick from that. But you know, in my defence, I was a new romantic, and I think I was just fashion forward. I have done a lot of teaching and coaching and mentoring in sewing in my career, and I would think that probably the best tip that I can give to people, because all age groups have various challenges, but the best tip is to be kind and good to yourself, and don't worry about if you make mistakes, because you've always got your seam ripper to hand. I'm really looking forward to my shows with Sewing Street and helping you have some hints and tips and knowledge, so I look forward to seeing you soon.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Have you heard about all the different ways you can shop on Sewing Street? You can shop on our website, sewingstreet.com, and you can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. Just call 0800 001 4433.
And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay one P&P all day.
Hello, welcome back. Oh, you've already got the graphics in. We're ready to go. Okay. This is the brand new quilt pattern from Wendy Orlando. We've got a whole quilt kit for you, $59.99. I've got to go straight to that price because this is brilliant value for money. I mean, you get a whole quilt kit. And that's for the quilt that was hanging behind me in the last hour. It's gorgeous. A lot of people get scared when they see curves. The amount of times that I say, oh, it's got curves, and therefore if there's some sort of way round getting, pardon the pun, if there's some way of getting round doing curves, then I kind of will. But who better to demystify it than our Wendy? Because she, honestly, look at this. Your instructions are so thorough. Oh, you've got templates in there as well, but you have got step by step instructions, so thorough, so detailed. But also, those of you that know Wendy's patterns and have worked from them before, I'd love you to message in to give anybody who hasn't worked with them before confidence, because she is so clear with instructions that you will be able to conquer curves after this quilt. You've got your templates here as well, which we'll go through with Wendy, and then it's all of the fabrics to be able to do this whole quilt. So you have in here your background fabric, which is this really lovely sort of cream. How much of that do you get, Hannah? We'll have a look at the breakdown for you, but you get 4.5 meters of fabric in total. And I love how sort of vintage it feels. It is traditional colours, beautiful fabrics. So you have 2 meters of cream. Everything else is ½ meter, and it is Moda. It is Moda. I said last hour it looked like a Moda print. It is. So these are Moda fabrics. They're absolutely gorgeous quality. Look at that. ½ meter of each of your large floral prints. I know Wendy absolutely loves this colourway. Just £59 and 99 pence for 4.5 meters of your fabric and your pattern. That one's gone straight into baskets. Don't wait for the end of the demo, just trust me, because the problem is, like with every show that I've done with Wendy recently, I mean, well, I say recently, from day dot, all of the patterns are always very, very popular. They always sell out. That's why we're doing the roundup show at 12 o'clock, because we've managed to restock as many as we possibly can for everyone who misses out during the shows. But please do remember that you're getting that whole quilt kit for less than £60, which is brilliant. Wendy always focuses on reassuring people or helping people in areas that they might struggle. So Wendy often designs projects that are going to really expand your skills to that next level. Jennifer's just said, morning Vic and Wendy, her patterns are fantastic, so thorough and clear and in easy language. Making once scary things achievable. Exactly my point, Jennifer. That's what we want, isn't it? That's what we want as learning to craft and learning to quilt, is to get to that next level. And things that scare me a lot are curves. So to be able to do a quilt that is all about curves, it's achievable. It is achievable. This is what the end quilt looks like in this colourway, by the way, if you missed the first show. Beautiful. Really, really beautiful. Oh, look, there's Wendy's little helper. Not available with the quilt kit, I'm afraid. Most gorgeous model, $59.99. And then the one that Wendy is going to be working with. Hey Tom, thank you for tuning in on your holidays. I know so many people message in on their hollybobs. Tom's in Wales at the minute. Right, we've got another gorgeous bundle. Don't go by the picture on the website, go by what you see on screen now, because this is right, the picture on the website is wrong. They put the wrong image. The second image is right, weirdly. So flick across, the second image is right. So that image is right, there you go, that's what you get. So you've got your background fabric this time, which is white. It's gonna look gorgeous with white fabric, and then you're getting ½ meter. I've never seen these prints before. This is a lovely collection. Again, it's Moda, so it works. It's the Moda Love Lily collection. Oh, I love that fabric. That is so, so nice. And then you've also got 2 florals with it as well. This is gonna look great. I'm excited to see this starting to come together. Completely different to the other one. $59.99 and all of your instructions, including your templates. Any other little bits and bobs that Wendy recommends we'll talk through throughout the show, because I know that she's got a couple of key tools that are going to really help us out when we're sewing and cutting and working with curves. So £59.99, ½ meter of each of your pattern fabrics, and then you're getting 2 meters of your background, all for less than £60. And then Moda, the designer fabrics as well, so I think that is brilliant. Bearing in mind, when you know how much quilt kits can cost from Moda, we're generally talking over £150 even here, so absolutely make the most of that. Any questions? Get them in. Any questions about curves? Today is the day to message in, studio@sewingstreet.co.uk, or message in on Facebook. I've got the Facebook Live open. Now that's called Purple Bundle. Moda Love Lily Purple Bundle. How are you?
Good morning.
Wendy? Are
I'm
you all good?
absolutely fine, and you?
I'm really, really well. I'm so pleased that you've managed to do the instructions on their own as well, because a lot of people do get really scared of curves, and it's good to be able to try them out maybe with your stash that you've got at home as well.
But also, because as you can see, it's very tiny, each segment is tiny, be amazing for memory quilts as well. So if you've got little bits of fabric from special items of clothing, then that's all you need for
Brilliant.
1/4.
Now, these have already been selling like hotcakes on pre-order. They're £9.99, and it comes with the template. Does come with the template. All of your instructions from Wendy, how to conquer your fear of curves. Or even if, you know, you are, if you love sewing curves, you're an expert at it, there might be some tips in here that will make it even more sort of efficient and easy for you. So I always think it's interesting as a sewer when you read other people's patterns, and even when you've done something your way for years and years, you might just read somebody else's way and think, actually, you know what, that's really helped me out.
It works better. And today we're going to be using a glue pen as well. So yeah,
okay.
you haven't used one of those before.
£9.99 for your instructions on their own. We'll come to the glue pen in a moment. We have got the Solan glue pen back in stock, and we'll see how invaluable actually this is going to be for this project. It's perfect. So when did you start sewing curves and things like that with quilts?
Well, I'm a bit of an oddity because I'm not, this is going to sound awful, I'm not really scared of anything. I'll have a go.
Yeah.
And so I've always done them, but they are a little bit difficult because you have to try, it's almost like you're fitting a square peg in a round hole.
Yeah,
because
exactly.
The curves, and especially when you're doing a curve within a curve. So we've got a convex and a concave arc, and they naturally, you'll see as I put them together, they want to go in the opposite directions.
Yeah.
And that's always scary because it just looks, how am I ever going to get that to fit? But I'll show you, and it's very easy.
Now, you've included the templates, haven't you?
Now the template, it's a really substantial template this time because I didn't want a paper one. I wanted one that you could, if you want to, you can photocopy it or trace it, but it's nice and thick. It's 300 GSM, which means it'll be perfect. I've made 2 quilts with one template, and it's still going strong. I mean, it's
That's very shiny.
It is, which means that it's not going to absorb the ink if you're using a pen as well. It's not going to absorb it as much. There will still be a bit of it. But yeah, and when you cut these out, decide where you want to cut and make sure you cut both of them on the same line. And that I always cut just on the outside of the dotted line so I can still see it. Now the dotted line is the seam allowance.
Yeah.
Seam allowance has been included. You don't have to worry about anything. Everything has been done for you. But make sure you cut both templates out on exactly the same line, because even a millimetre either way, it's then not going to fit as well. And I'm always going on about my pop sack, your preparation of your project, your seam allowance consistency. It's crucial when you're doing curves that you do both of those. But again, as we get through, you'll see that it's not scary.
And the fabrics, I love the Moda, the one that's already been made up. You also got a cushion here.
Well, again, I will explain. I've made a 3x4.
Yeah.
Now, you have enough, if you want to make a 4x4.
Okay.
You have enough material to make.
In the bundles you've got enough?
In the bundle you have enough. So I've made a cushion. You'd probably get a couple of cushions out. But the reason I've only done a 3x4 is, and you don't get the backing fabric included, but this is just standard width fabric, which means that you don't have to have extra wide fabric to back it with if you don't want to. And also, what I'm going to show as well, and I really set myself up for a fall today, in the hour that I'm not on, I'm going to try and quilt as you go the one that I'm making today.
In 1 hour?
So I think I had to sit on my hands out there trying to get prepared. I'm going to see how far I get.
Okay.
With quilt as you go.
Amazing!
I'm not going to lie. I've done 8 of the blocks. I've quilted 8 of the blocks. So all I need to do is quilt the last one and then put it together.
How big are those blocks?
So they're 14.5 inches.
Right, I'm trying to work out your finished size. There was a question asking the finished size of the quilt.
It is in there, and I've had lots of sleeps and I can't remember. 42.5 inches by 56.5.
That's if you do it 3x4.
If you do it 3x4, and I say approximately, because we all so different. But it's going to be there or thereabouts.
Perfect. Thank you for your question.
So because it's 42.5 wide, and even standard fabric is 44,
Yeah.
it is a tight squeeze because normally I like to have quite a lot around the edge, but you can do it.
So in terms of, you've mentioned about quilt as you go, the one on the wall isn't quilt as you go, is it?
So the one on the wall, and in the instructions, I've given you a guide how to quilt it. So it's not saying every single step of the way you do this. It's very explanatory and there's pictures to show you what to do. But this is an expression where I want you to be able to do what you want here. It will work perfectly with quilt as you go.
So you can do this as quilt as you go?
So you can do it as quilt as you go if you want to.
With sashing in between, basically.
Yes.
Perfect, and we'll see that later on, because if you want
will.
your quilt as you go instructions that Wendy's written for any of your quilt as you go quilts, they are back in stock. They're already selling on pre-order, but we'll talk more about those at 12 o'clock.
Yeah.
Brilliant. Okay,
Yeah.
so where do we start with this then, Wendy?
So the first thing, as I said, is cut your template out.
Yeah.
So you either cut it on the outside of the dotted edge or the inside, but as long as you do the same on both. I personally like to cut it just on the outside. As you can see here, I've just, and Mike, you'll have to excuse it because it's not it's messy because I've drawn around it. And I've used it and used and used it. So you cut your 2 templates out. If you want to photocopy them, photocopy using the thickest card your printer will allow, because when you're working with curves, each time you compromise this edge, it is going to put it out. But as I say, and also I have a little bit of wiggle room with mine. You'll see that I say cut to size, because each step of the way as you go along, if you've cut it to size as you go, then it's going to fit at the end. So you make your block and then you trim it to size. Now, I haven't said, I'm telling you now that they should be 14.5 inches when you've put the 4 sections together. It doesn't matter if they're not, because I wanted to get those that are new to this, if it's not quite right, it's like, oh, it's not right. It doesn't matter. Just make sure when you trim all your blocks, you trim every single one to exactly the same size and you'll be fine. But 14.5 is what they should be. But as I say, just cut them all the same size.
If you do want to make your templates from template plastic, I believe we have some available. You can trace it onto. Do we have it in the show today? We're just going to run it through. It's
now that would have been even
£3.99.
better.
Okay.
That would be even better, because eventually anything that's got paper in it is going to, the edges are going to burst.
But if you're going to
slightly.
make it again and again and again.
Oh, well, I've already made 2, and
Yeah.
I'm going to do the idea. I've got lots of little bits of fabric, and they all mean something to me.
Yeah.
So I'm going to put them together. Now, although I've called it Let's Go Round Again, you construct the block in 4 sections. So it's 4 quarter circles. So we'll start off with this one. So you have got a complete circle here, but they're made up of 4 sections. Now, you'll see the picture on the instructions and the quilt behind me. If you don't want to make it like that, you can make it exactly how you want. You will get a little bit more fabric than you need. So if you prefer one pattern more than the other, then just do that. And also, I don't know if Charlie can get the picture up, but you can see, there he is.
He's on
there.
it. He's
So
done this before.
This one here, I've only used 3 colours for the circles.
Right.
And then the 4th colour is the binding, which meant I have 1 colour not used. So if there's a particular fabric that you love, that you want to use it for another project, you're going to have enough to do it in 3 colourways.
Gosh, okay.
The reason I've put 4 in there, plus your binding, is I want you to be able to make this
4.
one.
Yeah.
So you've got 1 of each colour here, and that's why we wanted to put 4 fabrics in there. But you'll see I've made a cushion out of it, and so there'll be other things that you can make. So this is the 1 of each fabric, and then you have your semicircles. Now they can be vertical or horizontal, depending how you want to put them. Then you've got your 3/4, and I couldn't sleep last night because someone didn't want to go to bed in the room above me and kept me awake. And I was thinking, if you did these in primary colours, how amazing, you could have them in the blocks. How amazing would it be for school children?
Yeah.
Because you could teach them 3/4.
You teach them the time.
You could, couldn't you? Never thought about that one. But also things like this, and sometimes when we're younger, things like this are really hard to get your head round. Now, these 2 here have got the same elements in them, so they're both half circles, but they don't look like it. So you can teach that actually that equals that, even though they don't look.
I'm learning fractions here.
Exactly. Exactly. So you've got your halves and your quarters, and you can quite easily see here that 2 of those quarters actually make up a half. So if you did them in primary colours, you could teach the colours as well. So that would be a fantastic, and you could have it as a picnic blanket. So it's an all-in-one.
Oh, well, you could do those little pies as a picnic blanket and do little pies, couldn't you? If you know somebody who loves baking. Or I'm thinking, you know, anybody who's a nursery or preschool teacher, going off to summer now, you're going to need new things for a classroom maybe. This is lovely.
That would be amazing.
Primary. It's like that little maths corner,
yes,
couldn't you?
Yeah.
Really interactive.
So I did think that.
There are lots of ideas. If you do want the pattern on its own, if you've got different fabrics, different colours, I'm thinking this is going to look really, really cool. Monochrome black and white.
Yes.
Using your background as different colours as well.
You don't have to have a plain background. The only thing that I would say is if you don't, it tends to fade into the background where you want it to really stick out, but there's nothing to stop you doing
How
that.
lovely would it look as ombre or in like rainbow colours? And I mean, there's so many different ways. It would look completely different if you were to do it as, like you say, even solids, quite bold colours. Do you know that quilt, the quilt that Hannah's now got in her lounge that you did? You could do it in those sort of colours, changing background colours. Do you remember the one that I mean? It was the Bauhaus house quilt.
Oh my
wasn't
goodness,
it?
have you finished it, Hannah? Has Hannah finished it? Or is it
She
just...
hasn't finished it just yet. She doesn't want you to ask her about it, but it will be.
Right,
We'll
what
be
I'm going
ready
to
soon.
say, Hannah, bring it in, and I will finish it for you.
She wants to finish it.
Oh, does she? I'm sure
wants
she
to do
doesn't.
it.
I'm
She
sure
wants to do it herself.
I'm sure she'd be pleased if I made it for her. I'm more than happy to.
Thank you, Wendy.
More than happy to. No pressure, because, you know, we're all busy people, aren't we?
Yeah.
Oh, bless her. So I'm going to now, I've cut out most of them, but I'm going to show you that if you fold your fabric over, and I've already cut 2 out here, and you lay your template on, you can cut 2 at once.
Okay.
And also you'll see in the instructions that there's a guide here how to lay. I mean, it's only a guide, you don't have to, but if you almost like top and tail, especially this one, you're going to be able to get, so if I did that one
That looks like
there,
a different pattern as well, doesn't it? That looks like a different, like another shape that you can make out of your templates.
but no, it's just, it's weird, isn't it? And then you just turn it that way, and then you turn it that way, so you can then cut out more, rather than just going, I'll cut one there, and I'll cut one there.
Oh, I see what you mean.
So you can turn them, so that you'll get even more out of your fabric.
Right, okay. I was going to say that looks like another new shape that you can recreate using those templates.
Oh.
Just saying.
I'll let you try that one. So I've put my fabrics right sides together. Now you can cut them out on a single layer. Again, if you're fairly new to sewing, to needlework, just cut out one, but I'm going to go for it, and I'm going to cut out 2.
Right, what do you cut with scissors or rotary cutter?
Well, I'm going to draw around it first.
Okay, I always find curves a bit scary with the cutting.
Right, so just hold this. I mean, you can see that being 300 GSM, it's static. It stays there. It's not going anywhere.
Is that a heat erasable or a water erasable?
Now
pen
this
you're
one
using?
is a water erasable, but not really going to see it because it's going to be behind.
Okay.
You could use your friction pen here. I've left mine at home because it's on the floor. You know, do everything on the floor at home. I've left it at home. I'm just going to draw around it like that.
Yeah.
Now you have a couple of ways that you can cut this out. You can either use your use your ruler and trim it. Now again, you want to be looking at the same point. If you're going on the outer edge, then make sure you go on your outer edge of the whole templates. If you're going on the inner edge of the line, if you go on the inner edge, it's going to be exactly the same size as the template, because when you draw around a template, the line nearest that is going to be the same size. But again, as long as you cut them all out the same, and then, I don't know if you've got them on today, these are fabulous for cutting round corners.
The little
Have you
rotary
got the baby
cutters.
one?
What size are they? Is that 18 or what's the size of it? Do you know? 28, sorry.
Sorry, yeah.
28.
So say 18 is quite tiny, yes. So I've got this one, Now these,
so that's your 45.
So that's my 45 one. Now you can cut with the 45, but you can see that the blade goes across much wider, whereas this one's got a diddly little blade, and you can get around the curves. Now keep your fingers away from them.
Oh, it's only $6.99 as well. That's a
No
really
way.
good price. I think it's the most affordable rotary cutter that we have.
And I'm trimming, or you can use your scissors.
That's not too scary though, is it?
That wasn't scary at all.
No, it's quite a smooth curve.
And it's lovely and smooth. And then, oops, you want to keep your layers together if you can. I've just moved them, but try and keep your layers together. Now again, you can either use your scissors. I always find that I can't beat a ruler for straight edge with me, because I do sometimes get a bit sidetracked, distracted. Whereas with this, and if I'd got my twisty, I can't think, the one that, you know the one that you can...
the rotating, yeah.
Yeah, you know the one that you can snap shut, that one.
Yeah.
I'm never going to let you forget that one. Because we're working with 2 layers, you want to keep those 2 layers together. And that's that. That's how easy that is. And then for the other one, I'm not going to cut this out because I do have one. Or I don't know if I've got 4. Yes, I have got 4. But you'll do exactly the same. So you draw around it, and then I would use the rotary cutter, but to have a practice on some scrap fabric, if you're not used to using these, I'd use that, or use your scissors and then cut all the way around.
Brilliant.
It is quite important that you cut as accurately as you can with all of them. So
it's going to make your sewing easier.
It will make it much, much easier. Now, I think let's have a one of each. So let's have
so we can see all these lovely fabrics. That's
They're
your
gorgeous.
going to be your main graphic. I think it's called Love Lily collection.
Oh.
So beautiful.
And so we've got those, and I have cheated a bit here because I have already made my binding. So you also get that fabric, which is
brilliant,
fantastic. Now, as you can see, that's how the circle is made, and then these fit around the outside. Now, you look at them and think, no, they're not going to fit. They're absolutely not going to fit because they don't.
I'd be scared thinking that I've done my cutting wrong.
Yeah,
so don't panic at this point.
Do not panic, you have not cut them wrong. They shouldn't fit because don't remember we're going to sew these together and we need to allow for that seam allowance. So when I designed this one, if you remember the one that we did make many moons ago, it had a very, very thin edge around the edge. Now, it's really hard sewing in a curve as it is. Well, it's not hard, you'll see it isn't when I do it, but the more fabric you can have at this section, the easier it's going to be.
Right.
But that doesn't mean that you can't trim it off at the end. If you wanted to have your circles touching, then just trim a quarter of an inch each way from the edge of the circle, square it off, and then when you sew them together, your circles are going to touch.
Oh, nice.
So that's why I felt it was really important not to tell people you must cut it to 14.5 inch. You trim it to what size you want to trim it. So you could do it that way. So the first thing we're going to do is...
Oh, do you know, I just had another brainwave of what I want to do. I want to do the circles in Christmas fabrics and do like little, like they could look like balls. You could put like little applique, just little, or do some free motion, sparkly bits coming off, and they could be baubles, couldn't they?
And if it's too daunting to do the whole 12, then just have plain blocks in the centre.
Yeah, exactly.
You don't have to do all of them if you don't want to. But well, I think once you start, it's just a little bit addictive doing these. So the first thing we're going to do is make the 2 fabrics work together. Now, I've done it as I always do. I have a fabric that you can't see the back or the front. It really doesn't matter. With the quarter circle,
just so you know, sorry, the picture on the web is incorrect. Just to remind you, the one that Wendy's using, it's the fabrics that you see on screen. Second image on the web is correct. The first one is not quite right. I don't know what it's done, but it's glitched.
The other fabric. Yeah, it's the other fabric, isn't it? So you'll get your quarter circle of fabric and place right sides together. And I'm just pressing at the top edge. You don't want to be pressing all the way down because all I'm trying to do at this moment in time is find the centre point along that arch. So the more that you press, the more you have to unpress. And then we do wrong sides together for this one. And you can see it works finger pressing. Oh, the other thing that I would like to just really help you along your way is best press it. Best press your fabric.
Good idea.
This works much, much better if the fabric is stable. So the more stable you can make the fabric before you start, the better. And it really does suit a quilting weight cotton. If you go too thin, again, because we're working on the bias, it's going to distort them slightly. Yeah.
We have got best press. It's brilliant, isn't it? I often put best press. I use it to iron lots of my clothes now as well. Because it gives you such a lovely crisp finish, doesn't it, on shirts and things?
But it's the smell. It fills my room.
Well, which one have we got? Have we got the scented? Oh, we got both. So if you want lavender, amazing. If you don't want lavender, then we have got the scent-free option as well. So what's the point of best press? I know you just sort of briefly mentioned, but it's going, in a nutshell, it's going to help you with.
I think I have best press all of these, to be perfectly honest.
So would you spray it before you cut?
I spray all my fabric before I even make a single cut, because if you don't and you cut it, you've already lost that stability in your fabric.
Okay.
So best press will just make it, it doesn't make it stiff like board, but it will just make it a little bit more rigid and easier to work with, so that when you cut, the bias stay true to the shape rather than going out of place a bit. I best press everything. So as soon as, unless it's tapestry fabric, don't do that. Thick fabric, I don't, but anything a cotton weight, I always best press. So what I've done is I have
Under you.
It is brilliant, isn't it? Oh, have you got? Oh, are you stealing the best press?
I am. This is the lavender one. And it doesn't leave any, so you can use it on any colour fabrics, and it's not going to leave any sort of, on darker fabrics, it's not going to leave any white flaking or anything.
I'm a little bit wasteful, but this is just me. It's like anything. If you've had it sitting on the side for quite a while and you go, psst, you're going to get a big blob come out. So I just give it a little shake, not like, just a little shake, and then I just spray it on a scrap bit just to get rid of that first gloop. And then it's a light spray. You don't want to be doing, that's just a nice light spray
just
all over it.
Oh, because it's got quite a nice fine spritz. I just love that. I love that smell.
It is. It's amazing, isn't it?
So just give it a nice
it's
spritz.
The spritz.
Oh, it smells amazing. This is lavender and vanilla. I know that I always talk about you whenever I have best press, because Wendy normally comes in and steals all of our stock. Not steals, purchases all of our stock. Oh, Jacqueline says, smells gorgeous and it's really good value for money. Well, these are the larger bottles. I only ever used to see the small ones, and now we've got the big ones. They're brilliant. Lucy said it's a must in every sewing room, and never run out. It makes sewing so much easier, especially your patchwork.
And it really does. And if you do it, I mean, you've got to be a little bit careful, because if you're only using a little bit of fabric, you don't want to waste the best press and spray the whole.
No,
so I tend to just cut off what I know that I'm going to use and then best press it.
Brilliant.
But I always do that before any cutting, because otherwise, as I say, you've lost that stability and you don't want to.
Fantastic. So that is your lavender one. We also have the scent-free available. It's same price. It's your Mary Ellen's best press. We'll run the graphics through whilst Wendy's carrying on with us.
Now I'm going to use my, I left this here last time. I was most lost without it.
Your multi-mat. We've got a new colourway of that. Can I bring you the new one? Oh, thank you, Becky. I'm just running around grabbing everything from the studio. I want to show you the new one, because it's exactly the same, but we've got a new one, and yours is a bit well loved, isn't it? Is that yours from home?
Yeah, it's well loved, but I use it every single day.
Oh, no, it's not that. It's the multi-mat.
Sorry, that one. That might be going straight in my basket.
You'll like it.
I think I probably could do.
Thank you. Stripey, there it is.
Oh, thank you.
That's nice, isn't it?
Oh, thank you. That's lovely of you.
They're beautiful. Oh, so multi-mats are great. Why, Wendy? Why do you like a multi-mat?
I do FPP, and they're absolutely brilliant, because as you know, with FPP, you're swapping, you're doing this and you're turning over and you're doing that, you're cutting, then you're pressing. Brilliant, because it's all there. I also use it in the hotel, because it's very
portable,
really transportable.
Instead of taking your big cutting mat and your ironing board and everything.
Absolutely brilliant. And as I say, you can just like mix and match between. Brilliant.
Brilliant.
No, I'm not going to cut it. I'm going to use mine. I'm not going to ruin your one.
No, use it.
All right.
You can use it.
I don't want to, because it's
Look, I've got this one.
That's all right.
That one's yours now to use.
Oh, that's all right then. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to join the two together. Now, it might be a bit controversial for all those quilters out there, and I do apologise, This is your friend when you are doing curves. It is incredible. You know that I'm not a huge fan of pinning, but there are times when you have to pin. Now, this is one of those times you must pin or join them together. If you use this, and I'll show you now. So what we need to do, we've created a valley, and then you put the other valley, so they'll now be right sides together. And we're going to place these together. Now, I won't do the glue until the last moment because it's hot in here and they'll dry out. But what you're going to do, you're going to place these together. And remember me saying that now you've got a convex and a concave, they really look like they're not going to go together. Yeah. So I'm going to glue them, I'm going to keep the fabric where it is, and I'm going to pull it round, and I'm going to put it on that corner, and I'm going to do the same with the other, and then I'm going to wiggle and jiggle the middle bit in. Okay. But if you use your glue pen, now I'm hoping this one's going to run out so I can show you just how easy it is to refill. And I'm dot and dabbing. I don't want to drag the fabric because we're working on the biased, so we're doing a little bit of dot and dabbing.
And it dries completely clear, doesn't it? This is a specially developed glue for fabrics and sews. It's not like using a Pritt stick.
No, and I'm trying to do it within the 1/4 inch seam allowance. It doesn't matter if you don't, because you're quite right, it dries completely. And then I'm going to place the centre where I've marked them both in the middle. I'm going to press it, and then I'm going to place, and you'll see in the instructions that it's all in there and it shows you how to do this. Now, I've actually done graphics rather than pictures so that it's much easier to see.
Wendy, at this point, I'd be thinking, I've done this wrong. That doesn't look right, does it?
It really doesn't. It just looks completely odd, doesn't it? So you can see here, it's like, oh, it's never going to fit. Now, I found it much easier if I work with this bit on top. And what you want to do, you want to place it on top of the bottom layer, but pull it back a smidgen, and I mean a smidgen, so you can just see the fabric behind. If you're following a pattern and it doesn't state trim to size, don't do this. Make sure that they join, because they've clearly done it so that your finished block needs to be a certain size. I've got a trim to size on mine, which means that I've got a little bit of wiggle room. Now look how easy that's gone together.
So you start with the centre and
I'm going to do all 4 of them.
Because otherwise, if you start the one side and glue across, then sometimes you end up really not fitting
That's
at all.
That's why I mean, if you wanted to, you could then find these points. You don't need to. I've made 2 whole quilts with how many? There's 48 in each of them, and not one of them has been off using this method. So again, I'm going to dot and dab all the way around. I don't think my pen's going to run out because I was hoping to show you how easy it is to change the refills.
You do have a refill that comes with your first pen. It's only £5.99 for the pen and the refill. We have got refills back in stock though as well, which we'll come to in just a moment after Wendy's shown us this.
So I'm placing the centre, and then I'm placing those right angles. So at the moment the fabrics are right sides together, and I'm pulling it around and placing it in the corner. So now that I've got those ones stabilised, I'm going to ease this fabric back and place it down. You don't want to push, you don't want to pull, you just want to allow it to fall. And as you can see, it's just falling in place. Now, admittedly, that is because I really spent time on cutting the pieces out so that they were as exact as I could get them. If you're using your hands and tools, there's always room for error, isn't there? Because let's face it, you know, we might get a little bit distracted like me, but they just fit. And how easy is that with, you don't have to pin. Now, don't leave these too long before you stitch them, because the glue will dry out, because the whole point of this is it dries clear and disappears.
And in the instructions, you do give instructions as well of if you do want to use pins, how and where to pin as well. So
I drew those as well. They're my little drawings.
Yeah, you can watch back this show. So this section here, you can see there's lots of text. I love where you use the bold print, because your eyes just get drawn to them and you can just quickly reference
I don't want people to feel that I'm shouting at them, but to me, they're actual key points. They're like, yeah, you do actually need to read that one. So yeah, as I say, I'm not shouting, it's just that I'm hoping that they're helpful points. So don't take that as me having a moan.
You're shouting at us.
I'm shouting, you must do it this way. Because I want everyone to get their machines out, get sewing and not be scared. Just have a go. And how easy is this though? I'm doing this on live
On the
TV.
telly?
On the live TV.
Oh, absolutely. This makes it so much more sort of achievable, doesn't it? And the glue, so it's sort of, is it classed as a temporary glue?
Well,
It's a low tack glue, isn't it? So it's going to stay put whilst you're doing this, but that you are obviously going to still need to sew it down. Is my point, basically.
That's what I'm saying. Don't leave it too long before you do the sewing.
Yeah.
Because it will dry out, and you don't want that to happen. Because if it dries out, then it will come away from the fabric. But I did about 8. And then sewed them because I liked doing batch sewing, so I like to do a bit of this and then do a bit more and then a bit more. But I'm not trying to make it look difficult on here. I'm offering the two together. And yes, if you find that you do need to just stretch it slightly ease it, that's a good word. We don't want to stretch, you just want to ease it. But you can see because the templates have been designed to fit perfectly, they just fit.
They will, yeah.
Now, I've left a fraction, and we are talking a millimetre of the bottom fabric showing. And that's because I'm now going to stitch 1/4 of an inch away from this edge, and because I can see the bottom fabric, I'm using that as a guide. If this fabric had been peeping over at any point, I would have gone like zigzaggy. And we want to create really nice curves.
Just before you sew the curve, can I show you the refills? If you do want to get your refills, because we know the Sew Line glue pen, it isn't just brilliant for curves, it's got so many uses. Your
Zips.
EPP, zips in bags is brilliant. As we all know, as I say, for your hexes, for your English paper piecing, this is brilliant. You're getting all 6 glue pens. Now they're assorted colours, it doesn't matter because they are dry completely clear. And as you said, they're really, really easy to refill. You literally just wind it up to the top.
I can show you.
Thank you.
I will show you. So this one.
Oh no, you still got loads of glue.
I've got loads of glue in that one, but you can see that you've got your bit at the bottom.
When it gets to the end.
Yeah, that's all right. I'm going to get sticky, but that's fine. So you just take it out.
Yeah.
You get your new one. You take your little protective cover off, and then you stick it on the top, push it down, and then release that.
Do you know that
And
little
then
pot?
wind it back down
That's
again.
actually really useful to keep your needles in.
Oh, that's genius.
Yeah, the little lid.
That is
a little
genius.
pot.
So I'm going to show you, see, that's easy. Oh, that's perfect. I'm going to do that. So I'm going to put my other one back on. But you do need it as extended as it possibly can. Oh, that was good that I did it even, because I didn't have a cap to put down. And it's that.
Yeah.
And what you don't want is having so much peeping out that you break the end off,
No.
because I've done that loads of
Yeah.
times. It's a bit like a propelling pencil, isn't
Yeah.
it? You don't want to have a lot stuck out the end, otherwise you'll shear it off.
Okay, so you get all 6 of them, $7.99, amazing price. Morning, ladies. I always dread doing zips. Will the glue pen? You're nodding already, Wendy, aren't you? The glue pen help when applying a zip. Absolutely, Julia. Perfect for that. Perfect.
You do need to put quite a bit of glue on there, and also you need to act quick because, as I say, it's not designed to stick things. It's designed just to temporarily hold them in place.
Yeah.
To help you when you've got so many things going through your machine. Anything that you can help stick those layers together is fine. And the reason I used it for this, and I know there's going to be those that pin, and that's absolutely fine. Now that I'm going to the machine, I would have to take the end pin out. Now, when you take the end pin out, the end just does its own thing. It goes off flying. Whereas now that end is there, and I don't have to worry about it. I'm going to sew 1/4 of an inch, and I'm using a 2mm. I want a nice small stitch, and I've got my 1/4 inch, and I'm using.
What stitch length are you using?
2mm.
2mm, sorry.
So
yeah.
a nice small stitch, and I'm using the edge of that bottom fabric as a guide to follow, and that's the secret to getting a really nice curve. Because I've pulled the top fabric back slightly, I can see the backing fabric. Now take it nice and slow, and because it's not a really steep curve, then you'll find that you don't need to keep lifting your machine.
No, you're not stopping and pivoting at any point. You're
I
just,
don't need to pivot because
no.
I tried to make it so that it was a nice,
Smooth curve.
smooth one. But I've not got to stop. I've not got to remove any pins. I don't know whether it's just me. I prick myself all the time with pins. I'm
Well, you'd have to
very
pin
clumsy.
a lot on this, and I
Yeah.
don't like sewing over pins, but I want it
no.
to stay exactly where it is. And the whole thing of taking your pins out when you're at your sewing machine is that it's probably going to move, or it could move. So the sew line glue pen's brilliant. Now, this isn't gumming up my needle in my machine, is it?
Well, as I say, I've sewn 2 quilts using this technique. Every single one of these have been sewn with glue, and my
Yeah.
machine. Obviously, I didn't read the instructions, but.
Well,
yeah,
it just says here, it's quick, convenient, effective way to hold fabrics
Yeah.
together that's easier than pins. So anything
Yeah.
that you would ordinarily pin that you don't want to pin, use a glue pen. It's like you say, it's not cheating. Quilters out there who are, you know, purist quilters, it's still not cheating. It's
Yeah,
fine.
I mean, as I say, it's a little bit controversial, but I'm all for, if I can get someone that's thinking I can't do that to do it,
You can.
then that's my job done, because all sewing is sewing in a straight line. Even though we're going around a curve, the machine's still sewing straight.
Yeah.
It's just what we do with the fabric. Now, when you get to the end, try and still retain that 1/4 of an inch. Don't wobble either side, because that will affect when you put it together.
Lynn, we're in sync. She's put, morning ladies, love the glue pens. And it doesn't clog up your needle, exactly what
Yeah.
we were just saying,
Yeah.
Lynn. It's brilliant, isn't it? Really, really specially developed glue. Oh, Michelle's making her travel bag.
Oh,
Wendy's travel bag. She said, I love your makes, Wendy. That's from Michelle.
Oh,
We've
thank
got
you
more travel
so
bags
much. I've
Please
got
email
2
your
with me
picture.
today.
You've got 2 travel bags with you?
I take 2 with me everywhere.
To you. Oh my
Yeah.
gosh. You need to bring them on air and show you.
Oh,
show
well,
them to
they're
us
in
at
the
12
green
o'clock.
room.
Oh, here we go. Claire says, my dad trained as an architect and said a curve is a series of small straight lines.
See? Yeah. But when you think about it, the machine does not know how to sew around a corner.
You
have to make it so.
Yeah, that's it.
That always wants to set to
It will let
the
you go
actual
straight.
machine goes in a straight line, doesn't it? What I'm doing now, all I'm doing is pulling the fabric away from those ends, just in case there's a tiny bit of glue in there, because again, each step, if you can be as accurate as you can. Now, this is where the magic happens. You have the 1/4 at the bottom, and all I'm going to do, you don't need to trim or snip anything. I'm going to finger press it on its way, and that's all I'm doing is trying to get the top fabric to move backwards. And then I'm going to press.
So you're pressing it to the seam to the outer.
So
of
you've got the
circle.
seam
Yeah.
behind. Now, I do talk about nesting in there, but again,
Look at that. Not one pucker.
not one pucker, but more importantly,
It fits.
look at the curve.
Smooth.
And the only
Perfect.
reason that it's like that is because I pulled the top fabric a millimetre away to
Okay.
expose the back fabric, which means that I could forget about the top fabric as I was stitching. And again, and
That's
you'll
amazing.
find every single one of these.
Oh, thank you, Jacqueline. Morning, ladies. I've always been afraid of sewing curves. Not anymore, she says. Such good advice, Wendy. Thank you so much. She says, you both look great. Very grateful from Jackie. Thank you. Thank you for your message. That's exactly why you do these instructions, isn't it? To help anybody who's saying, I'm avoiding curves. Well, you know me. Whenever I'm on air and I see something that's remotely curvy, I say, oh, is that a curve? Like, do you have to sew curves with that? Is it a full circle, or is there any way of avoiding it? Whereas actually, it opens up my mind now of so many patterns that I could do, because I'm not scared of them now.
Now, I'm not going to lie, if you were sewing a complete circle with a complete outer edge, then that would be a little bit more tricky, because then you'd have to, I would do it at like every possible inch that I could mark so that I could join them together. This, you can see with this one here, from a distance, it
It's a
looks
full
like a
circle.
circle, but it isn't. We
Yeah.
know that it's been made out of
quarters,
4 quarters.
yeah.
And it does mean, as we say, that for teaching aids, you can make quarters, 3/4 and halves. Now, I'm going to put these together.
Now, this is the bit that I would be scared of, doing it as a quarter. Do you know what I mean? Like, right, are my 4 going to match up to look like a circle?
Right, so we're halfway there, aren't we? No, I'm gonna have the floral ones opposite each other. Well, guess what? He's coming out again.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yes. So I'm going to take, so we're going to make our block now. So we're going to put the top 2 right sides together and stitch, the bottom 2 right sides together and then stitch them together. So down one of them.
graphics are in for your bundle that Wendy's using. Just to remind you, sorry to sound like a broken record, but the picture is wrong on the website. So if you've got it in your basket, there's a lot of you have got it in your basket, and maybe you're panicking thinking, is it the right one that I've got in my basket? You have, go by what you see on the screen. Remember, this is the one that you get all of your 2 floral prints, your lovely Moda, and then you also get your 2 meters of white plus your instructions, $59.99. Sorry, Wendy, there's just a lot of people who've got it in the basket.
Well, sorry, I'll do the first one without you. So that one's ready to be sewn. Right. So we're going to put these together.
Yeah.
Now, I'll spoil you because now I'm using a pink one because they're different colours. I think one's blue, one's pink and one's yellow.
Yeah,
it doesn't matter. It absolutely doesn't matter. Again, just be a little bit careful because we are working with unpredictable fabric. So dot and dab rather than drag it across. And make sure that you have pressed that so that it's at its fullest. You don't want to have any folds in there. And then we're going to place these right sides together, and I'm not even going to nest them. I'm going to put I'm matching the 2 whites up together. And that's that.
So you're not putting any pins in
here? Not
here?
putting any pins.
Oh, brilliant.
And not putting any pins. Now, the brilliant thing about this I found, now you do have to be a bit careful because remember, it's not permanent. I'm going to pull this back
to check.
And I can check. Now you cannot do that with pins. I've tried and you cannot do that.
No.
So that is perfect. So, and I would challenge you to have a look at my quilt behind and see if there are any places that I'm off.
No.
And I've used this method.
You're not, you show off. You're a show off. They're all matching perfect.
But
perfectly.
If I can find something that helps you,
yeah, that's it.
I'm going to. I've kept my same stitch length of 2 millimeters and I'm sewing them together. Oh, I didn't check this one. I didn't check that this one was, let me have a look. Oh no, that'd be there or thereabouts. But you do have time to redo it if it's not quite right. Now, I know that it isn't a substitute for pins, I know that, but there are times when you want to make life a bit easier, don't you?
No rush, by the way, because I know that we came into an hour late, so
oh, that's okay.
Panic. Oh, Nikki says, wow, I'm going to give this a go. Thank you so much for a great demo. Don't forget, get your instructions on their own. They're £9.99. There's 2 bundles available, the one on the wall and the one that Wendy's using. Have a look through the website. I think everybody's like, do you know what? I'm going to do it. I'm taking the plunge. I'm going to do it. At the start, everyone's still a bit hesitant, like, come on. How easy can you make this for us, Wendy? And you mystified it yet again.
That's what my aim in life is, to make things really easy. I know that people, if you have an ego, you think, no, I want to make things look as difficult. I'm the opposite. Yeah. I want to make it look and seem as easy as it is, because it is.
Yeah.
It is. But my one big advice, which I give to everyone, is make friends with your machine. Mm-hmm. If you know your machine and how it works, you know its capabilities.
Any particular way that you're pressing this, or just the way that it wants to go?
Well, it wants to go the way I don't want it to, so I've been a little bit firm with it, because this is where you do want to nest them. So you've pressed the fabric behind one on that side and then on this side, and then you'll get that nest in the middle.
Oh, I see.
Again, doesn't matter.
You've
do it
got
your
a lot
way.
of seams meeting there, though, haven't you?
So now it's coming out again. It's coming out again. And I'm trying to keep it within the 1/4 inch seam allowance, just so that it doesn't, oh, that's a little bit, now this is brilliant because this is a little bit off, and I'm going to show you that it doesn't really matter, we'll still be able to do it. And then we're going to put right sides together, and I'm matching up the white, and give it a jolly good press, and matching up the white on the other side. Give it a good press, and then I'm going to nest that seam in the middle, and then it kind of falls where it wants to go. And then I'm going to be careful because we are working with quite a long section. I'm just going to pop it back. Yes, I'm happy with that.
Oh, I love this colourway. I think that looks so beautiful now.
Yeah, I just think it's such fun, isn't it? It is such fun. Now, if I was at home, I would have much more time.
Are you not home, Wendy?
No, well, I am. It's a good job I live as far away as I do, otherwise I'd be in every day. They'd be going, oh, goodness sake. Now, I'll give it a jolly good press before I put it onto the quilt, but every single point that needs to be joined is perfect because I had the opportunity to push it together with the glue and have a peep to see if it was in place.
Yeah, exactly, which you can't do with pins.
Now, I have tried.
You can get so far, can't you? And then you're like, oh, well, I think it's kind of close, I'll wing it and go for it and see, hope for the best.
And then you think, should I unpick it? And most of the time, because you're supposed to have happy accidents in things, aren't you? That's the whole point. You don't want it to look shop bought. You want it to be, I don't call it homemade, I call it handcrafted. Because you've made it with love.
That looks amazing, doesn't it? I mean,
how cool is that?
Would be so difficult, like you said, to achieve if you weren't to do it in the 4 quarters. This is really helping a lot of people who struggle with curves.
And admittedly, the bigger the print, the more obvious it will be that it's 4 different.
Of course.
If you use a really, really tiny print, then from a distance you will absolutely not know it's been put.
Especially then depending on what quilting you do. You can hide it completely.
Right. So the one behind, I have just gone down here and round the circle.
Okay.
Now, do pay attention. This, I've used 80-20 in here. It's my absolute favourite for quilts, my favourite. Do read the instructions as to how far apart you need to do the lines.
Because with instructions on your wadding.
On the wadding instructions, because you need to have a certain amount of stitching to hold the wadding in place if it's laundered and stuff like that, because you don't want it to move around in the wash. I think that was up to 3.5 inches, but don't quote me on that, just check that. So then you just have to have your stitching within those dimensions and you'll know your wadding is going to be fine.
So the graphics are in for queen size. It's an heirloom premium cotton 80-20, which is a cotton polyester mix, which is a lot of our designers sort of go-to one. Have a look on the website, because as I say, or on the packaging when you get it home, it will tell you how much you'll need to quilt.
Absolutely. Okay. And then with this one, because this is the one that I'm attempting to quilt as you go in the hour, I've gone across and across and down and down. So I've created like 8 slices of pizza. You can see it a bit clear on the back. Oh no, you can't. And then I'll just go around the circle. So there's only small bits here that haven't been wadded, which means that's going to be fine for that one. Or I do love a crosshatch. I do love a good crosshatch. Oh yes, I've done the crosshatch on there. And I'm sorry, I haven't got rid of the lines. I drew with my chalk pen. I didn't have time to get rid of the lines. So
no, it's good because we can see, there you go, the lines on the darker fabric.
Anyway.
Look great, don't they?
But yeah, so I do love a crosshatch. That's one of my favourites.
On your graphics, the wadding that we're using, it says up to 4 inches apart.
4 inches, right.
So very sort of minimal quilting.
That will be perfect then. That will be absolutely perfect. Yeah.
Brilliant.
Yeah, because the quilting is the more challenging part of it. I have to say, I did it on my little Dukey.
Brilliant.
So I quilted the whole quilt on that. The quilt as you go is even easier because you're doing it in sections. Yeah. So I'm just going to show what it will look like.
Oh, well, in terms of quilt as you go, will I need much more fabric then to do it as a quilt as you go method?
You won't have enough, you won't have enough fabric to do quilt as you go, for the pure reason that you have sashing in between.
Yeah.
So you'll need sashing fabric. You'll need sashing fabric.
Perfect.
But again, it depends how the one behind you is a quilt as you go. That's got wider sashing, and the one I'm going to do is going to have the thinner sashing. So it depends how wide you want your sashing, really.
Okay. Right. Just so you know, the quilt as you go instructions are separate. They are separate. These are for the quilt. They're going to be coming up at 12 o'clock and we'll talk all about quilt as you go. In these instructions, you do get advice of how to, construct your quilt the way that Wendy has on the wall. If you don't want to do quilt as you go, you don't have to. You can do it all as one quilt like you see here. The quilt as you go option, you add strips between. It means you can quilt as you go, basically. Okay. Have you mentioned everything you want to?
So all I'm doing now is I'm trimming it to size. Yeah. So I've made or lots of them, and they've all come out slightly bigger than 14.5. So I just trim mine down to 14.5. If you want to trim them down smaller, that's absolutely fine. Just make sure when you're trimming that you trim away the same amount each side, so that you get that centre, that circle central.
You got all your other blocks, and you are now going to go into the other room, and you're going to put them all together as quick as you go. Oh my word, are you ready?
Yeah.
Off you go then. I'll let you go, because otherwise you're coming back at 11 o'clock and I'm eating into your time already of quilting it. So we're going to see Wendy in an hour. Thank you so much. I'll let you literally disappear out the studio, and I'm going to round up. So instructions available on their own. Let's all have a go. Let's go round again. Love it. You've got, remember, your 300 GSM. Let's do the wobble. You can hear how thick it is, and it's great to keep you cool in this heat as well. It's a lovely fan. You've got template A and template B, and these are going to bring to you that amazing curve that we've seen. Doing it in primary colours is going to look great. Doing it in different designer fabrics, doing it in stripes is going to be quite interesting, isn't it? Ooh. There's a lot of monochromes as well, changing your background colour. You don't need to do the background in a solid. I think everybody's is going to look completely different. Now, in the bundles that we put together, I think you have 4.5 meters, but it's up to you how many you want to do. We've seen cushions, we've seen smaller ones. If you want to do just 4 blocks, if you want to do carry on, of course, and make it even larger. Just having the instructions on your own means the world's your oyster. You can do as much or as little as you want. Have a go though, use Wendy's instructions, and the templates are of course going to be really, really key. You'll use those over and over and over and over again. So we have got the colourway on the wall, which we all love. It's Moda fabric, really sort of classic colours, aren't they? You've got 0.5 metre of each of these gorgeous Moda roses and floral prints. They're beautiful, really beautiful. 0.5 metre of each of these fabrics, so you get 5 different prints. Wendy said that she picked out one for her binding, and then did well, it's up to you whether you want to do 4 colours or 3 colours. You'll have enough to do the size of the quilt on the wall with just 3 of these colours, but you won't be able to do all 4 different quarter colour sections, if you know what I mean. So if there is one of these that you say, right, I just love that for a bag, then keep that if you want for a bag. It's 0.5 metre of fabric. So you get oodles of fabric in these bundles, including your binding fabric in there as well, and your background, all for $59.99. That's the one that's on the wall. Which one's in the lead? This one at the moment. So let's just demystify the photo situation on the web. Charlie, will you show me what everyone can sort of see on the website then? And let me show you what you need to do. So if you go to the website, okay, this is Love Lily, which is the one I'm going to talk about now, which is actually the purple one. So the picture looks like that. It's not those fabrics. So if you click on more details, it's got all the right fabric listings, and the second image is correct. So that's the one that you're actually getting. It's a computer glitch. It's nothing to do with the warehouse, so don't worry. If you order the Love Lily, this is exactly what you'll get. You won't get any of the other Moda ones. You'll get the purple floral, you'll get the pink floral, you'll get the purple Moda as well. You'll also get this spearmint. You're very confident there, Wendy, that you're going to do this before 11 o'clock.
I can't get past you.
You can. You squeeze past.
I need to take Juki with me.
Of course you do. Oh gosh, she's like, come on, hurry up. $59.99 plus you're also getting your 2 meters of your white as well. Right. What I'll do is, because I know that Wendy wants to get on with her Quilt As You Go, we'll recap the tools that Wendy used in our next hour. So stay exactly where you are. Are you ready? Get ready, steady, go. Well, here we go. We are going to be back with Wendy in an hour. We're going to see the Quilt As You Go. Fingers crossed, all ready to go. And then we've also got a brand new bag, patchwork bag, coming up at 11 with Wendy as well, plus a huge roundup at 12 o'clock. It's going to be brilliant. We've got loads of tools to bring you right after this.
Hello, I'm Kerry from Living in Loveliness and I'm delighted to be part of the Sewing Street team. I'm based in Wolverhampton and I absolutely love working with fabulous fabrics. In particular, I love working with fat quarters and showing you how to get the most from your scraps. I love bringing communities of sewists together and encouraging people to sew for greater causes. Most recently, we have been sewing for our NHS and key workers. I look forward to bringing you hints, tips and techniques. I'll see you soon.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Follow Sewing Street and Yarn Lane on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans and Yarn Lane TV Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street and Yarn Lane, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. For Sewing Street, head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. It's exactly the same for Yarn Lane. Head on over to www.yarnlane.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and that's it. You are now subscribed to both Sewing Street's and Yarn Lane's email newsletters. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again. We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task. And sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. Full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and enjoyable as possible. Not only will they take your order, they'll also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
Have you heard about all the different ways you can shop on Sewing Street? You can shop on our website, sewingstreet.com, and you can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. Just call 0800 001 4433.
And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Hello, welcome back, welcome back. What a day. Honestly, I knew that it was going to be as manic as yesterday. We've got so much going on today, and Wendy's going to be here for a 2-hour special between 11 and 1 o'clock. Now, did you see yesterday, though? It was amazing. Back-to-back guests. Janet Clare was in. We had Delphine Brooks. We had Susie Duncan. Of course, John. Was it John here? John's been here a week, hasn't he? This is actually John's show, so on the EPG, you may have seen John's face for a couple of the hours, but yeah, sorry, it's me all day today. We actually did a switcheroony from last weekend. He did last Saturday for me. So, those of you that did see yesterday, oh my word, Janet Clare, look at this! I love that it comes all in a bag. That's amazing. So behind me is a sample that we had printed to give you an idea of what it will look like. Yours will be so much bigger. Yours will be so much bigger. It's a massive quilt. It's an 84 by 84 inch quilt. So look, there's Janet holding a block, one block that's going to go around the outside. So, I mean, they're absolutely huge blocks. Now, I really wanted to see this quilt today. It's a limited edition. It's probably the only chance that I'm going to get to see these fabrics. Moda very, very rarely reprint fabrics, and Janet Clare's not even going to be able to get these fabrics again. This is it, the last that she has of the Botanicals collection to make this quilt. So once it's gone, it's gone. I mean, look, you get your kit bag and you get everything that you see here. I mean, that is a lot of fabric. It's amazing. It looks when I saw it on the back wall, it looks sort of like black and white. It's not. It's got like sepia tones, you've got greys, you've got colours in the birds. It's absolutely amazing. The detail as well in lots of the prints that you're going to see on an even larger scale print is amazing. So, I mean, just come and have a look at some of these beautiful fabrics. Look. Beautiful scenery, beauty. I absolutely love Beauty to Beyond, calm, glorious. That's actually Janet Clare's writing. So these are all her fabrics from Moda. They are absolutely stunning. Now, I mean, it isn't half a metre or it's loads. It's loads and loads and loads. I'm not quite sure of the exact cuts that you're getting, but obviously you've got enough to be able to do a whopping 84 inch by 84 inch quilt. You've got the feathers in there. Look at the birds. Let me spin this round. Missel thrush, wren or robin, a hedge sparrow, a chaffinch. That isn't just my bird knowledge, it actually says it all on it. It's brilliant, isn't it? Look at me knowing all of the birds. You've got gorgeous, gorgeous fabrics. If you love this range, grab this whilst you can. And we've got it on split pay. I don't know if there's anywhere else that has this on split pay. You've got just shy of 12 metres of fabric overall. It's an absolute huge collection. I mean, I love Janet Clare's collection that she did about the space, the astronomy one. It was incredible. This one, absolutely beautiful. Teamed up with Moda again, so it's stunning quality. We've never seen this range before. We were never able to bring it by the half metre. Janet Clare can't even get this fabric again, which just speaks volumes. It's her collection. Isn't it gorgeous? All for $234.99 or $78.33 on split pay. Oh, I love that one. Just shy of 12 metres of fabric. It comes in the bag as well. Now you do get 2 metres of fusible web. You're interfacing. I think that's for your applique actually. You do get that included. Then you also get 3 metres of interlining as well. And Janet actually has showed everybody the technique that she's used, that interlining. So how she does her string piecing in the middle is using interlining. So that's not a stripy fabric. You literally create this amazing stripe using your fabrics with interlining. How amazing. Now, You get your instructions in there as well. You get everything that you need for the top and for the binding. $234.99. $234.99. There you go. So there's your instructions, your interlining, and your fusible as well for your applique, all in a really lovely little bag. Now, those of you that remember that want this, I think this is going to be your last chance. It's limited edition. There were only an exclusive amount that we managed to get here. But so many of you got it, it's last chance. She bundled everything that she had from her studio to be able to put together this quilt, and it's just incredible, isn't it? And she was here yesterday. She was actually here in the studio, so watch the show back. Do you know what time you did this yesterday? If you have a look, it was right at the start of the show, 8 AM. If you want to watch the show back, you can hear Janet Clare talking about this collection with John, the construction of the quilt, and all of the beautiful fabrics as well. $234.99 or $78.33 on interest-free payments. Definitely worth using that split pay option. Okay, we're going to take the graphics out, but we also have the instructions on their own. They're £9.99 if you do want the pattern individually. The thing is, look, don't get me wrong, it's a massive difference in terms of price, I see, but you've got 12 metres of fabric, remember, in the kit, and they're kitted to create this design. So it's going to look lovely in different colourways, but just think about what it is that you want to frame, how you're going to create that stripe maybe. Maybe if you just want to take sections of the animals and use your applique templates, they're included in there as well, your applique templates. So if you do just want to take some of those smaller sections maybe, it's a good chance to get your instructions on their own. The pattern is just £9.99 from Janet Clare. Brilliant. They do have a good flick through the instructions in the show as well yesterday. I just physically don't have them here to show you. So watch back on YouTube or on our website. It's really easy to watch back any shows on our website as well. You just literally click TV Guide, go back to yesterday, and you can watch show. Brilliant. I know. £9.99. Okay. So that is the amazing, oddly enough, quilt that's behind. Should we do the Bondaweb on a roll? Because from yesterday's show, look at this. Delphine, are you watching? Oh no, she was here yesterday. Oh my word, I bet she was all over this. It's actually, instead of buying the smaller rolls, it works out better value for money to get this. It does work out slightly cheaper. And it's just amazing. Those of you that have got your own workroom, you could get one of those, well, it doesn't even need to be, I was thinking, what is it that you hang it on? But just like a pole, like what we've got here. Imagine having your Bondaweb on like a, oh, amazing. But then, put it in the box, keep it, you know, stop it from getting warm or in this heat especially, or when you're done with your project, you can keep it in its nice protective box. When you've done with your designing, you've got your nice box there as well. Now, for anybody who's never done applique before and might be just trying it out for the first time, maybe I wouldn't recommend this for you. But those of you that know how many rolls of Bondaweb you get through ordinarily, or packets of Bondaweb you get through ordinarily when you're doing your applique projects, if you're a huge fan of Delphine Brooks, every one of you needs one of these rolls. You've got 30 metres of Bondaweb. Now, those of you that don't know Bondaweb, it is an iron-on adhesive. You have loads of information in the box as well. Look, it comes with, why does it come with so many leaflets? Oh, this is meant for retail. So we're meant to be selling you bits. So we're meant to be selling you a little bit with a, with a leaflet. So you are getting a great price because you think obviously shops will do a markup when they buy this. We know how much Bondaweb you get. We're selling you the whole roll, so you're getting basically like a trade price, aren't you? you're getting a load of leaflets. Tell your friends. Tell your friends. Take a leaflet when you come and visit my craft studio on Moda Web. £117.99 or £58.99 on split pay. It does actually make it better value for money. I haven't shown Wendy this. I don't want to distract her right now because she will be rapidly doing her quilt as you go. Can you hear her? But this is going to be brilliant for our Wendy as well. Can I keep this out to show her? I want to shock her with my big bundle web roll. Okay. There's also video tutorials as well. There's a QR code. So those of you that haven't used it or want any tips, then there are lots of ways of using your Moda Web for your applique on the YouTube channel. The YouTube. £117.99. Launched literally yesterday. That is very impressive. Speaking of launches, we've just bought on with Wendy our brand new colour in the multi-mat. I love a multi-mat. I love a multi-mat because they are so useful and portable. Those of you that are going to Festival of Quilts, to any workshops, it's worth getting one of these to take with you. It means that you're not having to porter around your ironing board, your cutting mat, all together. So it is a really lovely A4 size, but it does also open out, and this won't damage your spine. The spine, you can literally just open it out like this and use this as a pressing mat. It's all padded, it's lovely. So those of you that are doing patchwork, quite often we're doing lots of pressing, lots of cutting quite often. So just to be able to have your own little station set up where you've got your mat, you'd be able to do lots of your, I don't think Wendy's taken my iron, Wendy's taken my mini iron. Oh, I think I've got another one, but Becky's just getting it for me. If you're doing lots of half square triangles, for example, that you're cutting and pressing, then this is going to be ideal. Thank you. So I'm thinking you've got your little setup of your mini iron, your mat, all ready. So that's your number 1 of 4. It also has your cutting mat. Now, this is your self-healing cutting mat. It's got inches. It's also got centimetres, actually. It's got a 45 and a 60-degree angle, so really useful sizes. Don't get me wrong. You know what I always say, get the biggest mat that your space will allow. You're not always going to be doing, it's not going to, of course, make redundant your large mat. You'll still use that. I'm not saying doing everything on this, but you're not going to be taking your large mats to apron. Taking off dog ears, squaring up smaller blocks, doing your FPP, doing half square triangles, cutting through the centre of them. This is going to be ideal for lots of your sub-cutting. So you've got a really cute little Diddy cutting mat in there. Then you've also got a sheet that's sandpaper. Now, Emma Bradford first introduced me to these. She's an absolute lover. I think she was first to tell us about these quilters multi-mats, actually. And what's brilliant about this is that your fabric isn't going to slip and slide out of the way. So if you've got any fabric that you're going to be marking, let me have a look. So if you've got this, for example, here, and you're going to be drawing, if you're going to be dragging and drawing, it's not going to be slipping out of the way. Whereas if I was to do the action on my desk, look, it's straight away going to be slipping and sliding. Whereas this, to mark out your half square triangles, to draw that centre line, to draw your seam allowance or whatever you want to draw, it holds it in place. Then you've also got like this velour sheet, which kind of acts as a bit of a design wall. Those of you that watched the show with Hannah and I, we had the big cave facet design wall. So if you've got a block, for example, that you're taking to your classes, or you could literally just sandwich it in there. It will stay in place when you shut it and take it on the move. You've got then all of your pieces ready to sew when you get to your class or whether you get home. We've had these in different colours. You saw Wendy's. It was very well loved. Putting it nicely. This is a lovely new one. Maybe you look at yours and think, oh, I'm a bit embarrassed to take that to Festival of Quilts now. I've been using this all the time. A nice new colourway at $19.99. And let's face it, how much do you pay for a pressing mat? How much do you pay for a cutting mat? How much do you pay for, these different aspects? But you will, as you saw from Wendy's, you will use it an awful lot. $19.99, 4-in-1 quilters multi-mat. anti-skid layout mat, your marking mat, your ironing mat, and your cutting mat. £19.99. Morning, Vic. Great show. I find my mat invaluable. I've recently seen it selling at a local retailer for £24. There you go. So a good price as well. I never even mentioned the price. It is £19.99, which is great to say how much you can pay for a pressing mat and a cutting mat. It all adds up, doesn't it? So it's nice to have a nice little portable one. But when I first started in my sewing classes, and I would literally have to take everything with me, and it was a nightmare. So it is great to be able to set up your nice little workstation. You're not having to move unless you want to put the kettle on and get yourself the biscuit barrel. So it's just £19.99. Okay. So that's your multi-mat. What else was it that that Wendy was looking at? The best press. Scent Free has sold out. We've got the lavender. I love the lavender. This is the one that I would go for. So we used this earlier on, and with curves, you saw earlier on with Wendy with her curved quilt, it's another product that is again invaluable. It's something that is going to help if you're working with any oh really, over 50 bottles of this gone today. Anybody who's purchasing Wendy's quilt, if you've not got it, definitely get it. I mean, it wasn't the main focus in the show, but we all know that this is something that we all need in our craft room. You can't be without it. So it's two products in one. It's a starch and it's a sizing. So those of you that are after something that's going to help with bias edges, then this is brilliant. You can use it on all of your fabrics without having any clogging or flaking. Even on your darker fabrics, it's not going to leave any shiny residue. It's not going to leave any sort of flakiness on dark fabrics as well. Even though it's purple, you can still use it on white, don't worry, and it will dry clear. What Wendy has suggested, it's got a really lovely sort of fine mist anyway. It's not going to soak your fabric, but if you just give it a little shake and spritz it from a distance, just give it a spritz, it's not going to soak your fabric. You can see there, it's just made it slightly more, it smells lovely as well. It smells so lovely. I love spraying my bed sheets in this and then giving them an iron, and it makes your workroom smell amazing, but also it's going to give you really lovely crisp bedding and shirts if you are using this for your main ironing as well. But you're right though, at home it is a must for all of your craft rooms at home. I must say the lavender one is always the one that sells out first. So if you have got it in your basket, we had a really good quantity in. I'm so pleased that Wendy's here to talk about this actually, because she is our biggest advocate of best press. Whenever you're working with bias edges or any difficult fabrics, it's really going to help to sort of stabilize it and eliminate, not completely eliminate, you have to still be careful. It's not going to make it stiff, but it's going to make it more stable. So it's going to eliminate the potential warping or what's the other word? Stretching, misshaping with your fabrics. Oh yeah, great for your shirts, great for your ironing, really good for really tough creases. You know, sometimes when you buy fat quarters and they are they're all folded really well and they've got some stiff creases, if you want to get rid of those, give them a spritz of best press and it will soften any really tough creases as well. £11.99. I often as well, sometimes if I've ever, my tumble dryer's been a bit redundant the last few weeks with it being lovely, getting my washing on the line every day. But if I put things in the washing machine and then put it in the tumble dryer and forget about it and it ends up being really, really creased, I give it all a good spritz of best press and it does really help to relax any wrinkles. Just £11.99. Okay, that's your best press. Little mini iron, sorry, that I just mentioned. We've got, if you did get your multi-mat, mini iron is going to be another great one to go with. I love this iron. It's got the strength of your domestic iron without being, of course, big and bulky. It's a really good mini size. Now, not all projects require a big domestic iron. If you're working with, as I said, your half square triangles, this is going to be ideal. in fact, there are certain projects, we were talking about Bonderweb and applique earlier. Bonderweb and applique, you want to isolate which parts you're ironing. You might not want to iron your whole project. You might not want to erase all of your friction pen. You might just want to be pressing at certain points. So this is going to be brilliant, and it's got that really nice little fine sort of nib at the tip at the end. So if you are just getting into seams that you're opening out flat, for bag making, for dress making, for quilting, for the curves that we've just seen, this is what Wendy was using. It was £28.99. And our Bruce loves this. He loves the mini iron. Hayley, who's our sale manager, she takes this on her holidays with her because it comes in a nice little case as well, fit in your suitcase. So it comes with a nice hard case. It comes also with, look, a little section to keep your water jug as well. So it's got that little section you pop it in, because you can use this with steam. You can use it also as a dry iron. If you're a quilter, you might prefer to use a dry iron, but it's just a button on there. Steam on, steam off. Steam on, steam off. As easy as that. And then you've also got your temperature dial. You fill up your water here. It's got a light on there. It's got a really nice, strong, long cord that then winds round, and it's got a clip there to keep it all nicely together. It's got little feet, so it stands up. I mean, it's great. It's a brilliant travel iron. Just £28.99. Now, I'm not doing a direct comparison here, but this is just a travel case. It's not the same as that, is it? Looks very similar, but it's not the same. It looks very similar, but it's not a direct comparison. The case only is £16.99 for that. Just the case only. Look. This is for the iron and the case and the jug and the manual. Everything that you see, you'll get £28.99. How amazing is that? And it is another lovely quality hard case. So that would make the iron £12 if we said, right, it's £12 for the iron, it's £16.99 for the case. Can you imagine? If we were doing that, we're not. You're getting it all for £28.99. If you paid your P&P already, it's only one postage and packaging all day long, £28.99. You've got your iron and your case for under £30. We love the mini steam iron. You'll see it with so many of our guest designers for lots of different projects. Just thought, whilst we're launching that new colourway in the multi-mat, if you are going to workshops and classes, or if you are on the move, lots of people who are going on holiday maybe, ideal. So also, I haven't mentioned, let me take the cord off, because look, it's a great long cord. I had this again, I went to a hotel where they had a tiny little kettle cord, and it just really annoys me when you have to make your cup of tea in the corner of your room in a hotel. They have that as well, don't they, with little mini travel irons. They're always like little tiny cords. This is like a proper iron domestic length cord. It's brilliant. So it also has this really lovely handle, which is actually a bit more sort of ergonomic. So anybody who's got dexterity issues of holding on to an iron, this is great because it's just got this lovely soft grip handle around the edge, and it's really ergonomic. So whether you're a left or a righty, or whether you have any dexterity issues, I think this is going to help with any grip problems that you might have. It's not super heavy, it's not super heavy at all, but it's still substantial. It's still got weight to it, which is of course what you want with an iron. It's just £28.99. What's that? Wendy's on in half an hour. Sorry, I'm only on another 25 minutes, then you've got 2 hours of Wendy. Wendy's on in half an hour. Don't worry. Hannah's telling everybody not to worry. Thanks, Hannah. Just so you know, Wendy's not having a cup of tea and a break like most guest designers do at this point. She is literally sewing to the last second. She's putting together the quilt that she was doing in the last hour. Oh, brilliant little iron, as good as the big iron. Yeah, this is what I love, Jackie. Thank you for your review. Excellent steam option as well, which is what you want if you're dressmaking or if you're giving anything a final really good press, you want it to work well. So it comes in the travel case as well for £28.99. Please, can I do these scissors? So Karen K. Buckley, I have not seen this collection of scissors before. Delphine was using them yesterday. They only came in this week. They are really, really lovely. Now, I must say, I'm quite particular about scissors, and I know as crafters, we are quite possessive over our scissors, aren't we? So having the right tools for the job is important. And I've met a lot of paper crafters, of course, on our sister channel, Hobby Maker, who have a huge array of scissors. I've met, of course, a lot of sewers who all collect scissors in the 10s and 20s and 30s. I remember talking to Debbie Shaw, and I think she said that she'd counted something stupid like 64 pairs of scissors that she owns. I mean, it's crazy. They all have different jobs to do, don't they? If you're not a crafter, you're going to look at these, and maybe you've got a husband or a partner saying, hang on, £31 for a pair of scissors. But us crafters, we understand. We know the quality of what we're getting, how much we're going to use it, and how much we're going to not waste fabric because we're not cutting things wrong, or we're not going to be slashing our fabric, have all jagged edges. So it is important to have a good pair of scissors. Right, it's these ones to start with. So they come with your protective cover, which is great. All the scissors, some of the smaller ones even come with the protective covers. So that can be taken off, but instantly. These are the ones that Delphine was using yesterday, and she really, really liked them. Firstly, how attractive do they look? You look the part, don't you, having a very professional pair of scissors like this. It's a beautiful ergonomic handle, which are completely ambidextrous. So if you're a left-hander like me or a right-hander, you're not uncomfortable using them. Whichever hand you cut with, they are ambidextrous. They've got that lovely ergonomic, real soft grip handle. Delphine says she does a lot of cutting with scissors, and she says that she can get real hand fatigue, and you can get really sore parts of your fingers when you're doing lots and lots of cutting, and this will really, really help with that beautiful ergonomic handle. Then we have a look right to the point of these scissors. They are super, 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 super duper sharp. They are really sharp. So Karen K. Buckley, she actually has got a lot of videos on YouTube where she talks about how she designed these, and these are micro serrated scissors. The majority of her scissor ranges are micro serrated. I think she adds just the micro serration on one blade, which really helps to grip onto your fabric even more so. So it's going to grip any of your more difficult fabrics that you're working with. If you're cutting things like organza or dressmakers who do different silks and things. So micro serration, I don't think you're even going to be able to see it on air. It's tiny, tiny little teeth. It's not going to affect your cutting at all. It's not going to mark your fabric. It actually means that they're super, super, super duper sharp. The only way I can explain it, because it's going to be difficult to show you on camera, is a tiny little teeth. They use them a lot with dressmaking scissors. Can you see? You can see that you have got slight little lines. There you go. So she uses a lot of micro serrated scissors, at least one of the blades with the majority of her scissor ranges, will mean that you're getting more control over what you're cutting. It's gripping onto your fabric, therefore giving you more accurate cutting. And this is what Wendy Orlando said. If you're new to needlework, if you're scared of the, or you're looking more at the sewing process, learning the sewing process, a lot of it is accuracy in your cutting. If you're working with templates, you have to make sure you're accurate in your cutting. These are the larger ones, and they are absolutely beautiful. They are, I know it sounds ridiculous to say this when we're talking about a pair of scissors, but it's so important that you get a pair that are sharp to the tip. If you're snipping into curves and you want to get that really crisp finish at the end, they are beautiful scissors. They really, really are. They look so attractive, but they are really top quality. These are your sort of large, I'm going to say multi-purpose. So whether you are working with fabrics, whether you're working with for dressmaking fabrics, then these are going to be ideal. If you're a quilter, if you're working with curves, if you just want a really beautiful pair of scissors for your applique, then these are going to be ideal. £31.99. They do come with your protective cover as well. You don't need to wait for the left-handed ones. These are the ones that you go for if you're a left-hander as well. They're very, very comfortable in both hands. We then have the sort of lovely turquoise handle. Now, these are smaller but they are super duper sharp. I always find that when you're looking at smaller scissors, they've also got small handles, do you know what I mean? Whereas these, not only have they got, obviously, your really sharp point, they're smaller scissors, snips, but they've still got a really good size handle, so even my big fat thumb can fit through. I don't know why, I always struggle to get my fingers through little thumb holes on small scissors. So these are brilliant. Whether you're going for left-handed, right-handed, it doesn't matter. They are multi-purpose, ambidextrous, sharp, fine, to the point. Protective cover still comes with these. These are going to be really, really lovely to be able to have to hand to cut any of your, if you do embroidery, if you do cross stitch, if you do any hand sewing, any more intricate designs, or as we said, if you snip into curves, if you're a bag maker, a toy maker, then this is going to be ideal to be able to get really close to your stitch line without cutting into it. They are the perfect multi-purpose smaller scissors as well for fine detail, and you can, as I say, use it for left or right handers. I like that she's done them all in different colour handles as well. So I know a lot of people come in and they've got different ribbons and different things on their scissors to tell the difference apart, what you use them for. So it's lovely that they're nice bright colours and different colours to use them as well. Now another pair of scissors, quarter of the stock of those ones have gone. They are so much finer. I don't have like a little pair of scissors, I don't think, to hand, but I want to just show you, in fact, bear with me 1 second. I want to just see if I can show you against another pair. Oh, I can't find a small pair of embroidery scissors, but they are so much slimmer. They are really, really sharp to the point. So for fine detail, they are perfect. Now these are children's scissors, so they're obviously thicker, but these are the Fiskars, the thicker scissors. But can you see what I mean? Like they're so fine and narrow. They're beautiful. Do you have any other smaller ones like this? Like any of the, yeah, it's not a fair comparison showing them next to the kids' ones, but £21.99. And look, they are so beautiful. Becky's run away. She's run off, so we'll come back to those if I'll show you the difference in a little bit. Now we also have a new pair. I don't know if these have been on yet, have they? They've not been on yet, and these are really cool. I'm going to have to open them up because it says curved. Now if I were to see this in the packet in a shop, I'd think, they're curved. What does that mean? Like, how are they curved? I can't really see the curve in the packet. They just look like small scissors to me. Whereas, again, Karen K. Buckley, top quality scissors, part of the same range. You see a signature on them. They are micro serrated even down to the smaller sizes. Now, these are classed as your little snips. So they, again, come with your protective cover. Again, they've got the ergonomic cushioned handles, so if you are left-handed or right-handed, absolutely fine. Are you cutting close to your sewing machine? Does your sewing machine not have a thread cutter? Because, can you see that this is curved? So it curved slightly to, there we go, you can see a bit clearer there. So it's curved. Oh, hang on, which way am I going? This way. So they are curved to the side. They are so sharp. So if you get close to your machine needle, it's going to be a lot easier to cut as close to your work and close to your projects as possible. I know a lot of applique lovers love these as well. These are ideal for applique. If you're cutting any threads off your quilt, to get really up close and personal once you've finished your quilt, then this is going to be ideal. It just has that curve. It means that you're not, I don't know how to explain it. Go on, Hannah, you try better than me. Yeah, without cutting into the quilt. For reverse applique as well, this is going to be good. When you're putting it flat down to your quilt, you've got even more control of getting closer to your fabric, basically, without cutting into your quilt. It curves up like that. It sort of scoops round. Just £22.99, which for a quality pair. You can see the holes in the handles as well, just as large. Even though we've gone smaller in snips, still keeping these really comfortable handles. They are, again, micro-serrated blade, which is going to be perfect if you are cutting, snipping into curves again, or embroidery as well. So yeah, they're going to be ideal, absolutely ideal. It's the first time that these have been on air. Sorry, I'm just talking to Becky. She's just sorting through all the scissor collection. As you can imagine, we've got quite a plethora of scissors, even here at Sewing Street. Like every craft room, it's good to be able to have the right scissors for the job. Yeah, it's so good to be able to have a pair of scissors this small, still with micro serration. It's the first time that I've seen a pair of snips this small with micro serration. So if we're talking about a applique or embroidery where we're talking about snipping off smaller threads, it may not be needed, but when you're talking the smaller shapes out, maybe from your designs to applique on, that you want that control, you want that grip, don't you? Just £22.99 for the 9.5 centimetre perfect curved scissors. I think once you buy, if you buy right, you end up just buying once. Do you know what I mean? It's one of those that if you build up your collection of top quality scissors, you're not going to need to keep replacing them. Especially with the covers as well. Look after your scissors, look after your tools. Soft grip handle, protective cover, and left all right-handed. These are brand new today. I don't know with the embroidery scissors whether we specify whether they're left or right-handed. Do you know the ones with the little stalks on, Becky? Like the little birds, the embroidery scissors. $22.99 for the curved ones. They're lovely, aren't they? Brand new in today, brand new in today. If you've used any of Karen K. Buckley's, they do, Charlie, don't they? He says they just look the part as well, don't they? They look really, they look very, very professional. They are. You're paying $22.99 for a pair of micro serrated. That blade is going to really grip onto your thread and you'll be able to cut very close to your projects without cutting into them. So they are your collection of brand new Karen K. Buckley scissors that have only launched this week. Very exciting. Talking about small applique, go on. Now these are so cool. They look like, they are actually Lynette Anderson fabrics. When I saw these, whenever I think of applique, I think of Lynette Anderson. Her designs are amazing. She incorporates embroidery, applique, buttons. It's just such a beautiful, beautiful design that she has. So it's the first time I've ever seen her extra wide backing fabrics. Now we've got two different colours. I love this. It's gorgeous. This is going to be brilliant for so many different projects. Now, don't just think about backing quilts with this. You could do loads and loads of cushions. You could do extra large bean bags for your garden. She's very, very famous for this muted colour palette. She's an Australian designer who we actually were lucky enough to meet quite a few years ago when she was over here for Festival of Quilts, and she came on air when we were at Sewing Quarter. And she's such a lovely, lovely lady as well. So I need to show you how wide this is. Now this is designer extra wide backing fabric. Bearing in mind your standard width of quilting fabric, if my sort of muscle memory serves me right, is about that. It's 112 wide, whereas this is more than double the width. Look, it goes on and on and on. It is 180. It is a lot of fabric. Bag makers, dressmakers, you're getting that extra width. If you do home furnishing, if you do back quilts, instead of having to piece them all, this is why we call them backing fabrics, because they're ideal for backing your quilts without having to piece, without having to dip into your stash. Now, bearing in mind, this is designer. This is not inspired by Lynette Anderson. This is Lynette Anderson. Look at the price. I have no idea. I'm not going to lie to you. I don't know whether that is incorrect. Oh, and hang on. I don't know whether you've put the blue one in. There's the blue one. The graphics are live for the blue. If you want the blue, it's $8.99. It is amazing. They are both $8.99. We've got two colourways. We've got the blue, and then what's the other one called? Look, it's got little snails, it's got ladybirds. There's the cream, the one that I held out. Don't worry, I think Hannah was looking at the flowers, which were blue, trying to compare the colours. So this one is cream. It's £8.99. I love that you've got little bees, you've got ladybirds, you've got little snails, you've got flowers, you've got leaves. You've got like a little sort of very, very faint secondary design in the background as well, like a little crosshatch. It's not a solid cream in the background. It is extra wide, 280 centimetres wide. How is it £8.99? Has this been on air before? And was it at that price as well? So somebody else has done it, so we're not going to get into trouble for doing it at the wrong price, because I've got a feeling that this will be flagged soon, because there is no way in a million years. Genuinely, we have a majority of our extra wide backing fabrics are between 12 and 15, probably £11.99, £12.99, up to £15 a half metre, which actually sort of I agree with. I think it's brilliant value for money still. No, under £10. I've seen it once, and that was when we first launched Sewing Street, and Hannah set the price, the Squiggles one. This is Lynette Anderson, designer fabric. Both are oversubscribed in baskets. That one is about to sell out. I think we've got to keep this on the down low. Don't tell anybody about that one. That is way too low. Just for, I mean, imagine how many cushions you're going to make with 1/2 metre, one unit for £8.99. It's actually baffling me. Right, are you not going to do the blue? Well, I suppose we've run both of them through, haven't we? They're both there. We can't spend any more time. It's too low. Both oversubscribed. Good luck. Oh, right. Have you ever looked at your bottom of your iron and gone, oh, that is a sight for sore eyes. If you get Bonder web on the bottom of your iron, if you get any, well, it sometimes can look very, very, very grimy, can't it? You can clean your iron very easily with the Vaseline iron cleaner, and it's a bit like a glue stick. It looks like a glue. If you've already checked out today, your postage and packaging are paid, just buy one, and at £2.99. Clean your iron, make sure it's nice and ready for all of your lovely designer fabrics, because the last thing that you want is to transfer any of that, the dirt or grime that you've got on the bottom of your iron onto your new nice designer fabrics. I remember when I first launched this, and I thought, oh, I don't think I've ever looked at the bottom of my iron. Is my iron dirty? And I looked at it, and it was hideous. And I've seen some brilliant before and after pictures with this. You can really clean some of the dirty irons up with your Vaseline cleaner. Just £2.99. So did you see Wendy Orlando just doing little finger presses, finding her central point of her circle, a semicircle or quarter, and then finding the other points? This is going to be ideal for that. Without having to get your iron out. If you just want to do little presses, or just encouraging seams to the way that you want them, opening up seams, this is ideal. There's a lot of projects that maybe you don't need to press at every point. If you're working on fabrics that you can't iron, if you're working on PUs, if you're working on vinyls or leathers that you can't press, if you're doing EPP on the train or on a coach and you just want to be able to press your fabrics across, foundation paper piecing as well. Foundation paper piecing, this is great. I know lots of our guest designers that love it. And then you look and you think, right, how effective can that be? It is. It gives you a really, really lovely, stiff and firm crease. So, for example, it's very effective. The way that it's built is that it's like a slightly tapered wheel. I'm not going to lie, I looked at it for the first time and thought, hang on, £15.99, how effective is that going to be? So, if you just think of this, it's got a lovely ergonomic handle as well. You use it. The way that it's tapered, it allows the force that I'm putting just very softly with my hand onto that crease, and it's giving me a really sharp finish. Really good, isn't it? It'll also open out seams really nicely before you go into your iron. It's going to be perfect for paper piecing, for foundation paper piecing, pressing your fabric back. You're doing lots of pressing and folding and cutting and all sorts, aren't you? So this is going to be handy for that one as well. It's just £15.99. It's a clover roll and press. A lot of our guests always rave on about the roll and press. For Hannah's birthday, we had something I'd never seen before. We're talking about getting organised. I love something that isn't designed for us, but we adopt as crafters and sewers and say, oh, do you know what, that's really useful for us. So it's a really heavy board. Let me get one that's open so I can show you. So you get 100 sheets in here. They're about, are they slightly smaller, about A4 size, just slightly smaller than A4 size. But they're a really good size to wrap any of your fabric. I mean, fat quarters or larger. You don't need to just put fat quarters on them. You could do more. And then you could label how much fabric you've got on there. So it is a thick, it says it's 400 GSM, I think, 400 GSM. So it is a nice weighty card. If I get the fabric that I've just, so it needs to be folded, salvage to salvage, and you can get organised. Hannah did loads for us for her show, and we organised all of our fabrics. And then if you lay it across, this is so if I lay the card on top and wrap my fabric round, oh, is there a way of folding it, Hannah? Fold up from the bottom. So I've got my card sticking out the top so I can label it. And then I can wrap round. I wonder how much you could get around one card. Bex Reed loves this, I know. So Hannah seems to think that you could probably wrap about up to sort of 3 meters of fabric onto these cards. And then what you would do is, if you've got any storage boxes, store them all next to each other. You can see what you've got instead of having piles of fabric that you don't know what you've got. And then this card here, you could write the product code, you could write the colour, exact colour, where you bought it from, how much is on there. So then you could say, right, I could go through my collection and say, right, I need ½ meter of this, and you go to a box that they're all ½ meters in there, or they're all labelled, there's ½ meter on there, there's 2 meters on there. Oh, look, so this is Anna in Coventry, who sent in her picture using these comic boards. How brilliant is that? Still work in process, but it beats having to constantly tidy up my shelves. Sorry, I'm going to sneeze. Tidy up shelves after pulling out fabric and struggling to put it back. Loving the show. That was brilliant. Oh, look at how satisfying that looks as well. You've got it in colour order. Ideal. You fold it up into a pile, and then you have to sort of do the Jenga thing of trying to pull it out without everything toppling out. You can see everything there so clearly, Anna, can't you? You'll be able to see what fabric you've got. 1, it means that you're going to make better use out of it, and 2, it means that you're not thinking, right, I don't think I've got any cream, I'm going to have to buy more cream. Also, you look very, very professional, don't you, when you walk into a room and it looks like that. It inspires you to actually sew and actually use the fabric that you've got, doesn't it? $14.99, and you get a pack of 100. No extra P&P. That is a heavy pack. People are multi-buying. I don't know if it was Bex Reed who heard about these and asked our buying team to get them in, because they all use, I think they were first designed for comics, to section out your comics for collectors. You know they're going to be good quality. People who collect comics, they do, of course, they spend a lot of money on their comics, don't they? So, yeah, they're not silly. They're going to want something that's going to keep all of their comics intact, because they could be worth a lot of money. I love that we crafters, though, have said, oh, that's a good idea to store our fabrics. Anna, that's my dream. I've done a little bit here. I did one to start us off. Maybe Becky, who's our floor manager, she's going to take inspiration and she's going to do all of our fabrics all in a row, bind us with these. No pressure, but Becky, that is now your job. You've definitely got to do it. We've got 100 of them here all open, ready to go. We can have them all lined up behind the cameras there, ready to pull out when we need them. Just so you know, 1/4 of the stock has gone. It sounds like a lot. We're down to our last 100. We had hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of these when we launched them. And I've got a feeling that Anna is going to inspire a lot of people as well. Anna, thank you for sending in that photo using the comic boards. Oh, wow. I actually really want to make a barge yellow quilt with all of that rainbow of colour. Oh, we're now down to the last 60. That is how quick they're going. Well done, everybody who's multi-buying. Remember, it's no extra postage and packaging if you're multi-buying. So you paid your P&P all day, you may as well stock up on the heavy stuff. It's not like when you walk to the post office. I was sending home Tom's earphones, the tiniest little earphones the other day, and I put it in like a padded envelope, and they put it through the thing to say, is it a thick parcel? Then they ask you to put it on the scales, and I was thinking, and they said, what's in there? And I said, it's a pair of headphones, like earphones, not even headphones, earphones. And yeah, it costs more than that to post. So the fact that you could multi-buy on these, it is heavy, because they're 400 GSM each, they're weighty card, just $14.99. Do you know what else I'm thinking? Yes, they are designed to do your organisation like this, but if anybody wants to make templates, this is going to be good card to use as templates as well. So if you do want to transfer your templates for your curved onto an even heavier templates that you're going to keep using, and this is perfect, you got 100. Buy 100 for your fabrics and then 100 that you're always going to have card ready to do, you know, reusable templates. We are down to our last how many? 40 packets in the company. If you want them, grab them now. Thank you, Anna. I think you've inspired us all. You have inspired us all, Anna, in Coventry. They're less than £15. Just to show you, there are videos on how to wrap them on YouTube. There's lots of videos. But how much was on here, Becky? There was more than half a metre. That's probably a metre piece that's been cut up. And it doesn't need to be a perfectly... Look, you can see this piece that I folded. Fold it salvage to salvage, but look, I've cut a bit off it. Doesn't matter. In the fabric shop, when you buy things and they're on their bolt, they mark off the top what's been used, don't they, a lot of times? So you can do the same on here. Reuse your bit of card as well. You could, yeah, get a little sticky label. Reuse the card. What about using, like, your friction pen? Rub it out. Rub it out and use it again. Absolutely. You can reuse these cards. Don't think, oh, once I've written on it, that's it. Once everybody has checked out, we're down to our last 20 packets. Down to the last 20 packets. It's up to you how, there's lots of videos on how to fold it really nice and neatly, but just folding them up, stacking them all together, it's really quick, isn't it? Really, really quick. $14.99. It'd be nice, you know, when you get your fabrics home, if you pre-wash or don't pre-wash, lots of the modern sort of quilting fabrics you don't need to wash. By the way, down to less than 20 now. Less than 20. Talk about quilting. What about doing your dressmaking ones? How about doing, well, you even did fat quarters, didn't you? So your smaller pre-cuts. The smallest you'd probably want to go is your fat quarters, obviously. Fat quarter, Hannah thinks up to about 3 meters, but let us know if you think otherwise. We've not tested it. We've not tested it, but they are thicker than your normal sort of card. They're 400 GSM, so ideal for templates as well. They, I think, are going to sell out today. They're going to sell out today. There's less than 20 of those, and loads of you are multi-buying. Well done. Now we want to see everybody's stash just like Hannah's. We want to see everybody's over the next few weeks. Please, can everybody send in their pictures of all of their fabric that they've finally sorted out? We all have those moments. I mean, I do this quite regularly in Maisie's room with all of her clothes and things, but we all have those moments where we like pull out a drawer and go, right, I'm sorting it. It makes me feel so much better about the situation. It's really good to do it, isn't it? So those of you that have got an hour where you think, right, it's too hot outside, I'm going to go and sort a fabric stash. I'm going to just do half an hour of folding fabric. And you'll find something and think, oh, I love that. I remember when I bought that 3 years ago. I totally forgot I had that fabric. I'm going to make this. This would be perfect for this project, or this would be perfect for that project. So yes, we'll leave the graphics live for you. Speak to the customer service team. Let's see how Wendy's getting on with her quilt as you go. We're going to go and get her. Don't go anywhere. She's going to be with me for the next 2 hours. We have got coming up the reversible. How lovely is this? Reversible patchwork bag. It looks very designer. It's a lovely size as well. Me and Hannah, we always do this when Wendy comes in. We always try and pinch all the things, don't we, Hannah? So we were both pitching this morning of, I love this one. No, I love this one more. This is for me, this one, bit of me. Don't go anywhere. Wendy's coming up with the reversible patchwork bag right after this.
Hello, I'm Jane Greenoff and I'm stood in the barn here at Pink's Barn in Gloucestershire, England, which is where I live with my husband, and I stitch. I think I stitch in my sleep. I've certainly been stitching for over 30 years now, and by stitching I'm talking about counted cross stitch or counted embroidery in general terms. I also collect old samplers, and I've got one to show you here. Now, this smashing, it was actually stitched in 1796 by a little girl of 8 or 9, and it's absolutely charming. So I collect antiques, I love to draw and create antiques for the future, and look forward to seeing you all on Sewing Street sometime in the future.
Have you heard about all the different ways you can shop on Sewing Street? You can shop on our website, sewingstreet.com, and you can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. Just call 0800 001 4433.
And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans and Yarn Lane TV Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters, and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day.
If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay 1 P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task. And sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. Full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and enjoyable as possible. Not only will they take your order, they'll also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Hello, welcome back. My bag. I've already absolutely nabbed this. I love it, Wendy. I love it. You've done it again. This is such a gorgeous bag.
So that's not coming home with me, is it?
No, it is. I promise it is. It might not. It's so lovely, isn't it? Look, I love the fact you've got your little pocket here. You've got your pocket here. You've got your lovely patchwork. I love the eyelets, the detail with the bow is really beautiful. And do you know one of my favourite things? I don't know why, because I don't know why this is my favourite thing, but look, it's got a really good box bottom. It's a really lovely square bag. I can fit in here. I'm thinking for, if I go to my singing, you know, I do my singing as well, a gig, I can take my iPad or my laptop in there because it's padded. You've got nice, and it's a H640 or wadding in there. It's really nice.
H640.
It's going to protect it. If you're going for a picnic, it's quite a nice size for a beach as well. But look, if I spin this round, it's also reversible. It's also fully reversible. So now I've got patchwork stripes. How gorgeous is that? So you have got 2 bags in one here, which I think is really, really useful. A bag for every occasion. Looks great, doesn't it? I always think denim looks beautiful all the time. It looks very, very, very expensive. It looks very designer. Summer or winter, in fact, actually. You've got all of your seasons, haven't you, with denim? It just works all the time with all of your different outfits. So $26.99 is your bundle. We do have instructions on their own coming up later, but how well does it work in denim? So the bundle that that we've made the bag out of, that Wendy, I can't say we, Wendy's made the bag. We've made this bag together. You have your instructions for your patchwork bag. I love it, absolutely love it. She's done it again. This is going to be another very, 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 very popular one. All of your instructions, everything you need to know, and of course watch back today's show because look at how detailed that is. You also get yourself a snap, and then you have 3 different shades of your denim. So you've got a dark blue, 1/2 metre, you've got medium blue, and you've got a lighter blue. So 3 different shades. It gives it that real cool patchwork finish, doesn't it? I'm going to speak to Wendy in a minute and ask her if we have any denim left over from this bag.
Yes, you will, because I've done it so that you can use 44-inch wide fabric if you want to, but denim is extra wide.
It is.
So,
you get loads of this. Look, so this is one unit. Whoa! It is wide. Won't even fit on the screen. There it will. It's wide, so you've got lots of fabric because it's for your lining. You've got patchwork on the lining and on the outer. Everyone is loving it, Wendy.
Well, itself, you don't have to line it because you already line it. So,
right.
So you know what I mean.
So why was it that you designed it to be reversible then?
Because I fancied it.
Yeah, but it's nice, like you said, that it isn't. You don't make actually a lining. Because
the 4 panels become the lining, which that's my kind of bag when you don't have to think about it, you can just have fun. And I wanted to do stripes on one side and patchwork on the other because again I'm pushing the boundaries with people because sewing in strips, it's not challenging, but it just gives you another skill that you can do, doesn't it?
Absolutely, I love it. So just to remind you, there's your stripes, and then you've got pockets on the inside. Have only just thought that. So if you prefer your pockets on the inside, if you're going somewhere you think, do you know what, I want my phone or my keys in there, if you flip it round this way, you're on the beach, you've got your sunglasses or you've got your sun cream there on the outside ready to go. It's brilliant, isn't it? Oh,
now,
gosh,
there's nothing to stop you doing it so that you've got a pocket on, you can have striped one side of the bag and a pocket on the other, but it won't be reversible because that means that the lining will be exactly the same.
Okay.
So it won't be reversible, but there's nothing to stop you putting one of each panel either side if you wanted to.
Oh, we all really like this bag. Oh, Hannah, you stop it in there. She's like, it's a really nice bag. I really want this bag. We've got Susan saying, morning to you both. Oh, another great one, Wendy. Ordered the kit on pre-order. Lovely. The phone lines are very, very busy. A lot of people agreeing with Susan.
Thank you, Susan.
It's gorgeous, isn't it? Absolutely gorgeous. It is a Saturday, so it's very, very busy. It's very, very busy. Of course, lots of people who might not be able to watch us in the week love watching on a Saturday. Customer service team, I'll get into your calls. Just so you know, there is a bit of a minute or 2 wait on the phone line. It's free to call, but if you can get on the web, that's probably going to be your quickest and easiest way to secure the bundles. So this comes with your 4-ounce denim. It also comes with your snap. So hang on, have you got a snap in? You haven't put a snap in this one, have you?
Is it 4-ounce denim?
Oh, hang on, 8 ounce.
8 ounce, because And this is the beauty of it. I made the bag, I got sent 4, so I made the bag in 4, but now I'm using 8, and actually it gives it even more stability.
Brilliant.
But it would be brilliant to use for your own fabric as well.
Okay, so yeah, you can use it in quilting weight cottons, you could use it in your denim. The bundle that you get is 8 ounce and it's all 3 colours. So you do get all 3 colours. You get that deep blue, you get the medium blue, and the lighter blue there in the middle as well. All 3, and it does give you a great effect if you're using 3 different shades, isn't it?
Wow. You'll see in a moment. I'll show you when you come to me to start making it.
Okay. So that's first bundle. Now you've got something in here that's giving it this really lovely padded effect. What interfacing have you used?
That's H640.
H640. Brilliant. H640 is giving it really lovely, soft, squishy, plush feel to it, and it stands up. Look, stands up with it on itself. That's a good thing about using denim, though, I suppose, is it is going to have that rigidity. Plus, of course, don't forget you do get your magnetic clasp. So, sorry, do you get a snap in there? You do.
No
you do.
way.
So you can put a snap in it as well if you want, Wendy.
That's good.
Wendy didn't know you get that. Because I'm using 8 ounce denim, do I still need H640?
Yes.
You would still put it in?
Yeah.
Perfect.
You'll see, because I'm making it with the 8 ounce, so you'll see the difference between the 2.
Oh, lovely. So you're going to make 2 bags by the end of this. You'll make another bag.
All right, one of you can have one.
$26.99. All of your instructions as well. Yeah, there you go. Charlie's saying it's fine because I'm just going to get the instructions and I can make my own then. I'm not arguing with you girls. I'll just get the instructions and I'll make my own because he's now showing off with all of his sewing that he's doing at home. He's making
Well, he's made a cushion.
Yeah. He wants you to teach him FPP.
Oh, I'm in there. I love FPP.
So that's option uno. That's the first option. We also have instructions on their own. If you do want your instructions on their own, as you said, this works with quilting weight cottons as well, or would you go with like a canvas?
Canvas would be brilliant.
Canvas?
The reason that I originally made it in 4 ounce is because, as you know, I stay away a lot, and I like to put everything in wardrobes and stuff everything in places so that I've got a nice clear room. And that's why I did it in the lighter weight. So it does work with lighter weight, so it pretty much work with any.
Brilliant. And what about with recycled old pairs of jeans and stuff like that?
That would be amazing.
That'd be a really good way. I mean, we're all thinking about, you know, sustainability, upcycling, reusing, using old jackets, denim jackets, cord and things like that would be really cool.
That would be
wouldn't it?
amazing. And H640 for me is one of the softer waddings because it does collapse slightly. You could always use Bosal.
Yeah.
That would make it even stiffer. If you're going to use a stiffer like Bosal, just come away from the seam. Don't trim it right to the seam because by the time you've sewn all those layers, especially when you get to the box corners, you've got quite a lot.
Very thick.
Yeah.
Very thick. Okay, instructions of their own, £9.99. I'm excited to see how this sort of comes together because you've got one sort of stripped on the one side and the other side, well, we'll see it in the demo. This is a great thing. Jot down today's date because you're definitely going to be able to watch this back. I haven't physically got it here, but we have got H640, which we will run through the graphics for you. Will a metre piece be enough, Wendy? Just one unit, or shall I go for 2?
I would go for 2. I got it out of 1,
okay.
But I was really tight and I came in from the edge. If you want to completely wad it corner to corner, side to side,
you're going to
then
use
you
it,
would.
aren't you?
Oh, I always have it in my stash.
Yeah, so it's worth just getting yourself a couple of those. £9.99, and you'll use probably just marginally more than that, 1 unit. So you'll have the rest for your stash.
Oh yes.
Well, you're going to make more than one of these, aren't you?
Well, as I say, I managed to squeeze one out of it, but I'll turn it over and show you on one of the sides. I have come in quite a bit from the edge.
Brilliant. Okay, I'll update you on any other things that we might need. For example, eyelets. Oh, in fact, they're going to sell out, so let's just show you them now, just to show you. We're going to demo them later on, though. Apologies next door, because we're going to be doing some hammering. We probably should have let them know. No, it's always more fun, isn't it? They always make loads of noise next door.
Oh no, I think because they've given me something to deaden the noise, so they must know I'm doing it.
I mean, they have all sorts going on in there. They do all noisy things, don't they? They're really loud. They have Carol for one. £8.99. So you get all of your eyelets 14 millimeters. Don't wait for the demo because these are probably going to sell out. There are some other size eyelets as well on the website, which we'll have a look for. Yvonne says, yay, got the bundle, yippee. Julie said, I wish there was an award for Wendy. She's such a gifted lady and a marvellous sense of humour. She says, I revere her utterly. Honestly, you are amazing.
Could someone tell my husband?
Do you say about awards? Wendy is part of our show, so if you wanted to win an award, then we're actually nominated.
We'd be honoured, wouldn't we?
We would. Look at this. The most loved TV shopping channel.
But why
We
not?
could win.
Because we are.
Do you know, I don't want to do a plea for you to vote, but please vote for us because it's so exciting that we're nominated. Hi Wendy and Vicky, love all of Wendy's projects. Do you get the eyelet with the bundle? No, you need to get those separately. They were just on your screen there now. They're about to sell out if you want to grab some.
The only reason that we've done them separately because you don't have to put them in.
Okay.
Because again, it's one of those scary things that if you've never used them before, you might go, ooh. So you don't have to put them in. The only thing is you won't be able to put a drawstring in there because it would just be a bag. But that's fine. If you only want it to be a bag, that's fine.
So, right, go for it, Wendy.
Well, as always,
dive in.
The first thing, read your instructions and then read them through again because I've tried to be the same as I normally am, but sometimes I just go off on a tangent. And I have, this time, I've done a bit of both. I've done pictures and diagrams.
Right.
And as I say, just read everything through. If you cut your handles out first and your strip. Now, I have cut the strip width of fabric. It's only 1.5 inches, the little tie that goes to tie it up. Now that's going to make it a really long one. So actually if you don't want it quite that long, I trimmed mine down. But it does say to cut the width of fabric. If you're using 44 width fabric, then that's perfect, that's absolutely. But it's only if you're using the extra wide and you cut it, you may find this is a bit long. But that's fine. By the time you get to this, you know what you're doing, so you know what I'm talking about. So that's brilliant. Now, this is what I was going to show you. So I hope you don't mind, but for this panel, I thought I'd use 6 fabrics.
Oh, that looks really cool.
But there's only 3 in the kit.
Yeah, so you don't get all of those in the bundle.
You didn't work that out, did you? I wasn't going to tell you because I didn't want you to realise. So
I'm really confused.
This one here is the reverse of that one. That one and those two are the reverse. And that one are the reverse. Now I absolutely, and this is why I said please, please, please send me denim. I want denim. It is one of the most versatile fabrics that you can have because I think it's just as nice on the reverse side as it is on the other side.
That's so clever. So hang on.
Yeah.
Right, all of my kits.
Oh, now you're going to have a look, aren't you?
So the denims that I've got.
Right. Look at the reverse.
So you're getting 1, 2, 3, 4. You've got all of your different options. That's amazing, isn't it?
And they're completely different shades. So it's like you have got 6 fabrics.
Yeah, you have.
And because it's with denim, it's pretty much the same both sides. On a lot of fabrics, it's really obvious which is the right and which is the wrong side. Tapestry fabric is another favourite of mine because very often the way the tapestry is woven, it looks spectacular
really
on the
good
reverse side. So don't be frightened to use things as they don't always first appear. That's my favourite thing to do, look at something and think, well, how can I change it? So this one, I've used 3 fabrics, but they all look different.
That's amazing. Oh, I'm so pleased you've told me that because I was going, oh no, they're not in the kit, they're not in the kit.
Sorry, I gave you a bit of a scary moment then. I could see your face like, well, where's she got those fabrics from? That's all I've done. I've cut all the pieces out, and that's the first thing to do is cut all the pieces out and then have a play.
Wow.
If you want to reverse them. And then I think, I might have done it, I might not. Yeah, on this one, I behaved and I just used them as they came. So I've got dark, medium, light, but they're exactly the same fabrics. I just use the rest of them.
Fantastic.
Yeah, so always think outside the box, always look at things in a different light. And that goes for the same. I have put the same sides on, but I could have easily turned that one over. And this is what I mean about coming away from the edge.
Oh, you come right away,
I came quite away from the edge because I was being tight and I didn't want to use more than 1 metre.
So that's your H640?
So that's my H640 on the reverse of that. Now, for time, I have made 3 of the panels.
Okay, and you've H640'd everything?
All of them. So this is one of the outer panels and I refer to them as outer and inner. The outer one I've called the patchwork and the inner I've called the striped. So with the outer, I've gone all the way to the edge. But with the inners, both inners, I've only gone, I've come in about 1.5 centimetres.
Okay.
Because I didn't want all that fabric and the wadding in the seam. But anyone that's worked with wadding, just do it your own way, because you know how your machine works and you know if it can take it. If you want to do it right to the edge, that's fine.
We'll get 2 just in case
But
I were you.
if you do that, you will need 2. Or you can join them if you've got some bits. I think some people get a little bit scared sometimes about joining. I saw that earlier.
Oh, you are a good egg. Our early birds basting tape today, which is brilliant. There might be availability. We'll have a quick check. There are literally a handful of them left. It wasn't $9.99, was it? No, we're at $7.99. I think we always forget about our stash, about using wadding stash, because you can use this with synthetics as well. You can use this with polyesters, which is really good.
And that is really good. I think sometimes we get something home, we make a quilt and we go, I can't quite do anything with that. You absolutely can, because you can join it. If I join it, I like to do it in an inconspicuous place.
Yeah.
Because then, especially if I'm going to be quilting it, it gets hidden in the stitching.
Make sure you do it on the other side of your H640, not the glue side, because otherwise, imagine you're fusing them together and you're ending up activating the glue on your H640.
And never, ever, ever iron directly
Okay.
onto wadding. H640 has a habit of going and shrivelling up, so don't do that. Always put maybe a scrap piece of cotton in between.
Yes, perfect.
There we go. So the first thing that you're going to do, and if I show the instructions here, you've got 2 diagrams. You've got your outer and your inner diagrams there, and all we do, once you've cut them all out, just put them in their 4 separate piles. So I've made 3 of them already, so the pieces that I have left have to be the final piece, because I haven't got any more pieces. So I'm going to lay them out just to show you, and it's a good idea to do this because a couple of pieces look the same. They look fairly similar. I've done a little bit of cheating and already put that one together just to save a little bit of time. And then we've got the centre pockets and the centre bits. So I've got all my bits that I need, and now I can start putting it together. Now I do it step by step. I've tried to be as thorough as I can. I know some people just like to have pictures, but I think sometimes especially when you're learning, if you learn the language and can follow instructions, it's much easier. So the first thing I'm going to do is construct this centre pocket here. Now I don't know, you'll be able to feel it, Vix, this is much finer.
Yeah.
It's much thinner. But the denim, the 8 ounce is going to be a little bit firmer. Doesn't matter, I've sewn with it and it's absolutely fine. So what I'm going to do is, the first thing we do is do the front of the pocket. Now, this is where you can choose exactly what you want to do. So,
oh yeah, remember your reverse as well.
So that one, if I'd have done it like this, which is fine, absolutely fine, but to make it even more interest, I'm going to turn those the other way up. See, we've got 6 fabrics for the price of 3 now. It's fantastic. So I'm going to take the top 2 and I'm going to place them right sides together. Now don't get confused, because this wrong side is now the right side, because I've chosen that as my right side. I'm going to place them together, and I was going to say pin in place, but I did my usual thing. I use my glue stick here, but I'm not going to. I'm going to pin or clip. Now for me, because this is 8 ounce, it's a good idea to clip it. If you've got quite a thick fabric and you pin it, it tends to distort it slightly. So I'm going to stitch these together with a 1/4 inch seam allowance. Now for this one, I've increased it to 2.4. My machine tells me that to do a 2, but I'm just going to increase it slightly. And that's so that it doesn't drag the fabric. But again, just have a play. He's been a little bit naughty in the break, this machine.
Well, you've put him through his paces a bit, haven't you?
I have, honestly, I've put it. Now, if that happens, the best thing to do is start again completely. Don't just assume it's one or the other. Change both of them.
What do you mean? What happened there?
Right, it just didn't like it.
Okay.
It got cross about something, and it's easy just to think, oh well, it's just the bobbin. It may just be the bobbin, but re-thread it from the top as well whenever you do that. Only because then you're starting afresh. so many times I've assumed it's the wadding and it hasn't been the wadding.
Yeah.
The bobbin, it's been the top thread.
Well, look at how quick that is to do it.
Oh, this is an absolute dream. And also, unpick, don't be tempted to sew over any threads that's gone a bit wonky because the machine won't like it. So I'm just going to unpick these. But these things happen. Sometimes my machine's an absolute dream, but sometimes if I'm trying to go quick, it's going, no, not playing today. There we go. Oh, so are you gonna get people to guess if I've actually managed to do the quilt as you go in time?
Go on then, get your guesses in. Has
You
Wendy
did
done
only
it?
give me-
So Wendy had a pile of blocks.
Yeah.
She had actually probably a bit less than an hour actually. And by the
it
time we got
was.
outside and started going, do you reckon Wendy's managed to do it? I don't know whether you've done it or not.
I know, I haven't shown you.
Okay.
No, so you have to guess.
Well, I think you will have done it because I know what you're like, and I don't know. But if you haven't, it's also fine because it's not a race.
But I've also just said that it was giving me, the bobbin was giving me a little bit trouble in the break.
Okay.
So I'm not making excuses. And then I've stitched the top two, and I'm going to do exactly the same, place right sides together, remembering if I've flipped the fabrics to choose the other side, and then carry on.
Well, you're here till 1 o'clock now, aren't you?
Oh, yes.
You're here with me to the end.
I'm here, I can be here all day.
Wendy's spending her wedding anniversary. Well, I say wedding anniversary.
Yeah,
it was actually
yesterday.
officially yesterday,
It was
wasn't it? Happy
yesterday.
wedding anniversary.
Thank you. And for
33 years to you and Joe.
33 years.
Wow, congratulations.
33, yes.
And where is Joan today?
He's playing golf.
Yeah.
He's playing golf, but we'll have lunch on the way home. We'll find a little, well, there's a lovely little cafe we like to go to on the way home.
Alice has just messaged in saying, what size or type of needle would you recommend? Great design as usual.
Oh, thank you so much. Is it really naughty that I'm very naughty? I just use the one that's in my machine. And
What's that, just like a universal?
I tend to use a universal, but if you're, the 4 ounce is pretty much behaves like normal fabric, but the 8 ounce is a bit thicker. It is, well, it's denim. It's more like denim. So yeah, if you want to use a denim needle, I don't. But again, this is where it's crucial that you know your machine.
Mm-hmm.
This machine takes it. And also tend to have my, it's not called a walk-in foot on this, it's a dual feed. I tend to have my dual feed down.
You haven't at the moment, have you?
I haven't at the moment, no, because they are quite noisy, the dual feeds.
Do you know what I'm thinking? You could do this with a lovely gold, top stitch thread like your jeans.
Oh, yes. Now that's exactly what I'm going to move on to now. Oh, there it is.
Well, after you do your piecing, obviously. Oh, multi-mat, brand new.
Yes. Did I not put the iron on?
Oh, we're not plugged you in.
No, hang on. Wait, I have got my iron.
Are you on about the travel line that I pinched?
Yeah. Did you pinch it?
Well, I kind of did. I've packed it away. I've been very efficient and very
that's
tidy.
Actually, my iron.
Oh, sorry, Wendy. Oh, is it?
You're not having my bag now.
I was being really efficient and I packed you away, Wendy. This isn't yours.
Not that. No, that's not mine. I didn't have one of them. I don't mind having that if you want.
Becky's like, no, that's ours. Don't let us steal it.
Oh. Yeah, if it was the one I bought in, that's mine. Okay. It's fine. But mine is, if that's
yours
not
is behind your sewing machine, Wendy, I think.
So
after all that.
We've located mine. And these don't take long, but don't try the iron. Oh, see, I don't do this to mine.
Oh, sorry, I've also played with the dial, haven't I?
It's on now. See, I'm very naughty. I just leave mine's on all the time. Don't ever touch the plate. Always just offer it to like your pressing mat and then feel it, and then you know if it's on or not because it's hot. Don't ever be tempted. These are brilliant. I haven't got one of those little bags. I'll swap you that for my bag.
No, ours comes with a lovely hard case. You can buy one of those hard cases, on Amazon for $16.99.
Can you?
Or you can get the iron with the travel case for $28.99.
No way!
How good's that?
And I actually know how expensive these irons are.
Yeah.
To buy. So it's a lot of money, isn't it? I'm pressing these. It does need to be on a little bit longer, the iron, and obviously the thicker the fabric, the more it needs pressing. But this is where you just need to go for it with your top stitching. And this is why I wanted to do it this way. I want you just to practice, have practice. Now, you can either press your seams open. I don't like pressing my seams open normally because it exposes the centre stitching. In this case, it doesn't matter because it's going to have fabric behind it anyway, but I have pressed them to one side. And now I'm going to top stitch either side. This is purely for decoration only. So I've increased to, I'm doing a 3.2 stitch. I'm leaving it at a 1/4 inch because with this foot, I can now sew down the centre of the foot and it sews really close to the side. And get to know your feet because they are your friend. I'll show you in a moment. If you see there, it's really neat either side because I've used that centre on my foot. How tight are we for time?
We're fine. We'll run over a bit. This is your show. This is your 2 hours. Whatever you want to do.
I'm not going home then at all.
I know. At 1 o'clock we do have to hand over to Hobby Maker, but
okay.
you can stay.
I can stay.
There's a guest in the next hour called Wendy, and she probably won't want you to eat into her show.
Oh, okay. Is there really another person?
No, you.
Oh,
You're
okay.
on our next show. You're next hour, Wendy.
I was just thinking, there's not many Wendys in this world.
There are actually a lot of Wendys
No, there
in the
are.
craft world.
I know.
I mean, loads of
yes, there are
Wendys.
lots of Wendy's. See, I like to think that I'm crafty due
But
to
it
my.
is you next hour, by the
Yeah,
way.
excuse me. I'm crafty because of my star sign, and I'm left-handed, so I think lefties are quite creative.
What's
aren't
your
they?
star sign?
I'm a Libran, which sometimes is a bit of a pain because I can see both sides of the story, and sometimes you don't want to see the other side. You just want to see your side, don't you? I was going, well, yeah, that may be the reason why, instead of, no, that's not acceptable. I'm just trimming the ends off.
Oh, we need to show you our new little scissors. These would be good for this, actually.
Have they got sharp ends?
They've got really sharp ends.
Oh gosh, I don't want to make a mess. Because I need a new pair of sharp ends for my pom-pom making.
Okay, we'll sort you out.
Right, so then you have your pocket section. Now you have your pocket lining and your centre panel section, and they look very similar, but this one is slightly longer because that goes down the centre of the bag and this one lines the patchwork that we've just done. So we place top raw edges together and you will see that this one, the bottom one, is a little bit longer, and this is because we're going to create a faux binding.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, see, I didn't even give a little tip whether I'd finished it because I was supposed to bind it as well, the quilt.
Oh no, we didn't say that you had to bind it. You didn't have to finish the quilt. We just wanted to see them joined together with your sashing. So
Yeah,
I won't judge you if you haven't bound the quilt as well.
Don't judge me. Don't judge me. It's always the way though, isn't it? It knows when you need not anything to go wrong, and it's like, yeah, gonna go wrong now. And
have you gone wrong?
I've sewn the wrong ones.
Oh,
Oh
no.
dear. Oh, I better use. Oh my goodness. Aren't they sweet? I'm going to use them to. Oh my goodness. Now that's really good because I've got a pair of scissors and sometimes I can't find my unpicker. And this one, I'm able to do it.
You can literally get to your threads.
I can.
Well, they're the curved ones. These are the curved, so they've got a slight curved blade,
Oh my
which will
goodness,
probably
where
get
have
really.
these been? I've not seen these before.
Oh, they literally came in this week. These are brand new today.
Oh, I love them. Oh my goodness, because sometimes I think with an unpicker I just go gung-ho in this sometimes, and that's not good, is it? Whereas this makes you think and go, no, you need to behave. Now, what did I say to you about make sure that you find your right and your wrong ways?
Yeah, this is it. When you start to do
your
especially if
patchwork.
you're using the reverse. Yeah.
That's all it was,
That's it.
because I'd use reverse. Went to Stratford yesterday, it was beautiful on the river.
Oh, was it lovely?
Yeah.
I'm going there today because
are
I've got
you?
this app called Too Good To Go.
Yeah.
And there are a few places that are really fancy places that do the Too Good To Go app.
Ooh.
Our Hannah, she's got it as well. I told her about it and she keeps sending me pictures of lovely bakeries that she's got. Too Good To Go app.
Wow.
So I'm going to Stratford today to go and get, because there's a place called The Farm. that are really beautiful, like, yeah, bakery and things.
And now we're going to place bottom raw edges together and press up towards the top. And because the back one is very slightly longer, it creates a little piping at the top.
Oh, lovely.
So,
but without having to bind it.
Without having to bind it. And I'm going to stitch just below that. And because I am top stitching, I'm increasing to 3. But again, it would depend what fabric you're using. You might need to increase a little bit more if you're using really thick fabric. This would work great with tapestry.
Hannah's just checked the stock. There are more of you who've got this bundle in your basket than we have available in stock. You're getting all 3 denims, loads of fabric in there, plus you're also getting your instructions included. I'm so sorry in advance to the people that are going to be disappointed and miss out because there are too many of you there. We have a bit of a solution.
Oh, okay.
You can buy your instructions separately. They are $9.99, and we have got the individual denims separately as well. I mean, with the instructions on their own, you've got free reign to use your own old jeans, your current canvases, I do like the idea of using some of those tapestry fabrics that we've had, and especially some of the reverses of those as well.
Yes.
There are loads of ideas. So you get your instructions on their own if you missed the bundle, £9.99. And then very, very quickly, the denims that were used in the bundle, we have by the half meter. It's only a half meter in the bundle as well, isn't it? It's just 1 unit. So if you just want the light blue, remember, make the most of the fact that it's extra wide and you have got the reverse, which Wendy has used as always like a secondary colour, £4.99. The medium, which is this one, again, just half a metre used, but this is your chance to buy off the bolt if you want any, if you do want any. Aiden's at 83. And £4.99. Remember, this is your 8-ounce denim, and then you've got the darker one as well. This is just, you know, if anyone who's panicking, thinking they're going to miss out on the bundle, there's way too many of you who've got it in your basket, so just be aware. £4.99 is your darker blue. You'll need half a metre of each. Metre and a half of fabric. You'll have plenty because these are wide. It's actually designed with 44-inch in mind, which is your standard quilting weight with. We're going to put the graphics for the bundle back in, but that is now ridiculously limited. Remember, all 3 fabrics and your instructions, $26.99. Do be quick to check out on those. Where are you, Wendy?
Sorry, I'm not jumping ahead so that I won't show you. It's just that I'm getting ahead. Yeah, it's like I'm playing snooker and I'm a couple of shots ahead of you. So now what we're going to do, we're going to create, and this is really easy, we're just going to sew these 2 together. Yeah, I quite like that colourway, or I could turn it, but I'm not going to, because we're on telly and I don't concentrate, I'm going to put them the right sides so that I know. So we place these right sides together and we're going to sew them together with a 1/4-inch seam. The trouble is, when I make something and design something, you know my foldable bag? I've got about 10 of them. I'm just saying.
I'm not surprised.
Because I just love making them.
I know that we asked you this with the make to sell. Is it the same with this talking
Definitely.
about, you know what I'm going to say, don't you?
Yeah, I want you to make as many as you can, earn as much money as you can to make lots more fabric. The only thing I would say is, please credit me and thank you so, so much when you do tag me. Apologies if I don't turn blue because it means I haven't seen it. If I'm scrolling,
you need to explain when you say that.
I feel like that violet on.
Yeah, you're not going to turn blue, Wendy.
If my name doesn't turn blue
on Facebook,
I won't see it because it means that I'm not your friend. But then. Don't think I'm ignoring you, I just haven't seen it. So, but there's been some wonderful people out there that when they've seen that I haven't gone blue, they've tagged me. But thank you for showing me. I love seeing everyone's makes.
What was that message that was just on screen? Oh, it was Helen. Helen says, love, love, love this bag, Wendy.
Oh,
she says, I've got the bundle, yeah. She says, I have tons of recycled denim to use up as well. Brilliant. She says, can we make to sell? Also,
please make make and lots and lots and lots of money. Just don't give the pattern away or pass the pattern on.
Yeah.
And if you could
It's just for your use.
Credit me. Yeah, it's for your use only, but I don't mind what you do with it when you've made it.
Oh yeah, someone might come up to you and say, oh, I really want to make one, and just point them in Wendy's direction, basically. $26.99 for your bundle if you want it. It does also come with a magnetic snap, so if you want to put a fastening on it,
That's brilliant, because I've just thought about that. If you don't want to have the eyelets at the top, then there's nothing to stop you putting the snaps here so that you can snap these bits shut if you wanted to.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
That would be, never thought about that. But that's not my plan. My plan was to use eyelets for this one. So I've already done this side and assembled it. So I've just stitched these two together, and now I'm going to place them right sides with the panel. So it is all in the instructions. And I can see the time we're running out of it. So please pin, do not do as I do as I say, please.
Really don't worry, Wendy, honestly.
Yeah.
Don't worry about the time.
Well, I've got pressure to make this one because it's obviously going, it's already sold, isn't it? Oh, I don't think I'm going to be able to finish it. I'll have to take it home, I'm sorry. Yeah, I don't think
When are you back next, Wendy? Can you tell that I keep swapping my show so I can be with you?
Oh, did you see me messaging to John going 7 more sleeps, and he thought I meant the Christmas show, and it's like, no, 7 more sleeps till I work with you. And he went,
sorry,
I've
no.
changed.
Sorry.
Went, okay. Oh dear. I know. Did you change it?
Yeah, I did. I'd love to say it was because I knew you were on, and it wasn't.
You needed to change it, didn't you? You don't have to. You don't have to say. And all I'm doing now is I've pressed the panel, and I've pressed the fabric behind the side panel, and I'm top stitching down here. You can if you want to, but this is one time that I don't top stitch either side because that means that gives me maximum panel. Were you teasing me?
Well, no, I was trying to work out what it was that I swatched it for, but it's because I went to Thailand, and John keeps telling everybody I went to Thailand. I didn't go to Thailand.
You didn't.
I went to the Thai festival at Warwick Racecourse, and it was brilliant. It was brilliant. Our friends were from Sheffield, and I didn't realise. I thought it was like an all-day evening thing, and it finished at 5 o'clock, and I thought, oh, if I do that, then I'm not going to be able to go there. So we'd had tickets for it for ages. So I said, John, would you mind swapping next Saturday? And he was like, oh yeah, that Wendy Orlando's on next Saturday, you can swap.
He didn't. No, did he?
No, of course he didn't. Wendy, he loves you. We all love you.
Well, actually, I was supposed to be working tomorrow, but one of the other designers wanted to swap.
So it's fate that we're together again.
That we are together, isn't it? Now, with this one, I've done something I don't normally do, but again, I like to give you a little bit of everything. The corners create themselves. Normally, I say to you, make the panel, cut your corners. It doesn't work like that with this one. So what we're going to do now, we're going to place the top and the bottom sections right sides together. Now, the calculations work out exactly, but I'm very aware that if you're anything like me and not concentrating, you may be 1 or 2 millimeters out. If that's the case, what you want to do is you want to secure each end first, because these are cut to the size they need to be, and then wiggle or jiggle the bit in the middle.
Right.
But this, by some miracle, is actually
working.
fits. Yeah, as I say, if you have cut them all out and sewn your seam, then you should be there or thereabouts. But I've done so much sewing this week, so much. I absolutely love it.
Lots of machine sewing, or have you been doing hand sewing in the garden?
Well, I've done when I like to hand sew my binding.
So you've been sitting in the garden?
So, I don't like being...
Don't like the sun?
I love the garden, but only in the autumn.
Yeah.
So,
right.
And winter.
Really?
Yeah, I don't like the sun. But actually, my son and I, the two in the family that don't like the sun, everyone else loves it, doing exactly the same to the bottom. Well, I know this fits, so I'm going to just go for it. But please pin, because it's like when you're sewing bags together. If you don't pin them, by the time you get to the end, they will be out. I've not had a bag that I've not pinned that hasn't done that, so make sure you pin them. But because we're working with 8-ounce denim, it's a nice stable fabric to start off with. So you go cut all your jeans up now.
Oh, Nan's messaged in saying, hi Vicky and Wendy, I love watching Wendy's demos. She's like a breath of fresh air. Thank you in Cardiff.
That's
Thank you for
so
your message.
lovely, thank you. Now, this time I'm not going to do any top stitching because I'm going to top stitch when I put the wadding on. Because although I'm using H640, which is fusible, if I can almost like quilt it in a couple of places, it's going to help join those layers. But I am pressing them back to get the maximum length of the edges.
Oh, Maria said, just want to say I love you two. You make a great pair. Pair of
bookends.
No, I love working
I
with
love
Wendy.
working with you.
We have to say that, don't we, on the telly?
No, I do love.
No, I love working with you too.
No, I mean it. I don't care. I don't know if you don't. Right. I just love sewing, and I hope that
Oh yeah,
I hope that
you
shows.
can feel your passion in all of your mates.
But I
You can
need
tell.
everyone to learn to sew as well. So now I've got my 2 side strips, and again they're all cut to the right width and length. That go on the side, but I'm not sure if I can. Have I got it right? You can see that it's going to create the box corners.
Oh, it's creates your box buttons
yes.
anyway.
But it's very important that you mark 3 inches from the bottom.
How
Because
do you mark your denim? What pen do you use? You using your chalk?
I'm using my chalk. I thought I put it there. Yes, I use my chalk, or I might have to just pin it.
Yeah.
Because this, unless I'm using the lighter one, I can't really see it. But I'm going to mark 3 inches up. I will be able to see it. You won't be able to see it at home, but I can. But oh, the chalk, I put it down. I think I was using it for my quilt that I may or may not have finished. But I can see them there. And then a tip is to secure that on there first and the end, and then, oh gosh, it's...
That's going to fit perfectly.
Oh my goodness. I
It's like you've done this before.
Technically it should. And then we're going to do exactly the same the other side, but it's well worth doing that, the 3 inch at the bottom, because then you know your box corners are going to be absolutely perfect. Now you can use non-fusible wadding, but if you do that, I would use some 505 spray.
Okay.
And also be patient with H640. It's a very calm and relaxed wadding, and it won't be rushed. So it's a bit like me, really. I won't.
The instructions are, that's your H640. So you'll may get it out of 1. Wendy does say err on the side of caution,
would, yeah.
get 2, just so you're not having to be, too sort of stingy. You'll make sure you'll get a really lovely padded bag. You're always going to use it anyway. You know, you're not going to use much of the second piece, but you will definitely still use it for other projects. Hi, Vix and Wendy, love this bag. Please can you send some of Wendy's enthusiasm Steph's way. There you go. She said she's brilliant.
Oh, thank you so much.
Honestly, at 6 in the morning, it's exactly what you need bouncing through the doors.
Unless you're Hannah. And then Hannah goes, green room, green room.
Come back in half an hour.
Yeah.
We pop the kettle on, we have a coffee.
Come back when
and
you've
then
calmed
we say.
down.
And then Wendy comes in, starts putting up shelves or something in there, but like hammering. This is very loud, Wendy.
I wasn't hammering. You know what I was doing. You know what I was doing.
You were moaning about the woman in your hotel upstairs from you. She might have been putting eyelets in for a show.
Well, it got to midnight and it's like, are you actually going to go to bed yet? But they're very small rooms. Hotel rooms are very small. And I don't know, she must have done about 10 miles.
10 eyelets? She might have done 10 eyelets, yeah.
Now, I know you said to stick to the right, but I've wanted to show you that it doesn't matter. So for this one, I wanted to be, in fact, I'd have liked every bit to be different, but I didn't have all those fabrics, but it doesn't matter because they're exactly the same size.
Brilliant.
Then, I don't think we're going to get time to do this because I now need to stick it to the H640.
Okay, do you want me to start pressing it and you could go on to the next bit?
Oh,
if you want.
Oh, that would be lovely.
Or do you need that
thank
here and
you.
now?
No, that would be lovely.
I can be your pressing assistant.
Oh, yes, you're my glamorous assistant.
Yeah, it's on.
Thank you, madam.
Thank
There
you.
you go. Right, so yes, I can get on with the next bit. Now, Be patient with it, don't
will.
shout at it. The handles are as I normally make them. So if you want to change the width of a handle, then however wide you want it, multiply it by 4 and cut the width to that. I like mine 1 inch, so you cut them 4 inches, and then it gives you the option to cut long or short. I think long works better with this, but you can cut short if you want, and the dimensions are in there. And then I measured in. You're going to put that.
I'm going to go for the big iron. I
knew you were going to do
We're
that.
short on time.
I knew you were going to do that. You just wanted to have a play with it, didn't
do.
you? So you measure in, and it's all in the instructions, and then you tack them in place within the 1/4 inch seam allowance, and then that means that you don't have to have any pins. It is a good idea if you want to put a pin just down here just to keep it at a right angle there, because sometimes as you're sewing along they do jump out of place. And then you do that for both of them. So Victor's got the other panel that I'm going to put on in a moment, but then you'll get 1 outer and 1 inner, and we place them right sides together at the top, and then pin or clip them in place on the top edge and sew them together. So that's what I'm going to do now with a 1/4 inch seam. If you want to do a slightly bigger seam, that's fine, because you are working with wadding. So it doesn't matter if you do a slightly thicker, bigger seam. Oh, I noticed, did you see Delphine the other day?
That she got one of these irons,
yes.
and Bexley's got one.
Oh, wow. Oh,
I saw Bexley's had a nice bit of post this last week then, hasn't she? Treating herself.
And you know what I say? Why not?
Oh, absolutely. She has been going on about her sewing machine for a long, long time. And when you get a good new sewing machine, it's nice to be able to say, right, do you know what, I'm getting an iron as well. And Delphine with a sewing room.
Definitely, yeah. But I am so impressed with Delphine's. I almost wonder if it's like Insta-worthy, whereas when you turn the camera around, it's going to be a complete mess. I don't think so.
I think she's very tidy, especially at the start.
I think it's going to be spotless.
Yeah,
yeah,
I agree.
She's just like that type of person, isn't she? So, not like me. So I have sewn these two together. Now what you want to do as well, as you're going along here, and you want to line up these seams here, as I was stitching, I've lined these up so that it all looks nice. And then you do. How are you getting on with that, madam? You're
there
ready.
You go. I should just be a pressing assistant.
Oh, thank you.
Now I've got my Eliso iron.
Oh, that's lovely. Now it does tell you in there how many inches to put them. But do you know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to do my normal trick and put the other one opposite, and that way I can see exactly where they need to go, and they match the bag.
Michelle, you've just made a really good point. This would be really good. Michelle says, I've made a denim patchwork bag, and she says, I've put all the seams on the outside. So you know, like rag quilting, when you've got all of the seams.
Yes.
Then when you wash it, and it can go all roughly.
I love that idea.
This would be great like that, Michelle.
I love that idea. Oh, yeah, I do love that idea. I'm going to stitch these in place. And please make sure that you've got your panel the right side up, because I made one the other day and realised my pocket was upside down, so I wouldn't have been able to put anything in it.
Oh, no.
It would have just...
Not ideal.
Not ideal. That's what I do. Sometimes I just like get caught in the moment. And thank you for doing that. So I'm going to trim this. Now this is one of the outer panels, so this one is the same size as the wadding. Whereas if it was one of the inner panels, I would cut it a bit smaller. Are we going to get onto the eyelets?
Oh, what do you think, Hannah? Are we going to get onto the eyelets? Go on, yeah, why not? Let's go rogue. We are going to get through all your projects anyway, because we're not doing, there's not demos anyway in the next hour, is it? We're pit stop talking through stuff. So. Yeah. I have a question for Wendy.
Yes.
Well, from producer Hannah. Okay, so our 14mm eyelets have sold out. Could I do it with smaller eyelets?
Definitely.
10.5mm?
Yes, definitely.
So we're going to put through what we do have, because we've got a lot of people asking about eyelets. So we do have the tool that you need, which is separate. So this is a 10.5mm tool. That's what it looks like. It's exactly the same principle as what we're going to show you in a minute. That's for the 10.5mm eyelets. It's the tool. So it's literally a few mil smaller than what was in the set, so it's not going to look out of place, and you can still fit your
you can still fit it through. And in fact,
through.
I'm a crafter, so I have all these things at home, and I do have a 10.5, and I tried it and it works.
Brilliant.
Or you don't have to make the cord. If you want to go like organic, you could use string. Twine, you could.
Oh
the
yeah,
tie
a
could
beach
be,
bag. That's it.
Yeah.
Have a look. So this is the eyelets. This is what they look like. They look very, very similar. They don't come with a tool. That's why we say you need to get the tool separately. You just need to get the two elements separately. You get 24 pieces, and you'll see them in the demo in a moment. Because we've got to do a bit of hammering, haven't we?
I just feel so awful because it's quite loud.
Don't you go for it.
It's a good job the dog's deaf because.
No, don't. Oh yeah. Oh, you're at home. Oh gosh.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
I was going to say, don't worry at home. We'll just turn down the microphones. We'll warn everybody that there's going to be a hammer time.
Hammer time. Now, I am showing my age then, because do you remember him?
I just said it. I was the one that said NC hammer. I was like, you said hammer time.
You make me
Did you forget how old I am?
No, you make me feel very old. So I'm nearly twice your age. Isn't it?
You forget how old. I'm really old.
I really are. No, I am twice your age.
Do you want
nearly.
me to press it for you? It's all right. I might as well. Whilst you're
Well, actually,
I'm a helpful assistant. I just love this iron so much.
So I can either put the bag together, which I've done on lots of occasions, and exactly the same. You put the outer panels together, the inner panels, and then do the corners.
Yeah.
Or I could show you how to do, because the eyelets must go in once you've made the bag. So you make all the bag, and the thing is, I actually want this to be made so that someone can have it. So I don't just want to put them in here.
You do what you want to do.
So I'll just talk you. So to make the bag, you're now going to put right sides together and wrong sides, outer panels and inner panels together. Place them right sides together and then pin them all the way round, paying particular attention to get these seams even. And then when I stitch, I always start from the centre and stitch down to one corner, and then turn it round and stitch down to the other. If you start sewing from this end, by the time you've got to the centre, it's going to be 1 or 2 millimetre out. So always start in the middle, and then you stitch all the way on the outer, but then on the inner one, leave a section big enough to get your hand in. And you will need to have it big enough because this is quite thick, what you're pulling through. So have it nice and big, all the way round. Then you will make your corners. And again, I can't think what bag it was and what day it was, but there's one that I show you how to make the corners. But
we've done lots of bottom demos on the show.
That's all it is. Then pull it through, turn it in the right way, top stitch around the top, then you can start putting your eyelets on. Now.
Thank you for doing so many of these examples. Look, Bozal, 80-20, gosh, you are good.
H640, my writing's not very
So you can do it
very
on anything, whatever interfacing you're using.
I wanted to see how it reacted, because it's no good if someone says, well, I want to use Bozal, and then it didn't work.
Okay.
So it works perfect. The only thing that I would say is, when you put them in, have the lining showing, because I found the nicest side was the other side of the eyelet when you put it in. Doesn't matter, I mean, it's fine both sides, but I prefer this side.
Yeah, there is a front and a back to it.
It looks nice, so have the lining facing. Right, are you ready for this? I'm so sorry.
Right, so you need the tool. You need the tool, obviously. Yeah. Yours is the 14mm one that you've got there, but the one on your screen will be, there you go. That's your tool that you'll need for your 10mm. You'll buy them as two separate things, so you need your tool and your eyelets. Now, the multi-pack sold out.
Mine is labelled because, as I say, being a crafter, I have lots of different ones at home. So this is the
same principle.
Yeah, exactly the same. Oh, I do.
No, you don't have like a block like this at home, so you don't need something to do that at home. What do you put it on?
I've got a dining room table that I have a mat on. Never, ever, ever do this straight on a table. I mean, technically it's flat, but I would never do that. I would always have a mat of some sort and do it on that. Or I've got like an old chopping board.
Yeah, big chopping board, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah, so that's what I do mine on, because that's transportable rather than taking the dining room table. But they've given me this to keep me quiet.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to.
I don't think it's going to. So what we do is you want to mark your fabric. So I'm marking the fabric. Now I have stated in the instructions that I hand cut my holes, because sometimes if you're working with a really like lofty wadding, it creates the hole a little bit too big, but this should be fine. So I'm marking where I want it to go, and then I've got your little, I can't think what it's called, but it's like a little neck thing that you put in, that you place that down, so you've got a flat side and a beveled side, so you place flat side down.
That's part of the tool.
This is part of the tool. So I'm going to place that in the centre. So I've got my mark in the centre and I'm turning it over. Then you've got your tool and you've got like a little ball that you sit the ball inside.
Okay, then it's hammer time.
I'm really, really sorry about this, because you do have to give it...
We're turning the mics down.
Okay. Because you do have to give it a fair whack, because we are trying to... It's not going to... I don't...
Has it gone through?
No, not yet. I am using the right option. Right.
The right way around.
I'm so scared to give it a good whack.
Go, give it a good whack.
Yeah, we're nearly there. There we go.
Give it a good whack.
Sorry.
No, don't worry, we turned your mic off.
Yeah, but they'll have heard that, won't they? I do apologise.
You're apologising to the other channel.
So now, yeah, you do. I was being a little bit shy of doing it. You do need to give it a good whack. And then you've got that little bit inside, and what it's done, it's created a perfect hole. As I say, if you're doing something a little bit lofty, that tends to, I can't think of the word I'm looking for, but it's very unpredictable and wavy, and it might be a bit big. And then you've got two parts of your eyelet. You've got a sticky up bit and a ring. So we want to put the sticky up bit behind, back on the neck, and it will sit in there like a little bowl. Then we place one of these over. Now there is a right side and a wrong side, and it will say on the instructions which way to do it. It does become obvious when you see it, and we pop that over the top, and now we stick the ball in the middle. Now you want to keep this as upright as you can possibly get it. If you go from one side or the other, it's not going to be even, so we're going to give it a nice whack, and you can feel it all of a sudden. It's a bit like, you know, like when you're making jewellery and you've got that biting point, and you know, you'll know here, all of a sudden you go, yeah, that feels right. And then look, these are brilliant. They are fantastic. So this is the nice side, and so I would have that on I'd have the lining facing out. But how cool are they?
Yeah, but because it's a reversible bag, it doesn't look bad on the other side, does it?
No, it looks fine on both sides. But there is a definite right and a wrong side.
Technically.
But yeah. So that wasn't too painful, was it? I do apologise to
that was
next door.
amazing. That was brilliant to see. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Don't forget, follow your instructions. You buy that eyelet in two parts. The starter kit that we had sold out. So if you do want the eyelet kits, you get your tool and you get your eyelet separately. It's all covered under one post in packaging anyway, so don't worry, it's fine. How are we getting on with the bundle? Bundle. It's literally the last of stock to check out. There are 14 bundles available. There are 58 of you who've got it in your basket, to be exact. So this is about to sell out. Whoever gets the last 14, well done. Remember, you're getting half a metre of each of your coloured denims. Don't forget, there's 3 colours there, but we did learn, use the reverse. Denim is reversible. It looks gorgeous on the other side as well, so use the other side. And then you've got 6 colours of fabric to use, plus you're getting your amazing instructions. We do have the denims available individually underneath us by the half metre on the website. We also have the chance to get the instructions individually for £9.99. There are more of you who've got these in your baskets than we have availability once again. Exactly 50 people more than we have availability. There's 36 instruction sets left. Be careful. £9.99. Don't forget to grab yourself 2 pieces of H640 and your eyelets. Okay, right. We're going to have a really quick quick turnover round, and we're going to find out if Wendy has completed her Quilt As You Go quilt. Don't go anywhere. We've got Quilt As You Go instructions back, Wendy's foldable tote bag back, bugs in the back. We've got loads of some of Wendy's most popular projects all back in stock, so don't go anywhere. We're back right after this.
Hello everyone, I'm Delphine Brooks. I've been part of the Sewing Street family now for over a year, and it's been the most incredible journey so far. Some of you may already know that I like all things sewing, anything from quilting to toy making, needle felting, and of course applique, which is my favourite. The best thing about being part of the show is being able to share with you my imagination and bringing you new ideas and new designs and patterns, and seeing how you interpret those designs and make your own work, and then sharing your images of those is the most rewarding part for me. I'm currently working on lots of new ideas and exciting projects that I cannot wait to bring to the show and share with you all. But in the meantime, take care everyone and happy sewing.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans and Yarn Lane TV Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters, and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day.
Have you heard about all the different ways you can shop on Sewing Street? You can shop on our website sewingstreet.com, and you can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. Just call 0800 001 4433.
And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Follow Sewing Street and Yarn Lane on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media, and pick up some top tips from us too.
If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
If we ever do a Sewing Street Sports Day, I want Wendy on my team. I have never seen a sprint finish like Wendy has just done. You just think that we're all, you know, you're like a swan, you are. Look at her. She's like, oh, we've just had a nice cup of tea in the break, didn't we? We had a nice chat. What have we been doing, Wendy? She has been like, how many seconds have I got? I've never seen anybody so manic, but look. Da, 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 da.
And it's bound. All I need to do.
You've just got to sit in the garden this afternoon.
Well, I should do it on the way home in the car.
Hand stitch it all.
Yeah. So I've done. Yeah.
Why didn't you do the hand stitching in that hour as well? Hand stitching behind me. So, what is this, Wendy? This is the bundle from earlier on that you have now made into
Quilt as you go. Yeah.
Oh, it's amazing, isn't it? So, if you want to get the bundle from earlier, it's $59.99. Remember, the picture is wrong, but you get all of these beautiful Moda fabrics and you get your 2 meters of background fabric. But to do it like this, you're obviously going to need extra fabric for your sashing. But, of course, grab your instructions. Now, I know that whenever we do, oh yeah, look at the back.
So on the back, it's
done.
Yes, done. It's done.
Quilt as you go is a game changer, isn't it? I mean, I'm going to call it. I think this is probably your most popular instructions that you've ever done.
Absolutely.
And so why is that? Let me bring it over here. You talk to us about Quilt as you go.
Right. Quilt as you go it's been around. So it is around, but it was always the one that I've just done now, and I did cheat because I did the one that is just the simplest one. It's you have the strips in between. So you've got tiny strips in between, and that's been around.
Yeah.
But what I really struggled to find was someone to tell me how to do a bigger one. I wanted bigger sashes.
Yeah.
Now the one that you've got so the one behind me is got bigger sashing on there because I like sashing between my blocks. But these are Quilt as you go. So you make the block and then you add the sashing afterwards.
So from an aesthetic point of view, what are the other benefits of doing Quilt as you go?
Speed.
Yeah.
So admittedly, I think I've done not too bad with the stitching. I did go a little bit faster than I normally would. But yeah, so and also with Quilt as you go, you block your quilt, you quilt your block as opposed to quilt the quilt. And that makes a huge difference.
I think that's a lot more manageable.
Absolutely. So you've got when you make your blocks, and this is the beauty of it, and I saw Susie had her block keeper, and also Sarah had hers as well. So if you make a block and keep it in your block keeper, and then you want to turn it into a quilt, it's so easy to do Quilt as you go.
Yeah,
because
quilt groups as well. Oh, yeah. Brilliant for that.
Well, that is fantastic for that, because if you say to everyone, make me a block, but I want you to trim it down to 15 inches. So it can be any design you want, as long as it's 15 inches, and then they give it into them, and then the person that's making it, all they have to do is sew those 15-inch blocks together.
Yeah, exactly. So a lot of quilt patterns that you buy, or quilt books that you buy, they can be quite vague, and I understand why, and a lot of them they'll say, you know, now quilt and it's up to you, your choice. This is not just, you know, a little pamphlet of telling you how to do Quilt as you go. This is full instruction booklet, as you can see.
Oh yes.
Of explaining how you can use Quilt as you go. And it isn't a quilt pattern.
No.
This is after you've done your block, so it can be used on loads of different projects. I now look at so many projects and go, oh, I could do that as Quilt as you go. And I could use the instructions that I've got. So this is going to be such an amazing staple for your instructions in your workroom. This is going to be something you're going to be able to keep referring to. Now, once everybody's checked out, 2/3 of the stock have gone. And you're gasping because you know that this is the biggest stock we've ever had of these instruction sets. They came in, they all disappeared, we reordered them, they came, and I think that happened about 3 or 4 times during the show. You've not actually bought these back since, for ages.
For ages, yeah, and people keep saying, where are they, where are they?
I'm so pleased we've got them.
I'm so pleased that you've got them back, because this technique was life-changing, but not life-changing, but it's not life-changing, it changed the way I quilt. That was very dramatic,
very
wasn't
bold.
It? Oh, that's very dramatic.
Yeah, I think Wendy could do our acceptance speech when we won that award.
Yes. It changed the way I quilted, because for those that have followed my journey here, the first thing I said when I came was, I don't quilt, I don't FPP, don't send me any. My first 2 projects were a quilt and an FPP. So I think they must have known from the start that we'd just challenge her, because I love a challenge.
Learning.
And so when the reason I stayed away from quilting was I didn't want that massive quilt in my machine at the end of it. And you don't get it with Quilt As You Go.
You know when I said about manageable, I mean that in 2 ways. Manageable for your machine and your space, but also sort of, you know what I mean, like mentally. Like,
it is.
Because I love the idea of doing Delphine's free motion quilting. But if you've got then a big quilt and you have to start free motioning, like I would be, it just wouldn't be consistent. I would be too overwhelmed by it. Whereas if you're just doing a block, I can manage it. Having a go at free motion, I can have a go. And I can have a go at different types of quilting.
That's the beauty of it. You saw earlier, I mean, I joked and said I'd try and get it done, and
you've done it.
And I've done it. But I made a block, I quilted a block, I put it to one side. I made a block, I quilted a block, and put it to one side. At the end of it, all I need to do is put them together. Whereas making a topper, then you have to think about backing it, and then you have to think about quilting it. And I just found it a little bit daunting for me, and I'm not going to lie, I have got quite a few toppers at home that I am building up the courage to do them, but this way, I could just make the quilt. And also, as I said, and that's perfect if you've got sewing groups, that get them all to make a 6-inch block, a 12-inch block, a 20-inch block. There's no limit to how big the blocks can be. Big or small, doesn't matter.
And it doesn't need to be on a quilt that is designed to be a quilt as you go. This one wasn't designed to be quilt as you go. As long as you have blocks, then you can make anything. Do you know some of the cushions that we've got behind us?
I'm going to do that as a quilt as you go.
You could do that?
Yeah.
Once you've got patterns that are cushions or squares, do you know what I mean? Blocks, you can do it.
I wouldn't personally do that on every single block, but because the sunflower is my mum's favourite flower, and it's very personal to me. Yeah. And I think you don't have to do every single block has to have something. It can just be a plain block.
Oh, I love these. I mean, yeah, just imagine that in the centre, and then having plain blocks around the outside and scatter them as you wish. Add sunflowers or different flowers if you want. Now we're going to have to take the graphics out for that one, because this is again going to sell out any second now. We're way oversubscribed. So the 3D flower cushions, it was with me and you last time, and it was brilliant. So we've got 2 bundles. We've got the daisy. Let's do the daisy. Oh, I say that.
Oh, yes.
You don't need to choose.
No.
I had to remind myself then.
Yeah.
We have 2 options. Let's do the blue one first, because this is the one that you've got there, Wendy. So you don't have to choose which one you want to do.
Make both of them.
You make both?
Make both.
So you can make the sunflower, which is here. It's gorgeous. Now this isn't made out of felt, this is fabric.
Fabric.
So you've got your background fabric, which is a whole metre. That's enough to be able to do the front and back of your cushions. Nice poppers as well, we love that.
Oh yeah, we love a popper.
You've then also got your fat quarters, which have been cut in-house, or 1 fat quarter of the brown. Then you've got your gold, 1/2 metre, and you've got your white for your petals. Can you remember the date that we demonstrated this?
I want to say the 30th. I want to say the 30th.
30th of June.
Oh gosh.
So if you want to watch the show back, we oh sorry for my microphone. We showed lots of different ways of how to do the petals, the quilting, didn't we?
Yeah. So it's and also this technique teaches you how to do an envelope back with poppers. Now, I stated back on that show that you will have enough to make 2 popper backs. However, if you want to make 2 envelopes need to overlap at least 4 or 5 inches. You won't have enough. You'll have enough material, but you might have to like patchwork the back a bit. But that's fine.
Yeah, I have both bundles here. So there's another option where you can use it with a like a creamy sort of background. It was like a natural seeded background, wasn't it? Which was lovely. It still comes with your instructions. Here we go, I'll show you your fabrics. So you have your 1/2 metre of white, you get 1 metre of this lovely natural seeded cotton, then you get your colours coordinating for your sunflower and daisy. Now we did talk about, they're all quilting cotton, so they can all go in the washing machine as well, can't they?
Yep.
They're so beautiful and so bright. But we did talk about the fact that they don't have to be daisies and sunflowers. If you're using your own fabrics and get your instructions on their own, it changes it. That's not now a sunflower, is it?
And again, what we also spoke about was that if you have someone that maybe is bedridden and they're in a room on their own, if you made each of these petals out of a piece, and I think these are so special, a piece of fabric that means something to them from a member of the family, they've got it in their room and they'll be able to look at it. And
it's very tactile.
It is very, very tactile. I know with my mum, she loved the tactile element of it. She would just sit and like stroke the petals, but you could also, as I say, use them for memory flowers.
Yeah.
When children, you'll find this with Maisie, when they grow up, there's outfits that you just cannot get rid of.
I have it already.
Yes.
I have it already.
Make yourself
as well.
a memory cushion with it.
You can buy those fabrics that you can actually print onto. You could do a photograph in the centre, couldn't you?
Oh my gosh, that
the whole
like
family,
the Teletubby.
Yes, like the sunshine, the Teletubby. Do you know the sunshine in the Teletubby has now got children?
Oh my goodness, I saw her the other day. I mean, it must be trending, but and it was like, oh my
She's
goodness,
had a
she's
baby.
all grown up.
How weird is that? The sunshine.
The baby has had a baby.
Yeah, so weird. That's a better claim to fame. Did you hear that?
No.
Hannah just said the guy who is Tinky Winky, he's a comedian, he liked Hannah's Instagram. Tinky Winky.
You said I wasn't allowed to say that the other day.
What, Tinky Winky?
No,
oh. Why were we talking about that?
When I said something went winky wonky and you went, you can't say that.
Not winky.
But you've just said.
So did you? Now you're getting embarrassed.
No, because have you ever had something like an orange or like some fruit and you go, oh, it makes you go winky? That's what we say.
What? You didn't have, this was not with me, this was a dream. We've never had this conversation.
No, not this conversation. No, I'm saying that's because you went, oh, that word, and I went, to me, it's like when you eat something that's sharp, you go like that, you wink, and it's a bit winky.
Oh. But why would it be anything else?
Well, you told me I wasn't allowed to say that word.
I was talking about Tinky Winky, the Teletubby, anyway.
Which one was he?
The purple one.
Was he the one with the...
He was that one. He had this, he was purple.
He was the tall one, wasn't he?
Yeah, he had a handbag. He did.
My favourite was Poe.
Anyway, I think we should move on. Move on. It's a really... How have we talking about really sentimental cushions and now we're talking about Tinky Winky?
Because that's my my children's child, not my childhood, but my children's, I always grew up with Teletubbies.
Time for Tubby Bye-Byes.
Yeah, loved it.
And the little vacuum cleaner, what was its name? Nunu. Oh, God.
Oh, dear.
Did anyone ever have Tubby Custard?
Oh, yes.
Tubby, what was it? Tubby Toast. Tubby Custard.
Tubby Toast.
Right. Sorry, everybody at home. We've had a lot of weird conversations today. Shall we do another one of your iconic? It's turning into iconic. We haven't physically got these here today.
What's
the
that?
foldable tote bag.
Oh, we have those here.
We have
we haven't
physical
got
things
the
here.
physical, yeah.
But we've put together two new bundles for you.
Oh, why wouldn't you send them to me?
These are lovely. Well, you could have made another couple more. How many foldable tote bags have you now got, Wendy?
10. I've got 10. And
you will get your fabrics and you will get instructions. Look at how gorgeous those fabrics are. Now, we don't have any of the poppers at the moment. They're not in stock, so I'm hoping that you've got one of those really big boxes full of poppers and you want to make some more bags. So the great thing about them, right, this is obviously in a different fabrics, but I don't even need my instructions to do this anymore, Wendy.
I know.
So this design has been, again, very, very popular, hasn't it? Sorry, stop judging and watching how I'm doing this. Am I doing it wrong?
Yes, but that's okay.
Go on. I shouldn't be doing this in front of the designer. You show me how I fold
And do you know
it.
what? I've left them in the green room. So we fold them up because you've got a crease.
Come over this way slightly.
We fold them up because you've got a crease and that way, and then in a quarter, then in a half, and then do that.
And that literally pops in place.
Yes.
What have you left in the green room, by the way?
I've left my travel bag.
Your travel bag. Oh, yeah. We're going to show those in a moment as well.
Yes, please. It's a grey vinyl one.
And look at how compact this is.
And there's another one, a cross one.
Keep it in the car. These are great for making to sell. These are brilliant for gift ideas for people as well, aren't they?
Christmas
stockings.
They've
got a pocket as well. They've got a pocket. Your instructions will show you how to create it, exactly your measurements of what you need to do to be able to make sure, obviously, that it closes. You've got your inside pocket in there, and imagine it in William Morris.
I'm very upset I wasn't sent that.
This would be beautiful. This is free spirit fabric. It's quilting weight fabric. You don't need anything else. Just grab yourself your poppers as well from home. £19.99. Thank you, Hannah, for putting that one together.
I finished that one.
Oh, amazing!
But I'm using it now, so you're not having it.
That is really popular. Half the stock is now gone of that one. We also have another really pretty bundle. These are going to look lovely together. It's not just any. She's in the basement. We've folded her up in the bag. Liberty Riviera collection.
No, I was thinking that was an advert. It's not just any old, and I can't remember what it was. Yeah, I can't remember. You know what I mean, don't you?
I do vaguely remember it. Have laughed this morning. I haven't stopped laughing. I hadn't intended to buy anything, but ... Thank you both.
That reminds me of Mamma Mia.
This looks nice with my dress, actually. This colourway, doesn't it?
What
What reminds you of Mamma Mia? ... Oh, yeah.
It does, doesn't it? It's my favourite film. It's my favourite film, sorry.
How many times have you watched it?
I've watched it probably about 15.
See, it's one of those, isn't it? There's not very many films that I've probably watched, over 5 times and just still don't get bored
of. It's my favourite.
But like Beckham is Hannah's.
Oh, I like that, yeah.
I've watched that so much and still it's really good.
Musicals, I'm there. Love it.
1999. And again, just to show you in Liberty how beautiful this look. It is a really lovely tote bag, great size, got a box bottom and everything, got that inside pocket. You can put an extra snap on there if you want. You'll get full instructions with your bundle at £19.99. Bearing in mind, hang on, your pound on your own is at least £10. Then Liberty, 2.5 metres of Liberty. I don't know which one I'd choose as my outer and which I'd choose as my lining with this.
I wouldn't do that with that. I would do, like when I've done it where you've got a bit of everything.
Right, okay.
I'd mix and match.
So you could do one panel, one
that's
panel.
What I would do.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So mix and match because they are both Liberty, beautiful prints.
Have you got the pattern on its own?
I physically haven't got it here.
Have they got the pattern on its own?
Yeah, we can do it on its own though today.
So I made it out of a pair of curtains.
Have you? Oh my word, so you literally could do it. Honestly.
I don't throw anything away.
Yeah, we always talk about upcycling, reusable, so there's your instructions on their own.
I don't know if my mother-in-law's watching. Thank you for your curtains.
Does she know that you've made them into a bag?
Well, she does now. But these are really back in, aren't they?
Lovely.
And if any of those, because I know that we do also have a lot of crafters watching.
Do you know what? This goes with my dress as well, doesn't it? That looks really nice, thank you. Oh, have you ironed this on?
Yeah.
Let's stay home and crochet your crochet bag. And look.
Yeah.
So vinyl, this is a great idea. Instructions on their own, £9.99. Is that just with a natural seed, a calico?
Yeah.
Brilliant.
So.
Oh, this would be good then for making to sell. Imagine doing loads of sort of personalised ones as well. Yeah. Thank you for bringing these in.
Yeah, you can't have them because they're mine.
Oh, I do. I love this one. That is great.
Isn't it? Yeah,
what a brilliant way of upcycling.
And I actually remember those curtains.
So there you go. They were also creating a great talking point and memory for you as well.
So thank you very much for the curtains.
Carol's message.
I've got them in brown as well, so I'm going to make some in brown.
Carol's message. I think you're enjoying the show. Thanks, Carol. I think Carol Carol's laughing. Thank you.
Why, what she just said? What have we done?
She called us two clowns.
That'd be about right.
This is when we do...
I'll take it.
2 hours without you. Well, actually, you didn't have a coffee break earlier, did you, either? You haven't had your breakfast yet.
Oh, no, I've had some... I think I've had breakfast. Oh, I can't remember. I don't know, I'm having lunch on the way home.
Instructions on their own are there for your foldable tote bag. Every single time we've been on air, they've sold out completely.
Thank you. I thought you were going to put them straight in your bag, weren't you?
Thank you. You can have them back. Yeah. Instructions on their own. Do you want to come over? In fact, no, I'll bring them over here because we've got the overhead camera. We've got the travel bag. Now, you've got two in a PU.
Yeah.
Very nice.
And as you can, it goes everywhere. I won't show you what's in there. There's some Revels in there if we're hungry, actually.
I love Revels. I really like I only like the orange ones, and I always get stuck with the coffee ones.
Hang on a minute, you like the orange?
You don't like the orange?
So we'd be all right because there's only one that I like in there, which is the toffee one. So why doesn't someone just make a whole bag of toffee for me?
Hannah's just said seconds before, I love them all, hate the toffee ones. Oh. So yeah, we'll be all right. You can take the toffees, we'll have the rest. Yeah. How much fabric am I going to need for it? A metre. 1 metre of your main fabric for the bag outer.
Yeah, and one,
Okay, and 1 metre for your bag lining.
Yes.
Okay.
Because the lining is made out of the handles are made out of the lining.
Okay.
So you have a conscious. This one we chose to be quite similar.
It looks great with the quilting.
It's fantastic, and then I've quilted it, and it's lovely, isn't it?
It does look very, very posh.
I've got my hair. Well, that's what I thought. Well, I thought that hubby might borrow it, but I've not allowed him to because it's mine.
Lovely.
And then the one down there is my own fabric.
Am I allowed to pick this one up?
Well, if you want to.
Oh, that's nice. Well,
that's my Mary Poppins bag.
Do you reckon this is like a good sort of hand luggage size, actually?
Oh, I don't know.
Obviously, the planes are different, and you might need to check your size because some of the airlines, you know what it's like. You're only allowed to take this much, and you have to wear everything.
Don't get there and go. Vixen Wendy said.
But this is lovely for a weekend away, isn't it? Well, city break kind of size.
Yeah. One of them always has all my breakfast and bits in, and the other one I bring some fabric or other bits in there. So
yeah, they're lovely. But they also will work nicely with cotton as well, quilting weight cottons.
It
Would
depends.
you interface it?
Yes, definitely. If you're going to use a lighter weight, then interface it to strengthen it, because this is very much one that I wanted to be, again, foldable, collapsible, push away, because it's designed. I am very selfish when I design because I make things I like.
Yeah.
And I wanted something that I could just shove under the bed when I got to the hotel. I didn't want a rigid one that sort of sat in the corner looking at me. I just wanted one to put under there.
Yeah. Oh no, that's ideal, isn't it? I love all these different fabrics as well. If you've got any of the nice.
Oh, I'll tell you what I've got in there.
What have you got in there?
I've got the cream version of the flower. But I've padded it. Yeah, I meant to show you that. I've actually put padding in the centre to make it padded.
That's really nice. What else you got in there? Any more treats?
I've got the caravan bag. So
how many of these do you carry around? Look at Wendy's. We don't even know what's in the Wendy's bag, and she's got another 2 of the foldable tote bags just randomly in there.
So that's 5 on me today because I like recycling. Not the word I'm looking for. What's the word when you go and they go, do you want a bag? I go, got my own, thank you.
Oh, yeah.
I like to be that person.
Sustainable.
That's the one.
Jan said, it's the fun chat and conversation, as well as excellent demos that make Sewing Street the best loved sewing show. Well, it's not just the best of sewing show. We kind of want to win the most loved TV shopping channel, full stop. Not just sewing. Just across all of the channels. Please vote for us, Jan. Please just jump onto our website and you can vote for us on there. That'd be amazing if we were to win. Right, yeah, you don't get
Am I allowed to
any
vote?
other... Yes, please.
Am I allowed to?
I think so.
Well,
I've voted.
I'm kind of voting for myself, aren't I?
It's fine.
And I wonder if you can vote for my iPad, my phone.
Have a go.
I'm gonna have a go.
Right, that is the travel bag. So let's do the quilt. Oh, here you go. I haven't even seen this one before. This is one of your only packs that I've not seen. Yeah. This is the Starlap quilt.
It was
topper.
around somewhere, but when we moved over, I think.
So this was back in the old studio?
Yes, it was back in the old studio.
Do we have a date, Hannah, that we can refer everyone back to? So talk to me about this one. What sort of techniques are we going to learn with this, Wendy?
Well, this is all about the half square triangles. And this was one of the first ones when I went over to diagrams, because sometimes with a picture, you look at it and then you squint and then you look at it a bit more, because you can only get so much into a picture. Whereas with the diagram, you can follow it much easier. So I've shown you how to do all your half square triangles, and then you've got the placement guide so that you know exactly, and it's not every single square you have to do something to. That's what I like to see sometimes in a quilt, when you don't have to do anything, you just cut a square to size, and then you've got your borders, tells you how to do your borders. Yeah, this was one of my first ones, and I loved it.
This is 46.5-inch square. This is brilliant, isn't it? Yeah. 46.5-inch square. Oh my word, I spent so much money today. Oh dear. So thanks for a great show, Rosalie. I'm pleased you've had a lovely time.
I'm not going to be any part of it. It's going to get told off.
I know. Oh gosh. Oh, well, you'll love it. You'll love it.
Well, if you're anything like my hubby, it costs 50p, he tells me, when I know it hasn't. I know it's cost hundreds. That wasn't very expensive.
This was back on the 5th of October, I think. 4th of October if you want to watch back 2021, back last year. That's your start lap quilt instructions. Your main graphic is just £9.99. Full instructions, perfect. Right, bugs in a bag. I think there is. Here we go.
Have you got
this is the perfect time, isn't it? Perfect time of year to be able to do this. Don't buy instructions on their own, because you need the panel, don't you?
You definitely, please don't buy them.
For some reason on our website there are instructions on their own. Don't buy them.
Please, because you don't want to make it if you haven't got the panel.
No, you need the panel to make them, because look, the panel looks like that. So you can see you've got all of the games are all on one panel. This was one of your first designs, wasn't it?
This was my first baby. This was my first design. It was because all the artwork has been drawn by me as well, which I was like so excited about. So it's just a real boring bag, really boring.
Oh, it looks so boring.
But when you open it, inside.
I loved it.
Lost that.
Your dice?
Lost my dice. Inside, I should have ironed this. I do apologise. I'm normally the queen of ironing, aren't I? But I've been too busy this morning. You've got 4 sides. So we've got a plain side and a
noughts and crosses grid.
And then you've got lots of tiles that you need to make. And thank you so much. I have been tagged in so many of these, and it's such a pleasure. And people have said that their grandchildren, it's just kept them entertained for hours.
Oh, brilliant.
And it just makes me so happy. So you've got 4 sides. So this one is noughts and crosses, but it's not, it's all bugs. So you have 5 of the bees and 5 of the caterpillars, and you play noughts and crosses with them.
Oh, brilliant.
Yeah, so you play noughts and crosses with that one. So that. And then you turn it over and you have a plain side and you have a matching game. So you put all the tiles down.
Oh gosh, this is good.
Yeah, all the tiles down, but
this is where I'm really good. I'm ready.
You do not want to. You only want to use a couple of the bees and the caterpillars. I haven't put them all down now. And then, so we turn them over.
Go on, turn one. Not a match.
Not a match.
Oh, I've got to remember. Oh,
go on then.
Oh no! So hang on, you go next,
because then you'll know where it is. Oh dear, I'll do that one. Oh yes! So then you would take it, and then you carry on, and at the end, the one who's got the biggest pile,
which I have,
wins.
So I win.
We always also worked out that you could play snap with it.
Just one question, because this is something that we always have to do in my family: is get out the rule book on multiple occasions. Do you set any rules with these games?
Well, there are rules in there. But I won't.
In the instructions, there are rules.
But I won't be held accountable.
I'm pleased you put rules in though.
You won't be held accountable for it.
With the bundle, you're also getting ½ metre of fabric as well, so for the back of your cards.
And I do say this, and everyone laughs at me when I say this: don't top stitch round anything, because if you go a bit wonky, children are so clever at remembering wonky lines, whereas I wouldn't have a clue. They'll know exactly, and they'll win every time.
Me and you could play for the next 15 minutes, but it's about to sell out, and we've run out of time on that one.
Brilliant. But so the other side is snakes and ladders, which is, and it's caterpillars and that, and then a target game.
There's target game, there's bean bags you can throw, there's all sorts. Let's go to the next game.
Oh, yes. Now this was...
Oh, and a big dice. You get big dice as well.
A big dice. Yes.
Woodland creatures. Again, do not just buy the instructions on their own. I don't know why they've been put on the website. You have to get them with the panel and the instructions. I've never seen this.
You've never seen this one. Now, Louise designed these.
Oh, these are lovely.
And you can tell. They actually look like the animals.
Oh no, yours look beautiful.
No, mine are more cartoon. Mine are silly. And these,
So Louise designed the graphics for these. You designed the game.
Yeah. Yes. So she said, let's make it into this, and that's what we've done.
Okay.
So you make your game and your panel, and then again, it's got one side is plain, and one side is there it is checkered. I know.
Oh, this is brilliant.
It's really cool. And then you've got 5 carrots and 5 bunnies.
Oh, so it's exactly the same game.
Well, there's noughts and crosses, but it's not. It's carrots and bunnies.
Yeah.
And then on the other side, you can have your matching game. But we worked out it'd make a fantastic little picnic blanket.
Yeah, it would.
And then you've got enough, and in the instructions to make a little bag to keep it in.
Brilliant. Oh, and they're lovely, lovely prints, aren't they? And then you've also got, this woodland game belongs to Made with Love, and then a spare couple as well for other projects maybe. Your toadstools, your hedgehog cells. Do we get instructions with this? Yes.
Yes, sorry, you get instructions to make it.
So you get 1.5 meters of your lovely green to match in, your panel, and you get your instructions in there. There's the game made up. Brilliant.
Yeah.
$24.99.
It's really good fun. And the reason that we did this one is this is bigger.
Okay.
So with the bugs in the bag, it's on a small scale because the aim was to be able to take it to restaurants and keep the children entertained, so you could chat or just take it around to the grandparents or the aunties. Whereas this one's more sit it on the floor, and it's great for all ages because it's nice and big and you can see it.
Yeah.
So that's why we wanted to have a bit bigger, and also you can double it up as a little picnic blanket.
Brilliant, I love it. £24.99. Lots of lovely messages. Hello, Bob. Bob's messaging saying, hi Wendy, another 3 sets of bugs in a bag have arrived. My grands love them, so popular, and made their own games. Oh, so there you go.
Well, that's the brilliant thing, is that there are so many games that you can play within them, and you've got the target game, so you can play nearest the centre or adding up. It's also educational, which is what I wanted. And there's so much that you can learn about
woodlands, creatures.
It starts conversation, doesn't it? And I think that's really important for children, because what would a bunny? Which one would a bunny have? Or and it's brilliant.
And so, do I need any wadding for this?
Yes.
What wadding would you suggest?
I use Thermolan because I love Thermolan because it's like a really thick compressed felt, and it doesn't have much wiggle room. You can I've used it with H640 as well. That's absolutely fine. But for me, Thermolan, because it's much easier to work with the shapes with Thermolan, and they stay a bit flatter.
Right, brilliant.
But you can use H640.
Perfect. All of your instructions are included as well, £24.99. Okay, Hannah, where next? Oh, she's not like, there's so much to do with not much time.
Oh, that's Willy Wonka as well, isn't it?
The flower on the wall. There's 3 kits, go on. This one, and this.
Oh.
Right, again, don't buy the instructions on their own, because we don't want the instructions on their own.
That looks like it, but
with
it's
the
not
wrong
with the wrong
instructions.
instructions. But
It's
the same instructions.
Perfect.
Yeah, it's the same instructions.
So, I've got the lily first. The lily, these are so beautiful.
Now, I've got a little bit confused, but I think that's my age.
No, please.
I'm sure Amy designed these ones.
Okay.
I'm sure she did.
These are so pretty, aren't they?
Please don't shout
Shout
at me
out
if
to
she didn't.
Amy.
I'm sure she did.
So these panels are brilliant, aren't they? Because do you literally just cut around them then?
Brilliant. These are fantastic. These are for those that just are dipping their toe into the world of applique, but want to create something beautiful. Because I know when we first start out with things, sometimes we think, oh, I don't like that. But this is so gorgeous. These are absolutely beautiful. And you've got 3 different flowers.
I say that it was a lily. This is actually an allium, isn't it? It says allium on the top.
It's an allium then.
There you go.
I don't know what an allium is. Is it kind of lily?
Well, it says lily wall hanging on the graphics, and it says allium. It's definitely that one that looks, I would say it looks like a lily to me.
Yeah, because I would say it looks like a lily. An allium might be a lily though.
Oh, so hang on, it's just a typing error on the thing. An allium is the purple one behind me. That's an allium. So you've got the lily one here with the dragonfly. You've got all of your applique instructions. This is your lily. We've got the sunflower and the allium as well. Plus you're getting your 1/2 metre of your cream. Let's do the allium now. So that's the one that's behind me. When did you demo this, Wendy? Is this way back?
This was quite a while, this one. This was quite a while. But these, as I say, these are absolutely perfect if you just want a nice evening project or an afternoon project. Was it? Wow.
Last June, yeah.
Gosh, how time flies. Because they're a nice, easy, quick project, but also it'll be perfect if you're teaching someone the art of doing it.
Absolutely.
You've got like your little bees and brilliant.
That is gorgeous, isn't it? And then we also have the sunflower,
which is my favourite.
We love the sunflower.
Well, no, I say it's my favourite. I love the purple one.
The allium comes with the grey. This also comes with 1/2 metre of grey, your instructions, and then this is your panel of your sunflowers. A really lovely one to practice. And you're not having to dip into your stash trying to find all of the different colours. It's all done for you. There's your vase, everything is there. You're not having to work with any templates. It's all there ready for you. Nice one to do with maybe
I actually put wadding behind that as well.
Okay.
So to give it a little bit of depth, not with that one, but on this one, I actually puffed it out a little bit with a bit of wadding to make it look more three-dimensional.
$19.99, that comes with your instructions as well. Now we do have an option that you can get all 3 panels. Ooh. So if you do want to make all 3 of these, they'd look lovely all hung together actually, wouldn't they, in a hallway or in a kitchen. $29.99, so you still get all your complementing fabrics, you still get your panel and you get your instructions, and that is for your lily. Oh, you don't get the fabric with it, you get just the 3 panels, just your 3 panels, 1 set of instructions, for $29.99, and we're taking £5 off just because we're late on time. There you go, for all of them.
Wow! And you don't, because you don't see the back, so you could use your scrap bits of fabric. No, you don't see the back, do you?
Well, you're saving 30% anyway. Look, it says save 30%. So yeah.
Wow.
And now an extra £5 on top of that off as well. That's too good. So if you missed these, they were back last June. You had the date there, Hannah, didn't you? And I forgot to tell everybody. They were on 20 something of June. If you have a look back on YouTube channel, you'll be able to find it. It's all right. So you've got all 3 of the panels included at that price, $24.99. That's so good.
That is a really good price, and they're such fun to make. Such fun.
It was 30% off when they were $29.99. Then we've taken a further £5 off. Brilliant value for money for all 3 of those, plus your instructions. Fab, thank you so much for that, Hannah. Carry on going through. Oh, if you are doing it, you haven't seen this.
No, I did have my eye on that.
Check this out, right, if you do lots of applique, look, I'm not going to say this is for everybody, this is for somebody, this is normally bought for shops, basically, hence why, look at this proves to you, it's designed for shops, because look, you get all of your, their leaflets for shops. But we're not going to sell this as a metre piece or, you know, as little offcuts. You're going to get the whole roll of 30 metres of Bondi web. If you do lots of applique, if you've got your own craft room, you do a lot, you're going to use it. This is actually better value for money than to buy the smaller rolls. It does actually work out slightly cheaper. Just $117.99, and you've got split pay at $58.99.
I'm looking a bit sheepish here, because I actually have one of those in my craft room.
Do you?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Sorry.
Oh, there you go. Wendy's already got one.
And the brilliant thing about these, though, is that you can have that big, or you can have that big. Whereas when you buy a pack, you start doing it, it's like, oh, I haven't got enough. Got to open another pack. That, you cut as much as you want. Yeah, I've got. So it's stood up in my craft room.
That's brilliant. I'll keep it in the box as well, because then you.
Well, no, it's used so
it away
much
from the
that
light.
But yes, you should. Yes, you should keep it. You should store it in your box. As I say, do as I do, not do as I say, not as I do.
How many of these have we got left? Because I know we were limited. Oh, okay, there are 5 left. We launched it yesterday. There are 5 remaining. Well done everybody who bought it yesterday with John. Or I bet Delphine stocked up on these yesterday. I know how much she uses her Bondi web for all of her
and
applique projects.
And I think that's a real good accolade, though. When as designers and we have, it's not, we're just saying, oh yeah, buy that. I actually have it at home, so you know it works out. So it's a considered buy, but in the long run, it's so much cheaper.
That's it. Think about how much bundle web you use. That's going to be ideal. What else did you say? Sorry, Hannah. The puff cushions. Okay, we haven't got it in bundles. Ooh, does this work with a 5-inch charm pack?
I'm sure I cut them to 5 inches for that very reason.
Yeah, 5 inches.
Yes.
So, a 5-inch chime pack, if you've got at home, you'll use 25 5-inch squares. And it's really gorgeous. What is a puff cushion?
It's well, as it sounds. It's like a little puff of like fluffiness.
What's in there? It's
wadding.
Oh, it's wadding.
And you make I have
like toy filling.
Yes.
Okay.
So you make the whole panel, and it has slits in the back, and you fill it. Now I sadly weigh my wadding so that each puff has got the same amount of wadding in it because I like it.
Literally weigh it. Oh my gosh, it's hilarious.
That is, yeah. I know I have been teased about it lots of times, but then it gives me a nice even cushion. But they also, you can make amazing bed runners with them because they're just puffy. They're just brilliant. I just love them. And they're a little bit more stable when you're sitting, especially if you put a feather cushion in, which is a little bit more rigid anyway, plus you've got the puffs on your back.
Oh, but that's really comfy.
Really comfortable. Really
comfortable. £9.99 for the puff cushion. What did you say that they sometimes could be called, Hannah?
Biscuits. They can be called biscuits.
Ah, I've not seen these before.
Yeah.
I've not seen this cushion before. £9.99 for your instructions. We've really tried to bring back some of your favourite ever Wendy Orlando projects. Some of the patterns we've had to restock, especially for today's show. So those of you that have got the foldable tote bag, for example, in your basket, check out. That's sold out every single time it's been on air. I don't know if we've got any of the quote as you go. We'll play through. I don't think there's any of those left now, but we'll play through everything that we had scheduled for the show. The two that we won't play through is Bugs in a Bag instructions and the Woodland game instructions, because you need to have those with the panel. It's pointless buying instructions on their own. Don't buy them on their own on pre-order. Sorry, the computer's done its own thing and loaded them on its own. So yes, just get them with their panels as they work hand in hand. It's been so lovely.
It's been amazing. I've had a lovely morning.
When are you back on air with us?
I can't remember. Mid-August, I think.
Okay.
I think. I'm going to have a rest in a dark room now.
Yeah, I don't blame you. You've been full on today. You've just done a whole quilt. It's been amazing.
Yeah, love it.
Right, tomorrow's show. Tomorrow's show is going to be a hot one tomorrow, so stay inside, stay in and watch Sewing Street. It is William Morris, fabric bundles at 8 o'clock. 9 o'clock, the sausage seamstress is going to be here. No, Adele Rowland is going to be demonstrating the sausage seamstress hove dress as well, which is going to be gorgeous.
Oh, just near me.
I know, yeah, right near you. 10 o'clock, we've got dressmaking tools and Liberty pre-cuts. 11 o'clock, Sew Girl Betty dress, again with the lovely Adele. Oh, a lady messaged in when I was on with Fiona Hesford the other day saying that she was making like 6 or 7 of the Betty dresses. She was on like number 7 of that dress. So it's a very, very popular pattern. And then at 12 o'clock, it's an overlocker show. Ooh, that's exciting. Also, the 720 sewing machine. We talked about it earlier on. Bex has just got the 720. Is she on tomorrow? She's going to be talking about her machine. And if we have any other, Janet Clare, the Fat Quarters, any left, then they'll be in that show as well. Fingers crossed, they'll be able to bring them on in the last hour as well. So definitely make sure you're there to see if they're available. We're about to hand over to our lovely sister show, Hobby Maker. Enjoy the rest of your afternoon in the sunshine. Be careful though, because it's really hot, isn't it? I'm literally going to be buying, they've messaged me back, Hannah, the gazebos are live on Lifestyle, our sister channel, tomorrow evening at 7 p.m. I will be buying one. That's why you can't buy one before. We've been trying to buy them this morning. Anyway, we've got to go. Lots of love. Thank you, Wendy. Bye. See you soon. Bye.